So you meet commissioning editors, people who are interested in funding films and stuff. So it's business.
Industry players say such international collaborations open new possibilities for African filmmakers, giving local stories a global audience while expanding creative partnership across continents.
Apparently, yes, I've been filming, so work has been really, but I had to just run out today. I'm like, I must make sure I'm here today, and I'm happy I'm here because I got to meet some people that I've been looking up to in the industry as part of the panelists, and it was really insightful. I'm happy to be here. It's an amazing thing because for me, I'm a lover of, I've always loved to see how the power of collaboration can go, and for the fact that it's not just going to be an English community, you understand, we're having Brazil, we're having Japanese, it's a very unique blend.
Of identity, innovation, and the limitless potential of African storytelling. Oyedemola Olukuta for Voice of the People TV.
Oyedemola, thank you so much. And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Voptv. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. VOPTV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes it society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People.
The much anticipated Anambra State elections have come and gone, but the stories, a lot of stories have been left behind, and we'll be touching on the things that happened during that election. That's our very first conversation this morning. Also, one conversation that Nigerians avoid having, and it has bedeviled us for so long, is the conversation around bandits, or bandits on revenge mission. But they listen, unlike IPOB that wants to leave Nigeria. Who made this statement? You get to find out in the course of the program. Now, that statement was made, I think, in 2021 or 2022. Yeah, by I think I'll just say it anyway. No, okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep it up until the time. And also, Sharia Council urges Tinubu to sack INEC chairman over alleged sectarian remarks. Well, those are the major conversations on our table this morning, and we'd like you to come along with us as we dissect all of it in the course of the program. But there are also other conversations that we'll be touching on, so stay here.
You don't have any choice but to be with us here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Fina Chuku, and you want to ask, how are you going to actively participate in this particular show and program? It's very simple. If you've not subscribed to our YouTube channel, do well to do so. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television. You can send in your comments. We'll actually appreciate that. And across other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. We have a website, www.vop.ng is the website. There you have fresh and trending news. Because as Voice of the People, it's our duty to help amplify your voice, because you have a voice, or more than a voice, with us. All right, and talking about other trending stories, one of it actually is that at this particular time, cooking gas prices remain high despite government promises. Weeks after the federal government vowed to tackle the rising cost of liquefied natural gas, as LPG, cooking gas, yeah, exactly, that's the one you see there on your screen, prices remain high, with some retailers selling as high as 1,800 naira per kilogram. A recent survey revealed that prices skyrocketed from 1,100 naira per kilogram following a strike by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASAN. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Gas, assured that operations at the Dangote refinery have resumed, with LPG loading already on the way. However, retailers argue that they cannot sell below their purchase cost, and Nigerians are urging the government to find a lasting solution to the rising LPG cost, citing the need for affordable cooking gas to mitigate climate change and improve air quality. If it is only just for them to be able to mitigate climate change and improve air quality, I won't have an issue. But this particular time, for people to be able to cook what they must have toiled all day to have or lay their hands on, yes, I think that actually should be the major reason why Nigerians will be calling on the government at this point in time to make sure that they look into the high cost of the LPG. We were told before that what led to it, the price of it skyrocketing, was as a result of the fact that Dangote and the PENGASAN and all the union were having back and forth over unionization of Dangote staff and all that. You know, the matter which I believe the Department of State Services also waded in, the government looked into it, and at the end of the day, the strike and even the refusal of selling gas to Dangote refinery also were all lifted. And Nigerians were expecting that after that the price of cooking gas will reduce. But guess what? Nigerians also, retailers now, who happen to have spent a fortune in purchasing the product when it was on the high price, refuse selling it at a low rate because of the fact that they want to make money. Nobody wants to, just buy something, sell at a cheaper rate and leave the market. No. But that speaks volume to how much of a call we've been on the government for some time now for price control. We don't have price control in Nigeria. And the reason is because the people are the ones taking care of everything themselves. Yes, we don't really have incentives being given to persons or people who want to play in some sectors and all that. So when someone actually manages to use his or her resources to purchase or get into business, they'll try to set their prices. And who bears the brunt? Average Nigerians, you and I. I can't imagine. I told one of my colleagues some time ago, I said that before now, while I was in school, I could comfortably buy my gas, get the cylinder filled up. It's a certain amount of money. Unlike what it is costing now for me to get 1 kilogram of it. And we know that the purchasing power here actually is not the way it should be to start with. At the end of the day, the minimum wage is not even enough for workers also to make an end meet. And if you check it out, you find out that it's not really a good one, because we are the ones actually suffering. But I believe that since the call have come up, that the government actually will look into it.
Oh yes, price of cooking gas going up about this time of the year, and then you start to wonder, must this happen every time? And it's funny how a lot of Nigerians have switched from kerosene, that is basically non-existent anymore. And it's even more expensive.
It's more expensive now, yeah.
Yes. But then sometime, was it 2 years ago or last year, when gas prices went up, Nigerians came up with substitutes. A lot of, designed. Some designed. I think it was 2 years ago, thereabout. Coal pots, nicely designed.
Yeah.
And you could, I think coal is also getting expensive.
See what happened more. Let me tell you the story. I wanted to roast plantain. So we decided,
you wanted to roast plantain?
Yeah, so we decided to use the scene outside for us to do it. Guess what? Getting coal for us to use will not like ×3
of what the price used to be.
Exactly. And then my brother just said, babe, we're not doing that too. As I said, fry the plantain and fry it too.
Everything is expensive. Everything is expensive. And to think that gas is being flared in large quantities, which basically is, being wasted, you would ask what exactly is going on. Can we convert these things and ensure that, you would ask the question. Well, it's that time of the year, and it's up to the government to ensure that the sufferings of Nigerians, these things don't bite deeper than they already are. Food prices will start to go up. All right, food prices will start to go up. I know some things have come down. A bag of rice has come down. Some people can purchase for about, I think, 70,000 naira now, and that's coming down from 190. That's 90,000, 100,000 that it was some months back. It has come down, but there's this fear that as the Yuletide approaches, things will go up. So, what measures does the government have to cushion the impact of the seasonal increase in price of goods? I think something should be put in place so that Nigerians don't get to suffer. Like Fina rightly said, you hustle to get the money, to get the food, and then you hustle to even get to prepare your food. I think enough suffering for Nigerians. We want to have some sort of lease of life. Oh, well, talking about lease of life, I saw this story, and I will take the story with a pinch of salt. I will hate to believe that this is actually true. Now, here's the story. The banner is APC secures defection with 250 billion naira packages. I saw this story on Sahara Reporters, and I said, oh, no, I don't want to believe this. Do you know what 250 billion, that's billion, right? 250 billion naira is, and then, the number of governors. Now, this is supposed, anyway, here was the story. The Bola Tinubu-led government has been accused of using massive financial inducements to lure opposition governors and lawmakers into the All Progressive Congress APC. And according to reports, each state governor who defects to the APC will receive or has received or receives a total package of 250 billion naira, with 100 billion naira upfront and then 150 billion naira after the formal defection ceremony. Little wonder those ceremonies are quite elaborate. Well, senators and members of the House of Representatives reportedly receive 1 billion naira and then 500 million naira respectively. Now, recently, several prominent opposition figures have defected to the APC. Now, these defections have sparked controversy and raised questions about the integrity of the country's political system. The APC has gained significant momentum with these defections, now boasting 23 state governors, while the PDP has been left with just 10. I think the numbers have even depleted more. Now, the defections are seen as a major boost to Tinubu's administration, but critics argue that the use of financial inducement undermines the democratic process. Now, it's not just about Sahara Reporters putting this out. Nasir El-Rufai, Malam Nasir El-Rufai also alluded to the fact that there are inducements for people to defect from their parties to the APC. I mean, he spoke about it. And now, what Sahara Reporters have done is to put a figure to it, and it's horrific. It's horrific to think that this sort of amount, allegedly, is being paid to governors. I think we need to question one or two of those that have defected to get, the real juice in this story. And then you start to ask yourself, how is it that government is borrowing money, continuously borrowing money to, beef up budgets, and monies are being spent? Meanwhile, other agencies of the government are raking in money. Customs the other day raked in, I think, about 1.7 trillion naira over a period of between January and October. They raked in 1.7 trillion naira. That's a lot of money coming in. And then you wonder, if we have that much money coming in, why are we still borrowing? Could it be that we're spending these monies to attract people to the APC? That would be disastrous for Nigeria's economy. Now, like I said, I'm bringing this story to you because I think you need to know. But I'm taking it with a pinch of salt, because I will hate to believe this until it is solidly proven. But 250 billion naira to governors to defect to the APC? What's happening? What is happening to Nigeria's democracy?
The same thing that happened in the National Assembly, where a particular member come up to tell Nigerians that they have to pay a certain amount of money for your bill to be read on the floor of the House. Have you forgotten? It made this also to the national dailies, and guess what happened? People denied it, and at the end of the day, it does not really take out that, that mantra that says that behind every story, there must be an iota of truth. So let's assume actually...
There's no smoke without fire.
I'm happy you understand. So at this particular time, we're looking at governors taking 250 billion. Imagine how there was a breakdown of it. They'll give you 100 billion once you indicate interest. And when the transition ends...
How these defections have been done. It's not just the governors defected now. It's the entire structure in states.
Moving, exactly.
Everybody, commissioners, House of Assembly, everybody move to... And those that refuse to move will be impeached or sacked. Where the deputy governor refused to move, we're hearing that there's a process to impeach him. Those that are appointees who refuse to move are sacked.
Exactly. So that is it. So are you still taking it with a pinch of salt?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
For my sanity.
For your sanity.
Yes,
I love that.
So I don't lose my mind entirely.
Exactly. I understand how it feels. But all the same, I think I, for one, I'll be waiting for the anti-graft agency. I'm talking about the EFCC, ICPC at this point in time to look into this and help tell Nigeria. Yeah, we know. I wouldn't want you that you're watching me this morning. Don't ask that question you want to ask. You understand? But I need them actually to come up to make an official statement regarding this particular one. One thing is this: if something like this is happening in this country, believe me, it is going to get to a point whereby you and I will not have a say. Exactly, because of the fact that so many people, especially those that have been induced to occupy one vital position or another, will keep on doing something that will make you not to have a voice again to talk. Because they must have collected money and they will sell out their birthright, including yours, and they'll go back to their home and enjoy the largesse that they must have made. And, if all this kind of story keep on coming up on the social media or even on our front cover pages of the national dailies, I want to ask, then how are we now going to be able to work foreign direct investors? How are we going to get people coming to Nigeria? First off, we have so many people, so many stories out there into the international space, making Nigeria look sort of down and bad. And then the government or political elected officers are trying their best to tell ordinary citizens, stop denigrating the nation. Try your best to make sure that you're patriotic in nature by pushing every good narrative about the nation. And the question I've been asking most of the time is, how have they been able to make sure that the image that they push out there for other people to recognize of Nigeria is a good one? And if they cannot do it, then I don't think blaming every other person who have the right to talk or to cry over the hardship that he is suffering at this point in time to continue being patriotic. I want us to be patriotic citizens. I do say that every time. But that will be it. There's a time in a man's life where you can no longer, continue behaving like something bad that is happening is not obvious again. But anyway, if they are doing it, congratulations to them. I see implosion coming up very soon because it happened in National Assembly where Abdul Ninge talked about the big boys in the house collecting bigger money than others when he made mention of, possible padding of the budget. And boom, he was shushed. But that does not really take that out from happening or make it not to be part of what is playing out there in the Red Chamber or even within the National Assembly. But we'll move away from that to another story, still concerning one of our lawmakers and her wife. Nollywood star Regina Daniels has fired back at her estranged husband, Senator Ned Nwoko, denying his claims of her drug addiction and alleging he pushes her to use substances to make her sexier and more romantic. Nwoko blamed their marriage crisis on Daniels' alleged drug dependence, accusing her brother and friends of supplying illegal substances and sabotaging rehab efforts. He detailed restricted therapy session disrupted by uninvited visits. In a fair Instagram rebuttal, Daniels called the accusation exaggerated and image tarnishing, insisting that Nwoko isolated her, confined her, and had doctors inject bipolar medication in her system. She claimed no legal marriage existed and demanded he leave her alone, emphasizing sacrificed career years. The public feud escalates violent allegation from Daniel against Nwoko's drug-focused narrative. If you are actually conversant with this story, so many people have also chimed in to talk about this particular story. In one breath, we saw Regina Daniel in a video saying, in my father's house, I'm being treated as a queen. In Ned Nwoko's house, I'm a nobody. And in another breath, we saw the senator coming up to say that, unprovoked, that she acted under the influence of her drugs. And, I never want to talk about this because I saw this to be a family matter. You guys should settle your family problem. But I'm talking about it now at this point in time because it's repeatedly coming to this white table where we do justice without being biased to every information that we have. Senator Ned Nwoko have been with this young lady from her age 16.
Was she 16?
Yeah, she was 16 when
was
they
she 16?
started talking and all that. 18 years down the line, officially you made her your wife, you married her.
Yeah,
that is how it is.
She was 18.
And after the marriage, you're telling us that now she's 25 years old, you cannot account for what she's been up to, what she's doing under your watch, mother of your children, 2 boys to start with. And then you're coming up to tell Nigerians that she abused substance. Akorega, there was another video that the young lady put out to say, if I do drugs, ask him what happened to the son.
That was her brother, Sammy, that put out that one.
Stories started coming up. Issues are everywhere.
Like you said, it's a family issue.
Problem.
That's the way I see it. But it has left the family realm because he's a public figure, and she's also some sort of public figure, and the issue of abuse has come up. And my major problem in all of this, like I said, when this issue broke and he talked about, she's been taking drugs and he has suggested rehab, I said, wait, what man will speak that way about his wife? What man will come out to say, look, she's been on drugs and I've suggested rehabilitation for her? You don't need to. If truly you care about this person and you've been working behind the scenes to ensure that she's well taken care of, and I'm not just talking throwing money at someone, you don't come online and throw what I will call aspersions, basically to defend allegations against abuse leveled against you. Now, it's not manly. And then the fact that he has continued to speak on this matter, he was said to have had a conversation with Very Dark Man, which was put out there. And then he talked about, how he will not arrest the mother, how he arrested the brother. That's taking your power a little too far.
Exactly.
It's taking it too far. You have issues with the brother. If it cannot be settled within the family realm, then look for another means. not arrest and put him away and prevent the mother from getting in touch with him, prevent the sister whom you're married to from getting in touch with him. That has gone into the realm of suppression. You're basically oppressing them and suppressing them as well, preventing them from expressing themselves. I see the young woman crying online, saying, okay, people are mocking her because of the things she put out before now, talking about the wealth, what did they expect? She seems to be in a lot of pain. And I think they should find a way to resolve this because ultimately they are still married.
But she said there's no legal marriage.
How?
Did you see any? What we saw was a traditional ceremony that was on May 8th. The white...
Traditional is legal.
We're saying the same is legal, but
Yes,
they can go back.
is very legal.
We didn't see anybody going to maybe any court, customary court, to say I want to register my marriage, as the case may be. So when you want to go and get to the court, you tell the court I gave him palm wine and he gave me another white.
Traditional is legal.
But I believe in myself that
everywhere. But
they should settle their problem.
They should settle this. And if she's going to now, she said something else that if going back is what's going to save her brother. She doesn't have a choice but to go back, and then she will be locked up, injected. I think she's saying a little too much. I hope that's not what she's going through.
Because if really she's been injected with bipolar substance, then that shows there are more to the story.
I think she's saying too much. She's saying too much to carry sympathy. That's what I think.
But she didn't say anything prior to this time, apart from the video that someone made of her when she was crying, and all that, and saying.
And then properties were
exactly.
Were
boom,
destroyed.
we saw it was a senator who made Nigerians talk, get to
about
this point of
issue.
the drug and all that, and now she's defending
herself. Like I said, him putting that out was in bad taste. As far as I'm concerned, that was in bad taste. It shows that you're not in charge of your home. You don't and. Constant statements that have come up, the need to defend yourself means that there's something wrong somewhere.
Exactly. That is just
the constant need. I mean, if you feel you have to defend yourself,
every time.
It means there's something wrong somewhere. And I hope, we get to the end of it, but I hope this is resolved. And by resolving, I mean, if they're going to go their separate ways, then go your separate ways.
Simple.
Go your separate ways. We don't need to lose any life in all of this. Nobody has to die. Nobody has to be made to suffer. If you feel monies have been given, those that collected monies should return the monies given to them.
Why would they? Wait. Hey, hold on, please. When you're giving the money, was it on a gunpoint? You gave your brother money and then you tell your brother to return the money. Did you sign somewhere? If you feel cheated in this particular, listen.
So he should be the loser.
He should just be the bigger man and just focus. Can he pay? Now,
he gave out monies. He gave out monies. You may not collect the sponsorship that you've given, but
he gave out money for what to happen.
Money's given for whatever should be returned.
Oh,
that's the conversation.
Interesting.
Yes, it should be returned.
What the service is rendered
can be. I mean, if you get married and you're divorcing the traditional way, you return the
dowry.
Yes, you return the dowry.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which traditionally from the part of the world they come from will not be even above it. You know, feel rich. Highest size, no feel past 50K.
It doesn't matter. Return the things that the man has said.
If it is returning the money, the dowry, fine. But if you're telling me that because I was your brother-in-law and boom, you want to come back and tell me, can you pay for how many times you've been with my sister and all that? If we're to look at that in that direction, please, let's not go there, please. If you spend money on your loved one, enjoy it.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there because, I mean, anyway, if it wasn't...
Let's not go there, Mo.
Let's not go there. Anyway, let's go to the papers now. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines. We have the Punch newspaper. And these are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. PDP crisis, 3,000 delegates set for high-stakes convention. All right, 3,000 delegates set for high-stakes convention. The writers of that one, Makinde Wike camp trade blows as delegates gear up for convention. Genocide, PFN, Islamic Council in verbal crossfire. Crude oil revenue plunges by 43%. Drugs, Regina Nwoko in fresh beta showdown. Soludo's Anambra win sparks political storm. I think the marriage is, it's as good as broken. With all this out on social media, it's as good as broken. So just count your losses.
And move on.
On both sides, count your losses. Return the money's given, return the girl, and move on. Count your losses. That's what I'll say. Soludo's Anambra win sparks political storm. We'll be touching on that in the course of the program today. And also, FG vows tighter security after UK flags northern states unsafe. 15 girls rescued from Ondo sex trafficking network. Aregbesolah's backing can't save Adeleke, APC chieftain. Now, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper.
Vanguard newspaper is up next, and we have the banner headline to be Anambra showdown. How Soludo's tsunami swept all 21 local government areas. All right, right after that story, Governor hails INEC security agencies. Poll records best turnout in 20 years. Candidates, stakeholders, fate governor. Winners and losers. Serap wants sponsors of vote buying probed, persecuted. Anambra Reg dismisses claims of vote buying. I was here on Saturday and I heard them say that apart from paying money to people, though they are being clever with that, they were sharing Atampa and every other items, Atampa, the Ankara, the material. So they've upgraded to that level. All right, but anyway, the rec actually is dismissing that because I don't think they really have evidence to that. But Tinubu congratulates winners, says his re-election affirms visionary leadership. And above the masthead, plus to take over Nestor. Necon's interest in OML 42 unravels. Foreign lenders, a major bank join fight to overturn sweeping court orders. Court halts proceedings amid NJC Chief George petition. And beside that particular banner headline, we'll have the local government results there spelled out. So it's on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. You can take a peep on that. Beneath that, FGX sees 2025 borrowing target by 55.6%. Expected to hit 80% by year end. Trump. Anglican primate to FG, seek foreign help if you can't stop killings. Nigeria records 81% drop in terror-related deaths since 2015. That's coming from presidency. U.S. watch list. Nigeria not in religious war. That's coming from NSCIA. UK warns against travel to 6 states in Nigeria. Autonomy, no evidence to show allocations reach LG directly. That's from ICPC and others. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of Vanguard newspaper. All right, then. So let's look at another headline. Now, going to the Nation newspaper, Senator Woko, actress wife, Regina marital crisis gets messier. Indeed. My victory means elections getting better, says Soludo. Tinubu, his re-election testament to visionary leadership. Governors hailed deserved victory. All right. And then on top of the masthead, wildest plots to take over Nest Oil. Nakonde's interest in OML 42 unravels. Foreign leaders, major banks join fight to overturn sweeping court orders. Court halts proceedings amid NJC Chief Judge petitions. And then we have other headlines here. Federal government to list 1 trillion naira real estate funding on NGX. Single-digit mortgage to close housing gap coming. And also, how to attain multi-trillion naira economy by Agbakoba. World Cup playoffs, Eagles, Rabat Camp, Bubbles, and the bottom strip there. We have PDP crisis throws Ekiti governorship primary won by Oluyede into storm. Those are the headlines on the cover page of the Nation newspaper. And that's pretty much how far we can go with newspaper headlines. But at 10 o'clock, we get deeper into these headlines, dissecting them and bringing the analysis to you. Now let's get into the conversation, the very first for today. Soludo wins Anambra governorship election by landslide. Was this truly a litmus test for the new INEC chairman? Let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m.
It's a beautiful Monday morning, like we told you earlier before now. And then thank you very much for staying with us. It's still VOP this morning. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo has been declared the winner of the November 8th governorship election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Soludo of the All Progressives Grand Alliance APGA secured 422,664 votes, defeating his closest rival, Nicholas Ukachukwu of the All Progressives Congress, APC, who pooled 99,445 votes. Interestingly, it's actually interesting to note that this happened to be the highest turnout ever. I'm talking about people coming out to cast their vote in Anambra State for some time now, I think close to 2 decades or thereabouts, with this number and figures that we're getting here. Soludo won in all 21 local government areas, marking a landslide victory. The election was largely peaceful, despite reports of vote buying and vote apathy. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, arrested 3 suspects of vote buying, while INEC dismisses allegation of widespread electoral malpractices. With Soludo's victory, he and his running mate, Onyeka Ibezim, are expected to receive their certificate of return from INEC in the coming days, securing Soludo's second term in office until 2030. I'm happy that EFCC were able to arrest 3 persons because against what the REC is telling us this morning, that there were no issue. I'm talking about regarding vote buying, where we had an election observer gave us a first-hand information of how people are being induced with cash and other materials, including wrappers and even rice and all that. We have with us in the studio this morning, Barrister Darlington Agomo. He's here in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst, and also we'll be joined by Honorable Dr. Jude Emeka Omobowale Idumogo, former member, Lagos State House of Assembly, representing Oshodi Solo constituency 2 here in Lagos State. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. Good morning, Barrister Darlington.
Good morning, Fina and Moses. How was the weekend?
Splendid. Good to have you join today's show.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Barrister, let me start off with you. You know, I asked you this question on Saturday. What were your expectations from Anambra State election? And boom, we have Soludo returning back again. Landslide, imagine 440-something thousand votes against 99,000 from what Nicholas Ukachukwu actually have. What does this really portend for Undi Anambra? And also, let me also get your reaction about the possible defection of Soludo from APGA to APC at this point in time.
Yeah, the election was largely peaceful. That is the one thing anybody can take home. As for the other malpractices like vote buying, please, if you are talking of vote buying, it's an electoral malpractice. But then, for me, the vote buying is more tolerable than violence. Nobody died. There was no ballot box snatching and all that. So, and I'm sure with time, with the electoral reform, that will take away these people coming to vote at the polling unit. Those vote buying will die off. Now that you have seen it as a problem, all INEC needed is to include it in the work, in part of the electoral reforms, whereby you can vote even in your room. The same way Americans can vote, and we are counting their votes from here. So we get to that point whereby all this is will die off. But the important thing is that with time, there may be no violence in elections. Election will be free and fair and credible. And then people will vote for their right candidates. We are gradually coming to that, because I would have been surprised if Soludo had lost that election. It would have been unthinkable because he is on ground fully. Soludo is on ground in Anambra.
All right. Now, Barrister, when you say you'd have been surprised, some persons were of the opinion that the reason we had this turnout, I'm talking about the number of persons that come up to cast their votes, that went out to cast their votes on Saturday, was of the opinion that it was a promise made by the governor. Recall that in one of the political rally he went for, you know, he said something about giving 5 million naira, 3 million, 2 million respectively to local government wards and even councils where APGA turn out to be or have the highest vote. Isn't that a sort of inducement? And can we say we have to encourage sort? Because with Anambra election, for example, 2.8 million people were eligible voters. At the end of the day, we landed at 33,000 weren't able to collect their PVCs, but 98.8% of the people that were actually eligible to cast their votes picked their PVCs. But imagine the number of the figures that we're having that come up to cast their vote at this point in time. Against what happened in 2023, or the other time that they had the election, I think 2021, where we saw 2.4 million eligible voters, but the outcome of the general election went up to 200,000. So are we saying that giving cash reward to people or local governments actually is a way to go for us to end voter apathy?
If you look at it, the dynamics have changed. What happened in 2023 is different from what is going on today. I see that promise as an empowerment program. It doesn't matter when an empowerment program is brought about by any government. The fact remains that the money is for Anambra people. It's for Anambra people. In fact, it is better than the violence, like I said. Okay. But gradually, all these things will die off. After all, somebody made the same promise in Lagos, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody.
So when you say the money is for Anambra people, Barrister, today, we have it at the banter that people that left their political parties, talking about governors, senators, House of Representatives members, and moved to APC, some were paid 250 billion naira, some received 250 billion, some take 100 billion and all that, 500 million also was included. Are we going to say that that is also a good one? Because we're looking at Nigerian money and Nigerians benefiting from such money now from the All Progressives Congress.
People are getting wiser. Fina, collect the money and vote your conscience. That is the game now. Collect the money and then vote your conscience. Collect the money and do the right thing, because the people are waiting for you at the polling units.
So there's nothing wrong in presidency giving out such amounts of money to governors for defecting and other members, talking about Senate orders to defect.
It's better than killing us, please.
All right, let's move. Let's get the thoughts of Osaze Edigan, who joins the conversation this morning. Good morning to you. Well, all right, I'm being informed that we have a bit of an issue there. We cannot take him at the moment. So, Barrister.
Yes.
Let's look at what the opposition is saying. Vote buying. Now, would you describe this election? How would you describe this election? It was tagged a litmus test for the new INEC chairman. So how would you describe the outcome of this election and the accusations of vote buying and every other thing? And also, don't forget the fact that there was a video that showed that at some polling units, the registrar where the votes will be collated wasn't even present at the polling units. It was alleged to be somewhere else while voters were casting their votes, where they said it would be written and then submitted from.
When you are trying to challenge the outcome of an election, you are looking at substantial evidence. No election can be 100% perfect. It's not possible. But if the election have been conducted substantially in a peaceful manner, it should be accepted. There is no issue of rigging or overvoting. These are serious issues in an election. There is no issue of units and all that. There is no issue of ballot box snatching. We didn't hear that. We didn't see that. So if all these things have passed the test, the other ones can be taken care of in the electoral reforms. By the way, what was EFCC doing when people were buying votes? They were there. We saw their presence on Saturday. What were they doing? Are they looking the other side where these guys are committing all these atrocities? So the onus is on EFCC to do their job. Arrest those who were carrying cash, displaying it openly. Arrest them so that it will act as a deterrent. But if you do not, why do you want to blame INEC chairman? He's not the one to take care of such things now. But to conduct the election, at least the materials came on time, mostly. And then people conducted themselves. All the parties were were monitored, and they played according to the rule. So I don't think it is bad anyway, but they had to improve.
Are you now saying that at this point in time, that Professor Joash Amapichona at this point, manages at this time to gain what he said he's going to do, especially when he said that this election is not going to end up in the courts?
Exactly. That's the important thing. I don't see anybody going to court over this election.
Why do you say so, Barrister?
Because there was substantial compliance.
But all the same, opposition members are already complaining about vote buying and all the malfeasance.
Let them go. Vote buying. Who bought the vote? Who bought the vote? Did you catch anybody?
EFCC had 3 people.
Some people have been caught. Which party did they belong to?
Abga. Abga.
Oh, Abga.
Yes, the alleged members of Abga.
Good. Did that buying of vote, did it invalidate the vote they casted? Did it invalidate the process? These are something you have to prove in court too. Somebody bought you don't know whether even he collected the money and went away, or he voted for a particular political party. Even if he voted one vote, will it invalidate the result of the election, Moses? Please tell me. They caught 3 people who were, 3. That's 3 votes. Is there any way it can invalidate the election? It's not possible. It can't happen.
Barrister, those 3 people were caught inducing other members actually from them to cast their vote. So we cannot tell how many persons they've already
Then you need to, that's
so are we saying this time around that in some cases we can exonerate people who indulge in vote buying?
We are not exonerating anybody. We are only looking at if what they did can affect the outcome of the election substantially.
All right then.
That's the issue.
Let's go to Port Harcourt, where we have Sunny Dada, who is a public affairs commentator, chairman, Civil Liberties Organization, River State. Good morning to you. Well, good morning to you, Sunny Dada.
Sorry, I was muted. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome to the conversation. Now, let's get your thoughts on the just concluded Anambra State elections. Did you observe it? What were your observations? Is it fair to say, how would you rate INEC chairman, the new INEC chairman, in all of it?
Well, unfortunately, I wasn't on the field. I didn't go to the field to monitor the election. I am an election observer, but for this particular election, I wasn't in Anambra State because I had other official engagements. But from what I have heard from my colleagues from other CSOs, usually we rate election based on certain parameters, certain benchmarks. We look at the logistics, how early did the INEC officials arrive, how early were the polling booths set up, how early were the basic general election management logistics were set up, then the election turnout. These are some of the benchmarks that we use, to rate the outcome of any election. So based on the benchmarks, I would say that substantially speaking, the election was good. However, we saw several verified clips showing vote buying. I saw a particular one that actually broke my heart, where they had to line up community members, youths and elderly people, and giving them a gala and malt, can of malt with 1,000 naira. They had to queue, So the thing, when I watched that clip, it reminded me of the concentration camp, that we had during the the genocide against the Jews, in Germany, where they had to line them up and led them into the Syria, where they killed over many million Jews. So it's a sad memory, and it tells me, it brings to the table the fact that a lot still has to be done, when it comes to our electoral process. And vote buying, unfortunately, has become has become a new norm. Before now, what used to mar our election was the snatching of ballot boxes. But politicians have devised a new means, which is this vote buying, and it is very difficult to prove. It is also very, very difficult to even arrest the perpetrators. And again, remember that in this case, if you must arrest those selling votes, you need the buyers to prove your claim that these people you have arrested are actually selling votes. But we saw all of those clips. But beyond that, for the new INEC chair, I would give him 50 marks because he's just resuming, and because he's just resuming,
the 50 marks you're giving him is based on what exactly?
Sorry?
The marks you're giving him is based on what exactly?
Yes, based on the fact that some of the comments he made, prior to the election, we saw some of the commitments he made prior to the election. We saw those commitments, and what are the commitments? The fact that election logistics will arrive early and be set up early, the fact that polling booths will open on time, the fact that election officials will conduct themselves in a manner that is at least a little bit acceptable to say in saner climes, because so far we have not received any reports about INEC officials, misbehaving, or we didn't hear anything INEC officials did that tend to show that there was compromise somewhere. Maybe there could be, but so far we have not heard anything. I have not seen any reports leading to that. So based on all of this and the fact that he just came on board few weeks to the election, it's enough for me to rate him 50%. Like I said, the minimum benchmarks were met based on the report I've received from colleagues that were actually on ground. The minimum benchmarks that we use, because election is not just about whether there was violence or not. There are other, indices, indicators that you can use to rate the outcome or the success of any electoral process. And like I said, you have to rate the election management body. You have to rate the police role of security agencies. We have also not heard.
We'll talk about the role of security agencies, because it was troubling that when the governor was declared the winner in his home, there were gunfire, gunshots in the air in celebration, of course, and that has been questioned as to why will they shoot so recklessly in the air. There might have been a possible, stray bullet hitting somebody somewhere. But we'll talk about that in the course of the program. But there's this, the guest from Benin is itching to come in. I do hope we have him in now. But before we go to Benin also, there is a video, one of the many videos that trended on social media on Saturday during the election is this particular one. I'd like us to take a listen to the statements being made here.
Who is in charge here? Okay. I want to climb up. Stop everything now. Wait. Stop. Stop everything. Hey. Because Tonu. Do you have your result sheet? Why? So they are writing the results somewhere and we are voting here. No. That is not proper. Why are the result sheets not here? What is the polling unit here? What is the 013? People are voting and the result sheet is somewhere else and they are completing the result sheets there and computing the results. This is Ehiala. Amamo, what is? In Juniorate, the same thing is happening and she is in charge. She's the APO. No result sheets here and people are voting. This criminality must stop. Yes. So this exercise now is nonsense. The result sheet is somewhere. And they are writing the results and you people are standing in the sun. You can, result sheet. What are the result sheets not here? What are the result sheets not here? Hold on. Turn, come on.
There you go. So you heard that gentleman. That's trended. And you could see the look of confusion on the face of the INEC official there. Now, let me ask, Barrister, yes, what do you make of that statement?
Yes, it's an indictment on his own. Seriously, INEC officials there need to be questioned. In fact, they should be punished for that infraction.
And we hear it wasn't just in that place, in some other places.
Basically,
buttressing the statements of the governor that the results were being written before the elections.
Now, all you needed to do is simple. Since it's a polling unit, what are the number of registered voters in that unit? Of course, that place is cancelled. There's no way to count it. You can't count that.
Well, it's been counted already.
Yeah, it cancelled. So
it's been counted already.
Sorry?
It's been counted already.
No, there's no way they can count it. Too. Seriously, it's not possible. They can't count it. It's an infraction on its own. Any other place where that kind of thing happened, it must be cancelled. In fact, it stands cancelled. If they cancel it, they should minus it from whoever that claim to have won. They minus that thing from there. That's how it's done.
Well, the information we have is that result from that polling unit was counted in
counted.
Ihiala. Yes, it was counted. It was counted.
No.
Whether or not they have the result sheet there. Let me hear from Sonny Dada.
Okay.
Sorry, Dada, please. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Sadly, what we have just watched may not stand as a strong evidence in during litigation, because we have had several videos like this that parties tendered as part of their evidence in court, and the courts, struck them out. We have followed several Supreme Court judgments around irregularities in our electoral process, and what looked like obvious evidence, judging from what we have just watched, oftentimes have been struck out by the Supreme Court. And that is why some of us are advocating that the evidence or the burden of proof should be transferred to INEC. For instance, in this case, you could see the INEC officials clearly. So why don't we ask the security agencies to quickly move into action and get those people arrested, those people that we saw on the video, get them for arrest them and interrogate them, so that we actually know, what played out there. Because sometimes you could also see the opposition or whoever, doesn't feel okay with that video may come out to say that no, that is an AI video, and so but there are ways we can also verify the authenticity of some of these videos flying online.
Right,
but however, the fact is that oftentimes we have seen the courts reject this kind of evidence that ordinarily could have been a very strong or hard evidence.
Yes. All right, talking about Ihiala, Barrister Darlington, the results from Ihiala local government area yesterday, we have the result to be APC having 4,425 votes, ABGA 23,557 votes, LP 81 votes, PDP 69 votes, YPP 3,069 votes. Actually, that particular local government, the results were compiled, collated, and also made public.
Yeah. How many was the vote?
Okay.
How many was?
Let's go to Osaze now in Benin. Osaze, good morning to you. I hope the network will allow us to have this conversation. Good to hear your voice. Now,
good morning.
You've seen the videos. You have been following the conversation. What are your thoughts on the Anambra State election in light of having fairly conducted elections in Nigeria?
Well, you did mention the last word. You mentioned free, fair, and credible. I think every election stands on the tripod, which is free, fair, and credible. Yes, a lot of things have been happening in our electoral processes over the years, and we need to begin to take steps in getting it right. We cannot begin to wish away some of the things we ought to do to put our electoral processes right as a country. I wouldn't want to digress in this conversation, because I would have also to link it with what is happening between Nigeria and the United States of America because of the level of seriousness, so to speak, on our part. Now, our electoral process over the years is said to have evolved to where it is today, but there are still some lapses we still notice every now and then. For instance, like the video that was just shown, it shows that even INEC is complicit in some of these things that we complain about. How can you take voting materials to the polling units without the result sheet. The result sheet is the basic where the election is being held. Without the result sheet, there's set not to be an election. So that seems to be a deliberate act on the part of INEC. Somebody along the line withheld that result sheet so as to carry out some level of manipulation and some fraudulent activities. And but thank God for a citizen who came up to resist that attempt. And that is why citizens need to participate in every process.
The fact that the alarm was raised, did that change anything? Do you think it will change anything going forward if the burden of proof is not on INEC?
No, good and fine. We need not to prove some of these things in court in the recess of it. That is the role of the security agencies, as highlighted by somebody. And I've noticed over time that our security agencies in elections seems to be indifferent when things are happening, even when there's vote buying. I've observed elections where vote buying is taking place. Our security agents seem to be indifferent. They don't pay attention to things like that. One expected such persons to be apprehended. You see them that way. It ought to be so. And most times, a lot of compromise happens during these processes. Our security agencies need to step up its game. They need to ensure that some of these things don't happen in the open glare, even though we cannot just nip everything in the bud. But we must try to minimize some of these things, because some of these things are become international shame or embarrassment to us as a people. And whether it changes it or not, because when you go to court, it's a different ball game. I understand that, because the issue of evidence and all those things, technicalities come to play. But again, if you can address some of these things at the voting level, we don't need to go to court. If people saddled with the various responsibilities are able to do what we are giving to them to do at the appropriate time, there's no point going to court. But when the INEC officials are compromised, the security agencies are afraid to do what they needed to do, of course, it is the court that will not abdicate. Because people are supposed to do they are afraid.
55,000 security personnel deployed to Anambra State for that election. 55,000. Well, you would say at least there was no snatching of the ballot box. That is one thing that was achieved. But what would you say has been the role of security agencies in elections? Is this something that we should continue to uphold?
Of course, there will be snatching of ballot boxes, because there is an agreement between the vote buyer and the vote seller. Once two parties agree, there won't be quarrel. So what actually happened was that there was an agreement to buy and to sell. So we really expect there to be ballot snatching, thuggery, violence, and all of that. We've seen elections that have gone that way in Nigeria, because
when you say that
vote buying have become order of the day.
Mr. So when you say
yes,
there's an agreement between the buyer and the seller at this point in time, are you saying that other political parties that send their candidates or have their candidates on the ballot at this point in time don't even want to be part of it? Is that what you're saying? Because we have 16 people eyeing the #1 position in Anambra State, and then we know that some persons actually have been arrested by EFCC for votes buying, though the REC in Anambra State denies such happening actually this morning. So when you say that there's an agreement between the buyer and the seller, are you saying that all political parties at this point have accepted that a particular political party or platform should go on and win in those polling units where we saw the vote buying?
No, most times all political parties do not have the financial war chest to go into vote buying. But I can tell you for free that major political parties are involved in vote buying. What usually happens is that one usually overrun the other or others. That is what usually happens. Most times they negotiate this vote buying. At times a particular party can say it's paying 2,000 naira, another one can say it's paying 1,000 naira. The vote buyer, the vote sellers negotiate to know which of the parties pays more for them to sell their vote. Now, so that's why I said there's an agreement between the buying and selling.
Very quickly, before I bring it, either bring it back to the studio or go back to Port Harcourt, some have said, if people decide to sell their votes, who do you blame? I mean, Peter Obi even said, look, it is a level of poverty that has brought people to this level where, because they haven't seen 5,000 in a long time, they are selling their votes, and that's selling their future for the next 4 years. There are people who have even lost, I mean, his own party man lost, and I'm talking about the Labour Party candidate in this election, George Mohalu, lost at his polling, at the unit there. And then we saw how Bayo Onanuga, took it, how he reacted to it. What do you say to that, really?
Poverty is part of it that makes people sell their votes. But I strongly believe poor political education is a major problem we have in this country. Because a lot of our people do not, a lot of people do not actually understand the implications of what they do at times. If they do, a lot of them will be better informed. That's the truth. But a lot of people just think they just want to get what they have to get in the immediate to solve their personal cravings in the immediate. But when they are duly educated, that look, when you sell your vote, this and this and this are what you tend to suffer thereafter. I'm sure a lot of them will retreat and think once again before selling their vote.
All right, thank you very much. Now let me go back before I come back to Barrister. Let's go back to Sonny Dada. The ADC candidate in the election, Jude Ezenwafo, I think that's his name. Jude Ezenwafo complained about not being allowed or not being given the liberty to put up billboards, banners to basically campaign. The ruling party they made the amounts for billboards really high, and then you were restricted from going into the marketplaces to campaign. They were restricted. So it was basically, according to him, it was basically only the party in government that had the liberty to campaign. Do you think that's affected the sensibilities of the people in any way? Talking about voter education now.
A lot of things can be attributed. Usually, when politicians lost the election, they attribute so many things as to why they actually lost the election. But speaking broadly, part of the electoral reform that we advocate for is the reform that takes away the rights of regulation, the rights of incumbents, from co-regulators of the electoral process, take that right away and vest it, in a commission. Because right now, even though we have our electoral act, the reality on ground is that those in government are also co-regulators of the electoral process. For instance, as a governor, you can come up with laws, restricting opposition candidates from participating or campaigning, campaigning in the state. We saw a similar thing in Rivers State when the current FCT minister was governor. A lot of draconian laws that were passed by the Rivers State House of Assembly to deny opposition candidates from campaigning in the state. And we have seen these things. We have a lot of precedents that we can cite across other states. So they are also regulators, even though in our electoral act they don't have an official role, but they come under the cover of being state governors or being presidents, and they also regulate this process to their advantage. And that is why part of the electoral reform that we should advocate for is to completely take the role of governors, the role of presidents out, of the electoral process, so that they don't continue to use their position, to create these gaps, these hurdles for opposition candidates. And again, we should also, one thing we're also not talking about is the challenge of campaign funding, where incumbents use state resources to campaign for themselves, and the opposition candidates who may not have the necessary war chest. Our last speaker talked about war chest during the election when he was analyzing the issue of vote buying, who may not have the necessary, the financial war chest to compete against the incumbents. So there are a lot of things we can talk about, but as to whether it contributed, to his loss, I am not a member of his campaign team, but I honestly think that may not have, even if he had been allowed to campaign, that may not have necessarily, swayed the result that we are seeing today. Usually, like I said, politicians can adduce so many reasons, to give credence to their loss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sonny Dada. Barrister, let's get your opinion on this. Looking at the process that happened before the election, the 50 million naira was what Anambra State signage pegged to, be for the amount of people that want to do campaign, pasting on the posters and all that. But we learned also that the APC defaulted. They didn't pay that amount of money, tagging it as exorbitant at the end of the day. And, it was more like treated with kid gloves. Yesterday here, on Saturday, I beg your pardon, someone was of the opinion that the APC sold their candidate to the APGA and also cleared a path for the APGA to win the election, having the likes of Nicola Sokachuku not having the backing of the president or even the vice president or top APC officials supporting during the campaign. Do you also share that line of thought?
Yeah. From the body language and what I know APC for, what happened in Anambra with their candidate is very obvious. They never supported him, and I don't think they wanted to pay more attention to Okachuku.
Why do you say so?
Because when Tinubu visited Anambra to commission some projects, there was an agreement which we all had. When Soludo said, look, he will give Anambra vote to Tinubu. And then Tinubu now said, okay, he too will support Soludo for second term. So we all had it. So an agreement was reached, and I think that is what happened. But be that as it may, it does not deepen our democracy. All these promises here and there, no. Let there be a level playing field for all the candidates so that they can know their strength. Not when you have gone behind closed door to go and have an agreement with one person or the other. It will not make us to know actually who is the
choice of the people.
Yes, the choice of the people here, because it's very important. Now that this thing has been sold out, because this is not the first time. Remember in 2011, Rubadu, his vote was sold out to Jonathan. Remember? Because in the wee hour of that day, a day to the election, we saw Tinubu in Aso Rock. The following day, what we are hearing is that Jonathan for president, ACN for governor. That was what they were saying. So it was sold out. Apparently, they know that they cannot win that election in Anambra. But even at that, allow a level playing field. Don't make any agreement with anybody. That is the only way we now know, yes, whether actually you are the choice of the people or not. Anything that is outside the choice of the people is a no-no for me. Don't compromise. Like now, the reward will be that Anambra people will unwittingly now vote for APC in the presidential election. Is that not true?
But he says something on the table that people should get wise, collect the money, and vote their conscience.
I'm coming to that place. So now that the politicians have devised this means, they are now telling you, the electorate, they want to test your will. It is not left for you to be wiser. Collect the money and vote your conscience so that by the time you deal with them, they will think twice. That's the truth.
All right. Then.
Now that they have started buying vote, yeah, when they give you, take the money, but vote your conscience.
All right, Barrister, let's have your concluding thoughts. Or would you say that's your concluding thoughts?
No, my concluding thought is that I want to advise and suggest to Soludo, never you sell Anambra people to any political party. All this body language and what happened with the election, I don't want to dwell on it, but let me just tell you now, Soludo, don't think of going to APC, whether they are promising you 200 billion or 300 billion. Anambra people will shut you down.
You don't think that's a done deal already? Because I mean, he was very thankful.
Whether it's a done deal or not, disappoint your paymasters or your godfathers or whoever. Disappoint them. Tell them that Anambra people do not agree. Tell them they do not agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Sonny Dada, please, let's have your concluding thoughts on this one.
My concluding thought is simple. He has secured a second term. Let governance begin. This time around, I don't think Anambra people will accept any excuse around whether he's been distracted because he's preparing for second tenure, he's preparing for the election or not. The election is over. It is time to switch from the election mode, politics mode, to governance mode. Anambra people desire proper governance. Some persons have the opinion that he has done well. Some persons have contrary opinions, but now is the time for him to unite the states and also consolidate the gains he has made in the area of security. In that area, everybody can agree that he has achieved some things. So he should consolidate. Southeast needs security. The security architecture of the region needs to be strengthened, and it should begin from Anambra State, just as we are seeing in Enugu State too. So he promised to make Anambra the Dubai of Africa. We are yet to see it happen, even though we know that that cannot be achieved even in 20 years. But let us begin to see the indicators that yes, indeed, Anambra State is being prepped up, to become indeed the Dubai of Africa. So no more excuses. Thank you.
All right, Dalton Sonny, that's what I'll call you, because you're Dalton the man. Oh, well. Over to Osaze, please. Let's get your concluding thoughts. Or do we still have Osaze from Benin? Okay, we seem to have lost connection to it. Well, let's move on to another conversation. We'll have to let the barrister go as we get into another conversation, but we'd like you other gentlemen to stay with us. Bandits on revenge mission, but they listen. Unlike IPOB that wants to leave Nigeria. Let's talk about this statement coming from El Rufai and also coming from Sheikh Gumi. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and
Glad to have you back as still VOP this morning. Kaduna-based Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has defended bandits terrorizing northern Nigeria, claiming they are on revenge missions rather than waging unprovoked violence. Gumi made the remark on Voice of the People TV, stating that Fulani herdsmen and bandit groups do not attack people without any cause. He urged the Tinubu administration to unify and rehabilitate the armed groups instead of launching military offensive against them. In another breath, in 2021, the former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, also made a revelation that the bandits terrorizing the north are better because they are on business, unlike the indigenous people of Biafra, a team that want to leave or secede from Nigeria. We have with us from Benin, Lefty Sosaze Edigem. He is a public affairs analyst, a political analyst and commentator, as well as a human rights activist, and a member of the Edo Civil Society Organization and former PRO EDOSCO. And also from Port Harcourt, we still have Mr. Soni Dada, a public affairs analyst, chairman, Civil Liberties Organization, River State, as well as, information management coordinator. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for still being with us thus far. Let me start off with you, Mr. Soni Dada. What do you make of the statement by Sheikh Ahmed Gumi? The other time he was calling for amnesty for the terrorist group terrorizing Nigeria. Recall that those men, I'm talking about the terrorists at this point in time, got to a point to one Nigerian government telling them that they should stop calling them terrorists or else they will continue terrorizing Nigeria. And maybe, I don't know if you're aware of the claims that they have against this government, or rather Nigeria as a nation, that they are demanding from the government to pay. Because in the word of Gumi, he said that the terrorists at this point in time, they are defending themselves. They are on revenge mission, claiming that they don't have any unprovoked violence against Nigeria, but that they want whatever demand they must have made, maybe either with the government at this point now, to be fulfilled. Please, let's get your opinion on this. Maybe either with the government.
I'm trying to, I'm really struggling to hear you now. I don't know what has suddenly happened to your volume, but I know you are talking about Sheikh Gumi.
Yes.
Now, one thing we should know is that there are terrorist empathizers, there are also terrorist funders and the terrorists themselves. For Sheikh Gumi, because we lack hard evidence, it will be difficult for us to categorize him as a terrorist funder. But it is, the indicators are obviously clear that he is an empathizer. And if given the chance, the empathizers usually can also become funders. And that is why I have challenged, with the security agencies in this country. We kept hearing government, for every, even under Buhari, we heard that they have identified or they have drafted a list of terrorist funders and their empathizers in the country, and that they will soon go after them. Even under the Tinubu regime, we had narratives like that. But up till now, we have not seen any prosecution, any serious prosecution. Otherwise, somebody like Sheikh Gumi, should be cooling his head, with the DSS or the relevant security agencies to really tell us what he knows about these terrorists whom he said are only out for revenge. Revenge against which people? What has Nigeria done to them that they are revenging against innocent Nigerians? And unfortunately, it is very sad that this kind of comment is coming at a time when the narrative around Christian genocide is very loud. Even though I do not agree with the alleged Christian genocide notion, I don't think that comments like this help. I know that recall in 2021, El-Rufai also made a similar comment when he was governor of Kaduna State. So when people in very important positions come out to make comments like this, it reinforces whatever narrative that certain persons want to run with. And I find it very difficult because what I've seen now is that I think most of these people, including government officials, are trying hard to pin this alleged Christian genocide issue on IPOB. So I am really finding it difficult why they are out to do that. I think they just want to scapegoat, or they are looking for people they want to scapegoat. Anytime politicians have been found wanting, they look for scapegoat, to pin their errors on. But what Sheikh Gumi is telling us about,
when you say that trying to pin this whole genocide issue on IPOB, can you help us actually clarify that so that Nigerians will understand? The last time we checked, Indigenous people of Biafra actually happen to be a registered organization, and not just that too, they were operating just within their region, but we are getting the killings happening in the north, and we know that in Nigeria, for example, we've been told about Boko Haram terrorist group, the insurgents now carrying out the carnage somewhere in Borno and its axis. We have the Mamuda, we also have the Lakurawa and other emerging terrorist group in Nigeria. So how are they trying to pin it on, I'm talking about the genocide now on IPOB, and of what benefits actually do you think that would be? Can you hear me, Mr. Sunny Dada? The genocide now on IPOB.
Why I said that? Because I've listened to several interviews granted by some government or government spokesmen. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Interviews granted by, okay. I listened to Daniel Boala, for instance. I listened to his interview when he was in France. I know he has been touring, he has been globetrotting now since this Christian genocide issue started. He has been globetrotting, visiting media stations and trying to state government position. And in most of his interviews, he has alleged that it was IPOB that started this Christian genocide thing, allegation, and that they wrote to several embassies across the world alleging that a Christian genocide is taking place in Nigeria, and if you also chronicle some of the interviews granted by Sheikh Gumi, you will realize that oftentimes when justifying the activities of terrorists, he will always make reference to what IPOB is doing in the southeast. He will always make reference to the amnesty that is being enjoyed by some militants in the south, meaning that there could be a grand plan, to also cut an amnesty program, from the federal government for these terrorists who have been, killing people mindlessly, So, and that's why I said that there are several attempts, both on the part of government and on the part of some Islamic sheikhs, to pin this genocide thing on IPOB. But we have gone beyond that. What we are talking about right now is whether they're on a revenge mission or not. We need to know. Sheikh Gumi needs to tell us what kind of revenge mission, what has offended them, who has offended them. Has Nigeria not offended all of us, including me? You have your borehole in your compound, even though you pay tax. You generate your own light, even though you pay tax. You look for your own employment for yourself. You send your children to private schools, even though you pay tax. Nigeria has offended everybody. So you can imagine if all of us now take up arms, against Nigeria and say because we're on a revenge mission, we'll begin to embark on killing spree. So the likes of Sheikh Gumi, should be really, really interrogated. He should be arrested and he should be interrogated. Obviously, there are things that he needs to tell us, because we have seen several pictures. Where he has taken pictures with these terrorists inside remote forest. How did he know the locations of this where these terrorists are hiding? Even though the military is telling us that they are looking for these people, and every time we'll see pictures and videos, between Sheikh Gumi and these terrorists inside the forest. So why has he not been arrested up till now? So these are some of the things that are also fueling the conspiracy theories that are flying everywhere. So it is very sad that while sensible Nigerians are coming out to defend Nigeria against this Christian genocide narrative, people like Gumi and co are coming out to reinforce, making comments that ordinarily are giving reinforcement to the narrative.
All right then. Well, it's unfortunately, we don't have a clip of where he responded to the question you asked. We asked, why are they attacking these people? Well, he did say in an interview here last week that the bandits, the terrorists are killing Muslims because they feel the government is protecting those Muslims. Those were his words. So because they cannot get to the soldiers, they now take out their anger on the people, which include both Christians and Muslims. Because they can't get to the soldiers that are protecting them, the government is paying attention to those people and not them, the bandits. So the bandits take out their anger and kill people. Those were his words. If we could, before the end of this conversation, pull that one up, it will be very, very nice. But let's go to Benin, where we have Osaze Edigan. Osaze, thank you very much for staying with us. Let's talk. Good. Just wanted to ensure that we still have you with us. Now, the narrative, the comparison between IPOB and ESN, and banditry, bandits, terrorists, ISWAP, Boko Haram, and the rest of them. Is that a fair comparison when you talk about what they've been fighting for, especially as put forward by some pundits? One of them, Shey Gumi.
Well, there's no comparison at all between the insurgents, terrorists, bandits, whatever they are being called, and the airport secessionist agitation. These are two different things. Two different people or group of people trying to raise issues. Now let me talk about the one Gumi raised that has to do with that they are out for revenge. Revenge against who? For what? Yes, we have tried to analyze it, that there was a video where he answered these questions. But I think we should think beyond that explanation by Gumi. Now, let's go in retrospect. We tend not to look back to where some of these things started and how it all started. If we must get to the root of this issue, we must understand that these bandits or insurgents actually started after the 2025 presidential election. These people we are talking about today are not Nigerians. They came from different parts of other African countries. And they entered Nigeria before the 2025 election, or sorry, 2015 election. Now, what happened there was this belief that President Jonathan wasn't going to leave power after the election. And these bandits or whatever were procured as a standing army to cause mayhem. Then after the when President Jonathan handed power to President Buhari of blessed memory, these bandits were left unattended to. This is the issue that we are having with these bandits. Nobody cared about them. They started committing havoc because they needed to survive. Now, when they are talking about settlements and all of that, they want to be settled because agreements have been breached. There's a video that I want some of us to go and get. There was a former test director who is late now. He made some revelations in his numerous videos concerning this banditry thing, because he said he had one-on-one interactions with some of these guys, and he was able to tell us what was actually happening there, though the man is late now. If you can get some clips of those videos, that will give us insight of what we are dealing with. We are dealing with that we are procured from outside the country to come and cause trouble in Nigeria, and they have been abandoned, and they now went into banditry, kidnapping, and all whatnot. That is, and if Gumi is saying what he's saying, he's not saying the truth.
Mr. Osaze, when you say they were procured to come into Nigeria to cause havoc and mayhem and all that, are you, in other words, also supporting the words of U.S. President Donald Trump about a possible invasion of Nigeria to make sure that the Islamic jihadists that have been killing people, be it Christian or Muslims in Nigeria, will be eliminated by the Pentagon at this point? Do you also support that line of thought, or do you think different? Because, you know, people, especially those in government and even some Northerners, have been so vocal about that particular statement, saying that that is not really a good one. In the words of Sheikh Gumi, he said, if they are to kill those people, it might lead to religious war in Nigeria.
Unfortunately, our Northern brothers, some of them seem to be sympathetic towards these insurgents we are looking at because of their religious affinity, because of the religious affinity they have. That has been a problem right from the time of Usman Danfodio. It has been a problem because they share the same religion. There seems to be some sort of soft touch for them when you are talking about going after these insurgents. These insurgents don't only go after Christians. They also attack Muslims or any other person just to make a case or just to wreak havoc. That is their way of operation. So it's not just about the Christian stuff. Why Donald Trump is coming in is because American government have been giving us some support to our security agencies to ensure that they get rid of these bandits and insurgents. But it seems there have been some level of compromise. That's why the American government now thinks they need to step in to stop the genocidal operations of these bandits in the northern part of Nigeria. I think that is what America intends to do. If a father becomes irresponsible, so to speak, to his children, of course, a neighbor can look at the welfare of the children and decide to step in, maybe by giving them clothing or food. I think that is the situation we are now in Nigeria. The Nigerian government seems to have failed in protecting people, so the vulnerables in the northern part of Nigeria, and America is concerned. So America is taking steps.
So are you in support of the declaration made by the previous president Donald Trump? You know, are you also perceiving it to be more like an encroachment on sovereignty?
No, it's in international relations. It is said that what power makes equal, and what sovereignty makes equal, power makes unequal. We are talking about sovereignty. Sovereignty has a limit. Sovereignty is ruled by the international stage. The people that manage international politics, they also watch over themselves to ensure that you don't begin to erode on the rights of your citizens or neglect your responsibility as a government because you think you are sovereign. But there are procedures in doing all the procedures you must follow. For instance, we have the United Nations where security issues are discussed to determine what action to be taken. America needs to pass through that processes and collaborate with other world powers to ensure that Nigerian government do what they needed to do, and if they fail, they can now agree to move into that region and bring about peace. It's not something that America itself, as an individual, begin to take steps, because the way America is going about it, it now appears that America has some personal interest or personal political stuff to score in Nigeria.
Thank you so much.
It's not become personal to Donald Trump.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Osaze. Mr. Sonny Dada, please, what do you make of this particular statement, you know, coming from Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, who seemed to be more like he's playing the role of an intermediary between the government and the bandits? Because according to him, he said that even in Kaduna State, where he resides, that the issue of banditry and even killing and terrorism have actually reduced. And according to what the Kaduna State government pushed out, there were also talk in place for them to give education and even medical health care to bandits, saying that that must serve as an incentive for them not to, you know, continue carrying out their killings. What does this really portend about the allegation that, you know, that government is becoming a bit complicit in fighting the issue of terrorism in Nigeria? In one breath, the likes of Nasir is telling us that they are here to do business. In another breath, you know, they are killing people, and none of them or many of them actually are moving freely. And remember, they are not Nigerians, because according to what the ONSA office said, they are not Nigerians. And even when the governor of Benue State and that of Borno State picked some and profiled them, they found that they are not Nigerians. So help us actually work around this as you give us a concluding thoughts too.
All right. Thank you. You see, this is part of the challenges we're having within the security architecture in the country. In one breath, they tell us these are not citizens, that these are foreigners that came from Liberia. Some persons have told us they came from the Sahel region, from Mali, and from other failed states. On the other breath, they are telling us they want to build schools for them, they want to create employment for them, they want to do this and that. So if they are not citizens of this country, if they are not from Nigeria, if they are foreign, foreigners. Why do you want to now begin to build schools for them? Why do you want to grant them amnesty? You are granting amnesty to a foreigner that invaded your country, meaning that you want him to remain in your country to continue to, to continue his business, like Rufai alluded to in 2021, that they are here to do business. So they also need to tell us, there need to be, there has to be clarity, in these issues. When they are talking about banditry, terrorism in this country, there should be clarity. From Nigeria, if we are talking about building schools, reintegrating them into the social fabric, we should not begin to look at those of them who have actually from Nigeria. Then at that point, we also now begin to talk about how we will not deal with these foreigners. But when you fail to, categorize them properly, today you tell us they are foreigners, tomorrow you tell us, oh no, they are fighting because of injustice. Their children are killed, their kids and kins are killed while traveling to the south with their animals and all of that. You confuse all of us. But broadly speaking, I think the Nigerian society has to do better, and this is going to all the governments, not the federal government. Now, most times when we talk about the inaction of government, we put so much focus on the federal government. State governors are not getting more money. Why are we not asking state governors to show us what they are using this money to do? So the various state governments in the north are culpable. They have not prioritized education. They have not prioritized social welfare generally. If you go to the north, if you see how some of them live, you begin to understand why we're having these challenges we're having in the north. So this is the time for the various state governments to begin to take deliberate steps, become intentional in their activities. Under the Goodluck Jonathan regime, we saw what the federal government did by coming up with Almajiri schools. Today, where are the schools? They discredited those schools when they were campaigning for the 2015 election. They discredited those schools, and when the Buhari regime came on board, most of those schools were shut down.
Yeah,
unfortunately, unfortunately, that also contributed to the number of out of school children who were also now recruited, by these bandits and these terrorists. Now it's good to hear that they are going back again to begin to talk about setting up these schools and these social welfare schemes. That will help. So we need to now quickly re-engineer, how our society functions. Take care of these vulnerable groups. Take care of marginalized groups, so that nobody will have any excuse to begin to carry arms against innocent Nigerians.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sonny Dada, for your submission. We'll go on a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll talk on the third topic of conversation. There's a call from the Sharia Council urging the President Tinubu to sack the newly appointed INEC chairman over alleged sectarian remarks. We're still going to talk about the issue of insecurity, genocide, and killing in Nigeria. So do well to stay with us. We'll go further into this after this break.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back. It's still VOP this morning. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, CSCSN, has called on President Bola Tinubu to immediately sack Professor Joash Ojo Amopitan as chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The council cited Amopitan's alleged authorship of a 2020 legal brief that characterized northern violence as Christian genocide and linked insecurity in the north to the 19th century jihad led by Sheikh Uthman ibn Fodio. The SCSN described the alleged content as provocative, bigot, and distorted, also against Muslims in northern Nigeria, and deemed Amopitan's appointment as INEC chairman a threat to the country's unity, peace, and stability. The council demanded that President Tinubu review and reverse Amopitan's appointment, emphasizing the need for neutrality, fairness, and inclusivity in Nigeria's electoral process. We'll still have with us leftist Osaze Edigan, who is a public affairs analyst and a political analyst and commentator. And also we have Mr. Sonny Dada, who happens to be the chairman of Civil Liberties Organization River State, as well as a political and public affairs commentator. Let me start off with you, leftist Osaze. What do you make of this particular call from the Sharia Council? You know, let's get your opinion on this, because they were calling for the Professor Joash Amopiton to be sacked over the information, or rather a briefing he gave in 2020 regarding the killings happening in northern part of Nigeria.
That call is uncalled for. It doesn't actually represent what the INEC chairman stands for as well now. As at the time he made that observation and put it into writing, he was acting on what he knew about what was happening in the northern part of Nigeria. And most times we try to play the ostrich. When we are faced with issues, we try to make it seem as if those issues are not there. The professor wrote about it as at then. Now that he is been made the INEC chairman, there is no correlation between the office he's holding now and what he did then, and what he wrote there stands. And that is the issue we are still talking about today, which the American president is thinking of taking steps or action against as we speak now. So the professor did what was right, what was real as at that time. And there's no nexus between what he wrote there and the office is occupied now. The office is occupied now is to be an umpire for electoral processes. And it has nothing to do with what he did, what he wrote then. So there's no nexus at all. So calling for his sack now is not necessary. It's not wanted as it were now.
All right, then.
Just to allow him to do his job as our next chairman.
All right, so you think it's unnecessary to call for his sack at this time? Oh, well, Sonny, do you share the same?
Very unnecessary.
Okay. Sonny, do you share the same view? Is this unnecessary? Is this diversionary?
Yes, I think that is very, very unnecessary, and I don't know why we like to be petty. You know, when there are serious issues that ordinarily we should give attention to. Yes, what Professor Amopiton said is in the history books. Everybody knows about it, whether he said it or not. We are all aware. We have read several. We have even read, several deeper things than what he said. You know, so nobody should just come. Somebody should not just wake up one morning and because you want to make yourself relevant or you want to be heard, you begin to come up with all manner of narratives that we're seeing now. So it's a very, very unnecessary distraction. The man should be allowed to prepare for the 2027 election. We don't have time because we are entering the pre-election window now. Parties are preparing for their conventions, and very soon we'll begin to see primaries here and there and all of that. So INEC needs to be strategically repositioned. We should be putting pressure on the man to begin to talk about how the Electoral Act can be reviewed. We should tell the man to begin to speak to the National Assembly, speak to the presidency to ensure that they commence work immediately regarding a new Electoral Act for the 2027 election. These are the things we should be asking the man to do, not about one religious sentiment or whatever. I don't know what these people eat before they go to bed, and when they wake up, they begin to reason. I'm very careful because I'm on air, so there are certain words I don't want to use. But careful. We have seen these things, several times in this country when there are serious burning issues on the table that we should give attention to. Certain amorphous people will just come up and begin to say all manner of things to distract us.
All right, thank you very much, Sonny Dada. Thank you for your thoughts there. His public affairs commentator, Civil Liberties Organization, Rivers State Mass Media and Information Management Coordinator. And also, we've been speaking with Osaze Edigan, leftist. He's a political affairs commentator, human rights activist, advocate, a member of the Edo Civil Society Organization, former PRO, Edosco. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution on the program. Well, that's it on the show today. Newspaper review comes up next, and that's in about a few more minutes. 10 o'clock on the DOT, we'll be diving into the papers, looking at stories that made it to the cover pages and dissecting them. Well, I do hope you gentlemen will stay with us as we get into newspaper review. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is free. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Fanyuro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey, and we have Barrister Darlington with us. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for rejoining the conversation.
My pleasure.
And also, we have Dr. Peter Anosike with us. Thank you very much for being part of the
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's dive into it now. Of course, the story of the Anambra election is on most papers this morning, and I know Barrister has reacted to it, but there are other things that we might need to react to. Now, from the cover page of The Guardian, this is the big story at the cover page of The Guardian. Soludo triumphs in Anambra as ADC. Observers decry vote buying. That's the big story on the cover page of The Guardian. And it's interesting, the presidency's stance in that election. We saw remarks made by a presidential spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, where he talked about basically mocking Peter Obi that he lost his own polling unit, regardless of the fact that Peter Obi wasn't even on the ballot. He wasn't on the ballot. But his own candidate, his party's candidate, was on the ballot, and he campaigned for his party's candidate. But I'm tempted to ask a question. I know this is an open conversation, but I'm tempted to ask, what does it portend for Peter Obi that he could lose? I mean, his candidate, whom he campaigned for, lost at his own polling unit to the APC candidate in this election. Barrister.
Yes, you know, when Peter Obi had been dilly-dallying over his party and all that, this is the outcome. Because when you say that all the contestants are your friends and nobody knows the party you are in, it has a multiplier effect because his followers don't know the party he is in now. As of today, nobody can say this is where P2B is. He has not told us. And he went into an election without all this things being straightened out. So his followers may be in a quandary. They didn't want to lose their vote. I think that's why they went for Abga. That's the truth.
Okay.
He wasted time in declaring.
And interestingly, the riders to this headline, as put forward by the Guardian newspaper, these are the riders. You're weighing a testament of performance. Tinubu tells Soludo. Election, a mockery of democracy, ADC says. Okechukwu, poll evidence Tinubu not bent on one party state. And then Lagos APC asks Obi to forget 2027 over loss of polling units.
It's a lie. This is not a testament of, look, if Tinubu wanted Anambra, he would have taken it. It's just that when Tinubu visited Anambra, there was an agreement between him and Soludo. Yes, open agreement. I will support you in presidential election. While Tinubu said, I will support you for Anambra governorship. And so that was why nobody paid attention to Okachukwu during the campaign. Imagine an APC. They have all the money. You and I know. If APC wanted Anambra, everybody in APC would have flooded Anambra during campaign. Anambra would have been shaking on the roots. But because of this agreement and all that, it was as if Okachukwu was on his own. And so Soludo had an easy ride. An APC that want Anambra wouldn't have behaved like that. Because I know what they did when they wanted Edo State. He even promised them, I will give you Edo State. And he did it. In part of the weaknesses of Ogbebolo. So let nobody celebrate what happened here. It was an election of agreement.
An election of agreement. Doctor?
Well, for me, Soludo run on a joint ticket of APC and Abga. That's the truth. He ran on a joint ticket. He was the APC candidate. He was the Abga candidate. Yes. If, like Barrister said, when Okachukwu flagged off his campaign, the president wasn't there, the vice wasn't there, no notable governor. APC big wig from Abuja came there. So this shows you that they are not interested. So they just threw Okachukwu under the bus.
Yeah, did they throw him under the bus and there will be some sort of agreement for him to get something?
They sold him to Abga.
Yeah.
So they threw him under the bus. What really happened in Anambra on Saturday was what happened in Oyo in 2023. And in 2011. Support me and I support you. In 2011, Rubadu. Understand me? So it's not a surprise to me.
Now, after everything, when elections are held and winners come out to say, look, I thank the president for ensuring that democracy is upheld, and what impression does that give?
In fact, it baffles me.
What
it really baffles me.
I mean, in the United States, we saw the mayoral elections, how it went, regardless of the fact that Donald Trump was not in support of the person that won.
A Muslim won.
A Muslim won. And then we saw...
For the first time.
And we saw what played out over there.
Exactly. It shows that our election is still under the tutelage of one man, the person at the end of affairs. Because each time an election is done like this and the opposition wins, they will start thanking Tinubu, start congratulating him, as if they have done them a favor. This is not how I knew democracy to be. You don't, by the time you are doing all, you are making the man look bold and more important than even the Electoral Act that stipulated how things should be done. You don't do that. We are created something out of our presidents. The way we celebrate, the way we eulogize them over little things that he ought to do naturally, something he's ought to do. When these things are done, you start thanking him, you start celebrating him, you start giving him kudos, as if he's the owner. He just did a favor to you by asking you, yeah, take this one, I give you. You know, these are not, we are not helping our democracy here, seriously. It shows that we are not growing up. We are not growing up. I don't see the reason for this congratulations and all that. I don't see the reason. We are not helping our democracy.
Well, the issue, it simply shows we are not practicing democracy, but autocracy. Understand? Not the word truth shouldn't be there. Okay. What we are practicing is autocracy. Understand? Where one man dictates what happens. How can my people will vote for me? I'll start thanking somebody in Abuja. He didn't do me any favor.
Except he did. I mean, except if he did.
Except if he did. And for the presidency to quickly congratulate somebody in the position shows that there was a deal. There was an agreement.
So do you see tomorrow where Soludo will decamp to the APC, or he will just work for the APC while in APGA?
He would decamp to APC.
He will decamp to APC.
He would decamp to APC.
And that will be his own deal.
Understand me? And that will be the end of APGA in Anambra State. Because APGA never prepared to run as a national party from day one. Because if you check from Victor Ume to Victor Oye, from Victor Oye to Stanley Okenwa, all from the same Anambra State, there's no way a national party can run that way.
So this is like the burial of APGA.
It's the burial of APGA.
But what is wrong if Soludo should break that jinx and take APGA to the national instead of surrendering to APC? What is wrong? What is wrong with that? It's you who will invite people from other regions into APGA. Yes, you invite them to come. They can't force their way into that. You invite them to come because the party was created in your state and all that. So if you want it to spread, you open up the doors and bring in people. That is where I look at it. Than to surrender to. That means by 2029 or so, Abi, 4 years from now, that means there will be no regional party. We will have to wait for him to the camp. I mean, these are just postulations. Okay. These are the signs are there already. The signs are there indeed, and that's what critics are saying. But let's look at a few more headlines, still from The Guardian. Heather urges Tinubu to pause 15% fuel import tariff amid hardship. Now, I know there are riders to that story. Yes. Heather. That's... No, that's the what? Header. That's the Human and Environmental Development Agenda. Okay. Yes, that's header.
They shouldn't be answering that name.
I'm telling you.
That name is negative. That name is negative.
No, it's not. It's negative. This is my shop. This is my shop.
It's H-E-D-A.
I wanted to say what's their business.
I wonder. That is why this is how I raised my eyebrows. I said, what do you concern this with fuel importation?
So, Human and Environmental Development Agenda Resource Center, that's HEDA. They've called on President Bola Tinubu to reconsider recently approved 15% ad valorem import tariff on petrol and diesel, warning that the move could worsen the current economic hardship faced by Nigerians.
Moses, if they stop them from importing, what will happen? Since we have a Dangote that have promised to give us all the fuel we want, even Africa, the biggest refinery in the whole world as of today, 1 million...
1.4 million.
Oh, can you imagine? So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You see how we discourage investors. Look, investors are watching and listening to what is going on here. The idea is, if you cannot encourage your own, are you going to encourage me, who is a foreigner? And they will just stay back. We don't even consider all these things. On what ground are they? Even the PIA says that you cannot bring in what a local investor can produce or our own investor can produce. Is that not the bone of PIA? Why are they contravening it now by allowing these people to import? Then later, they will now collect subsidy from behind because they are going to subsidize this thing they are bringing. Yes, they will. But after all, the one they brought before, we are still paying for it. Is that not true? Yes, we are still paying for it. On what ground? These are some of the antics I don't even understand about this government. Seriously. You are saying you want local investors to... Look, if not for the assistance of the federal government on Dangote business, do you think he would have been where he is today? The federal government encouraged him. Why can't they encourage one other person from the southeast or from the southwest? It has to be a Dangote. And now you are trying every possible means to kill his business. By allowing him to bring in this product now, what happens to his own product? He will not be exporting outside, Abi. Why these guys are now using us to cash out? Because they will sell the fuel as long as they brought it. They don't even know the quality of the fuel they are bringing in. Meanwhile, Dangote has given you assurance. This is within us. We can test it and know the quality of the fuel. But this thing they are bringing here, who will test it? Who will monitor it? The same NNPC that have been compromised. It's unfortunate, seriously. It's unfortunate. We shouldn't be talking this by now. We shouldn't.
For me, I have a slightly different view.
Okay.
Dangote should be encouraged, but monopoly does not develop an economy. It is competition that develops an economy.
Not by bringing it in. You are helping another economy. You are not by bringing it in. Go and open up your
I think
own.
the competition he's talking about is allowing other
yes,
other people is bringing it in.
Let price be the determinant. Let price be the determinant.
But as it stands, Dangote largely influences the price right now.
Oh,
sure, because he's running a monopoly as we speak. He determines what happens in the downstream sector.
Because the federal government doesn't want to encourage another refinery elsewhere. That's the truth.
Federal government is not holding anybody back.
I said the federal government doesn't want to encourage.
They are not discouraging anybody either.
No, they are not. Look, if not,
Goa is 70% complete.
If not for the federal government assistance, Dangote wouldn't have been where he is today. You and I know that. Is that not true? No, tell me I'm lying. So why can't they encourage another person from elsewhere? No. That is how to encourage the competition. This thing, one person cannot handle it. The federal government invested in that refinery.
Anywhere in the world, once you have more than 10,000 workers, government takes you serious. Because they know what will happen if that company should go down. A lot of people will enter into the unemployed market, not just in Nigeria. So anybody that has that benchmark, government will help.
Okay.
Not just because of Dangote, but Dangote got that more than 10%. I mean, 10,000 workers.
All right, then. And so government didn't have a choice but to jump in and support.
It happens everywhere.
And now they want to
world.
increase their stake. They want to increase their shares.
Yeah, they are yes. Because
from 7% to about 20. They are targeting 20%.
Exactly, because the refinery has moved up. Abi? They are moved up. So such a huge investment. I say they should encourage order. That's what I'm saying. The same way they encourage Dangote. At a point, he was the sole importer of essential commodities in this country for years. And he was not paying duty at the port. What kind of assistance do you need? That means the man can stand up like this and become a trillionaire. By selling all these imported goods and all that. I'm not paying demurrage, nothing.
No, by 2030, Dangote will worth $50 billion.
But he will not come close to Elon Musk, who is now $500 billion.
Nobody's comparing.
No, nobody's comparing. There's no competition.
Nobody's comparing.
There's no competition.
And the man maybe moved to 600 trillion. I mean, the billion,
There's no competition at all.
Well, court hears motion on PDP November convention today. PDP in crisis, but will rise again, says Aborishade. Group rules Wike's alleged excesses, rallies Tinubu for caution. There you have it. That's another story, one of the window headlines in the cover page of the paper.
Well, for me, PDP is a broken down vehicle that will not be repaired till 2027.
Till 2027?
Yes, till the election is over. Understand? So that's what PDP. So all these things that are not going to have any effect. And what Wike is working on is to make sure that either PDP does not present a presidential candidate or will present a very weak one that will step down for Bola Tinubu.
And it seems to be working.
Now, let me say this. For the sake of legal postulations, with the judgment of the two courts from Abuja and that of Oyo State, if PDP should go into this convention without a proper local government primaries,
yeah,
you know you need to do that before you now come to national.
Exactly.
That is the process.
And they haven't done that.
They haven't. They haven't. Remember in 2019, that was what did the APC in River State. Because they did not conduct primaries.
And Zamfara too.
They never participated in that election. From presidency, governorship, National Assembly, House of Rep, APC never contested that election in 2019. Because that thing is a vital instrument to the convention to hold. So if you skip it for whatever reason, anybody can go to court at the end of the day. Anybody can go to court at the end of the day, and the court will listen to that person. So PDP should not enter into an exercise in futility. They will be shooting themselves on the right foot if they are not careful. They should go and do the needful. I don't know how they will do it, but they should. If they skip that thing, this convention is null and void under the law, except they have their own law that says otherwise.
Well, INEC could not cover the convention, that to start with, because they ought to have vacated the Omoto judgment in Abuja.
Exactly. They didn't. They didn't.
So there's well, like you said, I mean, like Dr. Anosike has said, the PDP seems to be a broken down vehicle, and whoever is in it right now might be doing themselves a great injustice. But it's really unfortunate, and that's why we see more governors are defected. So it's not really about the monies the alleged monies that has been given, the 250 billion naira being given. It's that these governors they don't see any hope in the PDP, isn't it, Barrister?
Yeah, it is. In fact, the important point to note is that some people are encouraging PDP to be in
disarray.
Yes, in disarray, because they said it that they will be happy if the parties are in disarray. So, and now they are doing what they said. If not, why would you allow a Wike from the rascality he displays in Rivers up to this in all the parties? Why would you? Because I remember a patriot called Yaradua. When he came in and there was this issue with the P2B and Oba, Abi, in Anambra, the man didn't even say, okay, this man is my party member, come, let us discuss it or set up a committee. Who will not, because the Supreme Court have ruled on this matter. Obasanjo was sitting on it and giving Oba some sort of leverage. When Yaradua came in, the second day, he told Oba, get out of that place. He withdrew all his security details and asked P2B to go and take over, without any discussion or anything. And that settled that matter in Anambra that time. That is how I know a patriot, somebody who meant well for his country to behave. You don't want to grab everything. You don't want to get everything. No. Allow a level playing field. All these things that somebody is doing behind, something is behind it. You and I know that. The one that baffled me was the ruling of the court in Labour Party, Abi, where the Supreme Court shut down Abure. Yet he's still parading himself. INEC did not even bother, until when they discovered that Labour Party and P2B, in fact, they have lost interest and everything. They now said, okay, I will recognize this other person. It's no longer Abure. But Abure is still operating and parading himself as the chairman. Abure up to today, the INEC people are still listening to him. I don't understand all these things. It baffles me. This is not how to deepen democracy, like I keep saying. It will not help us. Rather, it will create problems. By the time it will happen at this same APC, they will look for somebody to blame. They will look for somebody for a problem they created. Why not tell the courts through the Chief Justice, tell your people to stop giving conflicting judgments? I mean, you can even order the police not to, listen to this other opposition whenever they are trying to mess up. The people that are destabilizing their party. Because I remember, each time the opposition want to hold a meeting, Moses, police and the thugs will go there and scatter them. Who invited the police? Who invited the thugs? And nobody will be arrested. Is that not a way to destabilize the party, the opposition party? These are things you ought to take charge of as a leader. Make sure it does not happen. Tell the police, don't ever interfere in any party matter. Stay clear. That's the truth. But we are not seeing all these things. And you tell me you are being what? In fact, I don't know why somebody should be congratulating somebody for being a Democrat. What is democratic here? What is democratic?
It baffles me.
I'm telling you.
That just baffles me after every election. And it's not just it's just everywhere. It's just everywhere.
So the issue of money, I read that in Sahara Reporters, but I don't believe that it's true. An instance, somebody like Governor Peter Mba has a $2 billion company at Ibeju Lake here. That's Pinnacle Oil and Gas. So your 250 billion naira means nothing to him. It means nothing to him.
2 billion and 250 billion.
250 billion.
What is that? There's a lot of meaning. No.
He has a $2 billion
company.
$2 billion.
It will not be his money now.
Understand me? $2 billion. So he moved because he's already working with somebody from the northeast to become vice president in 2031. So it's not because of the money. Understand me?
That's your submission.
It's not because of the money.
But I have a different opinion here.
That's okay.
That money means a lot to this governor because it is their own personal money. It's not for the state. If you can collect that money and put it in your pocket, what else are you looking for? You are bidding your time. If by 2027, you are on your own.
But the governors they basically moved with the entire structure in their state, so they can't pocket the money alone.
No, they may not even know what happened. They may not know. It's not that the governor moved. And he will give all the reasons on earth about how
the information is everywhere now. The information is everywhere.
If that is true, I mean, everybody would know.
I know that something is behind all this defection. I know. It's just that I have not put my hand on it. I have not, but I know it will not be far from money. Because if we are looking for 210 trillion naira from an NPC, that money is with somebody now. That money cannot just disappear. And that person, a person with that kind of money can even buy Nigeria. What is the 210 trillion naira to 250 billion?
If defectors are getting that amount, I mean, conceding that it might be true, if they're getting that amount, how do you think those who are within the party already will feel? Or wouldn't they get something similar or even more?
Of course,
for being loyal to the party.
That is the people at the top with the governor. I mean, it's the inner circle or something. Not everybody will be aware of what is going on. And as a matter of fact, that money may not be in Nigeria by now. But they are taking it outside here. Because of EFCC.
Moses, why this thing is sounding big It's because of the value of our money. How much is 250 billion in dollars? It's not up to $5 million.
But we don't spend dollars. It's
So,
not what we spend here.
most of these governors have that money already. Most of these politicians have this
a little
money
extra
already.
is never.
I'm telling you.
So reject a little extra.
There are other things, but one, from 1999 to 2015, PDP was the dominant party. Understand? So from 2015 to maybe 2031, APC may be the dominant party, and things will rotate again.
That's okay. That's what you feel.
Sure, it will rotate.
It will rotate.
It will rotate.
And where will this rotate to? AGC?
It will rotate. I don't know, but it will rotate. No champion stays forever.
No empire
PDP
lasts
was
forever.
once a champion.
Indeed.
But if APC fall, it will fall like a bomb. Their own fall will be so thunderous. Because
PDP
they were
is
never organized.
thunderous now.
They were never organized.
Not exactly.
PDP is nowhere.
You know why? Because if the man at the helm of affairs controls APC the way he's doing, anytime he's out of office, what happens? Is there anybody that will be in the like of Tinubu to control APC? That is where the fall will be thunderous, because the place will just scatter.
To your tent, Israel.
So that's it. It will happen. It will happen.
Okay. Let's look at another conversation. Now, Trump's comments. From the Guardian says Trump's comment threatens national unity. NSCIA warns, demands retraction. The riders to that one. Insecurity. UK cautions citizens against travel to 21 Nigerian states. It's beginning to happen again. Southwest governors urged to prepare for fallout of possible US strike on terrorists. I take that again. Southwest governors urged to prepare for fallout of possible US strike on terrorists. Adeboye urges Tinubu to act fast on insecurity. Seek 100-day grace from US. How Trump's threat reveals power of faith lobby in shaping US foreign policy. All right, those are the headlines there. Now, from the Punch, FG vows tighter security after UK flags northern states unsafe. FG vows tighter security after UK flags northern states unsafe. All right, gentlemen.
Now, if you ask me, by now, one or two things should have been done by this administration. That if they are serious. I'm beginning to think that the federal government is buying time. Maybe through diplomacy and all that, with this in China is doing now. They may water down the US threat. And then when things have calmed down, then these bad boys will now come back alive. That is not the way to go. I have told Tinubu, start dislodging these people that are in Plateau State and Benue State that have taken over their villages. Those people cannot...
State as well. There was a peace deal. A peace deal was reached over the weekend in Katsina State. There's an excerpt of that particular conversation. This one is as published by one of the security websites or blogs. They published the conversation that took place in that state. Okay.
With who?
Some of the bandits.
Can you imagine? I don't want to hear that.
Some of the bandits and the residents, residents of Patagarawa and Charanchi.
That means the government is not serious.
Barrister, listen to what one of the bandits said. One of them that addressed the community. This is what he said. He said, it was the government that wanted us to engage in banditry. But now it has called us and told us to stop.
Can you imagine?
Therefore, by God's grace, we have stopped from today. This is what was said. This is...
So, what else is left? Is there anything in doubt here, Mr. Moses? Is there any other thing in doubt here?
Right, I mean, this could just be a statement to indict the government.
Without being told, the way government is pampering them, validate what that man has said now. It validates it, Mr. Moses. I am telling you authoritatively.
Government
Look at
has told them
Bello.
to
Look
stop.
at Toby. If you look at Toby Bello, the way that man has become a king.
Chief.
A king. He has his own, enclave there and all that. So, if the federal government is serious, let them start with Benue and Plateau. Destroy these people that have occupied Benue villages. Because they don't come from Nigeria. They cannot leave their home and go and occupy other people's home. It's not possible. That is the only thing that government will do now. Is okay, yes, they are making effort. Apart from that, forget it. These people will come back when these things are cooled down. If
And
they
it might
don't,
be disastrous.
yes, and in fact, it will be deadly. It will be deadly. That's the way I look at it. Let nobody pretend about this thing again.
So for me, what UK did confirmed the report that America has, that Nigeria is not safe.
Or they could just be acting, on the fact that America had already categorized Nigeria as a country of particular
No, but
concern.
UK has been sympathetic to northern Nigeria right from independence.
Because they gave them power.
Understand me? The North never struggled for independence.
At all.
So they didn't give the colonial masters any tough time. That's why Britain handed over authority to them. Understand? But with this report now, it confirms what America is saying, that Nigeria is not safe. So it's no more just Donald Trump thing. Understand? Even your deputy Senate president telling Donald Trump to apologize. Donald Trump to apologize to Nigeria.
Why can't you apologize?
Donald Trump.
Why can't you apologize?
Why
can't you apologize?
But what? What did he do wrong?
For
what?
For saying that there's killings of
Oh, really? So this
genocidal killings.
Hold on. These terrorists,
Genocidal killings.
these terrorists that entered in here and hijack our sovereignty.
Wait, Doctor, are you saying it's too much for him to apologize?
Apologize for what?
Nigeria is a $252 economy. Understand? So we don't matter to the United States.
I disagree with you on that.
We don't 39 trillion.
I disagree with you on
We
that.
don't matter to the United States.
We do.
Trump cannot even apologize to China.
Because he's a stubborn man.
China is about $19 trillion economy now. So look at the gap. Now look, America is up there. No matter how you look at it, America is up there.
So for me, Donald Trump gave a condition: stop the killing in your country, stop the terrorists, or we'll come and stop them. He didn't say he's coming to remove Tinubu from office. So I don't see the reason why they are ethnicizing and using religion on this.
And some have said under the rule of responsibility to protect, America could decide to come in.
Nigeria went to Liberia, Nigeria went to Sierra Leone.
Of course.
Under the same responsibility.
So why you were there? Yes. Who invited you? Yes.
So for me, they should start. The first step they should take is to ban this herdsman from carrying AK-47. That should be the beginning. If they can announce that these herders are no more, cannot carry AK-47 anymore, it's the beginning of a seriousness. Because it is them that is doing what is happening in Benue, in Kogi, and in some part of Enugu State. So there's no way non-state actors will be carrying dangerous weapons. It doesn't make any sense.
And then tell the bandits to leave Nigeria. All these people that came in through the border, give them 24 hours to leave Nigeria or face it. That is what I know a leader is supposed to do. Donald Trump would have issued them ultimatum. Leave Nigeria in 24 hours or else. You now unleash the military, the police. Shoot at sight anybody you see with gun.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, there's also the headline of right beside the masthead here, it says genocide, PFN, Islamic Council in verbal crossfire. Now, let's see, that's on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper.
They are saying it late.
Now, the president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Bishop Wale, insisted that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria. You know, he's quoted as saying, there is no other name to call it. No Christian group is attacking Muslims. Patience of the church is being stretched. But his counterpart on the other side is NSCIA's Secretary General, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, has...
That is a politician.
Said, look, it's wrong to say that there is genocide. There is no such thing. Nigerians are being killed, regardless of their religion.
What do you expect?
But who are doing this killing? Who are doing this killing? Is this Christian group or Muslim group that is doing this killing?
That's a big question.
So for me, most of the killings are happening in Christian-dominated areas.
Exactly.
Southern Borno, Southern Kaduna.
Exactly.
That too, Benue. These are heavily Christian-dominated areas.
To tell you that they are targeted. They are targeted killing. Targeted killing.
And the CAN president, Daniel Oko, also confirmed that there's genocide in Nigeria. There's a genocide in Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. So government should wake up.
Well, as it is now, we've seen some developments. Government seems to be clamping down on some of these terrorists. But do you think this is just a charade? Do you think it's something that
Well,
we take
I've not
seriously?
seen it, because when you negotiate with the devil, you have to be giving him what he will be eating to remain quiet. Understand me? And so this in Castina, where these negotiations are being made, the bandits are likely to make some demands which the government must be obeying.
So it's basically still, will still have some sort of chokehold on the government.
Sure. If we don't do this, we will attack. Understand me?
The government is helpless.
That was what Ojo Ozakano did when he was a governor. He was the bandits then. He was paying them. Ojikano was paying them as a governor. When Theodore became governor, Ihejirika became the chief of army staff. Ihejirika told Theodore, stop paying them. I'll protect you. That was this the Osisi Kanku issue. When government stopped paying them, they now came up. That was when Aba was a no-go area. Understand me? So some government do pay bandits, but it's wrong.
It's wrong. It's embarrassing.
It is wrong.
Give them the boldness, because that Osisi Kanku had to hijack a whole school bus. That was what angered everybody, and then went after him in the bush and brought him down. So if we had been very forceful with these people, they would have ended this thing by now. If they have allowed Ihejirika to continue what he was doing under Jonathan, this thing would have ended before now.
They wrote to ICC.
Everybody.
Understand
me? UK, that they do ethnic cleansing. Ihejirika was pursuing them bumper to bumper. Anywhere he sees anybody that fires or any building, he'll bring that building down. That's what he was doing. He chased people into Sambisa Forest.
And they say he's trying to depopulate voting and population.
Immediately he left. Abuari came in and all that. These people came back in full force. In full force. Look, there is no way to describe it except what it has been done by America. Because they brought them in. Moses, they brought them in. Northern leaders brought these people in. It is all over. In fact, they were even proud of it. I'm telling you. The people that love Nigeria.
All in the bid to stop Jonathan from
the people that don't want Nigeria to divide. The people that love Nigeria so much. The people that want the interest of Nigeria so much You now went outside and bring terrorists into Nigeria, the same country.
Oh well.
And you are proud of it.
But we'll keep our eyes on this one and see how things unfold in the coming days. The threats have been issued. Government seems to be doing something, but is that enough? Will that curtail the activities of insurgents in Nigeria? Will there be a total stop to insurgency? We hear that ISWAP has advised its members in Nigeria and the region to stop using mobile phones as they could be tracked using their phones. Well, all of that, we do hope that government will do something before there is a possible invasion of Nigeria. I must say, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Nakomo. Thank you very much, Doctor. I was going to call you Pastor now. That just came to my mouth. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Peter Anosike. And that's it on the show. Sports comes up next at 11 o'clock. I'm Moses Humphrey. Have a beautiful day.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. No be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Yes. Just how to start up a show. If it was on-field decision, I think the referee already said it was an offside. Before the VAR intervention, the VAR did not even intervene on that very one. And I like to say, Liverpool, and Man City are yet to score from a set piece. And I saw Haaland, and I can say Haaland is incredible, very, very great striker. He's so insane. He is a beast right in front of goal. But I love the mini Rodri. Did you see Rodri? The small Rodri, they call him Nico Gonzalez. And also for every time Nico Rally starts a game for City, he's never lost a game. And I love what I saw. 2 of last 13 visit Liverpool and Etihad. It's just been more of them at the Anfield. They scored more goals than any other side. But looking at your screen, you can see first player to a 100-point, Haaland. The fewest game to say Haaland has done so well for himself, and I must give Haaland all of the credit that he deserves. This man is truly a world class. This is what he did just after that very goal, and this is me. After the penalty, he missed it, and that's how you come alive in very big games. It's all about Haaland. And also, let's tell you more. This is it. I felt so disappointed with this man who I call world big defender, Ibrahim Konate. You should have been doing better off in this very one. Haaland, how could have Haaland gotten this one? I thought Ibrahim Konate should have gone so high. Possibly he saw this one more. But Haaland scored this goal, and how he did it is still a question to be talked about for tomorrow. Let's go more and get you all of this highlights on the show. And this is the man, Jeremy Doku. He stole the show yesterday. He had more touches everywhere. Touch mark against Liverpool. He was just incredible. So insane to watch. I love this guy. And Haaland, you saw the goal from Haaland and also Nico Gonzalez from the outside. Then Jeremy Doku, just how you earn yourself that very big one. But before we talk about the Super Eagles, we must give credit to one man, Pep Guardiola. And then he has done so well. 1,000 game, 716 wins. That's Guardiola you have on your screen. Absolutely, Pep. You can call him the greatest of all time. If you call him the GOAT, you will not be wrong to say so. Now, look at this. Do your mathematics very well. 716 wins. The draws are 156. The losses are 128. Now, where he started from, the Barca B, you know all of his job, Barca B, Barcelona, then Bayern Munich, Man City. And look at this. You can do your calculations very well if you love Pep. Managerial record in all competition, Pep Guardiola has done so well. And look at this. Gameplay, look at the wins, look at the draw, look at the loss, look at the percentage. 71.6% in all total for Pep Guardiola. You just would agree with me. You don't have a choice, I'm sorry to say that Pep Guardiola is one of the greatest of all time. If you say he's the greatest, you will not be wrong, because I looked at the managers, Mourinho, I looked at Ferguson, and their records are not to be compared to Pep Guardiola. How far and how much is done is just something else to talk about. So I love Pep Guardiola and what he did yesterday. Congratulations to City. Just how good they've been and how good has Arsenal. Arsenal have been so fantastic to watch. But looking at the City side, how did Pep do this? I don't even know. People felt like they were the smaller side. They sold Kevin De Bruyne to Napoli. Look at the Rangers. He wasn't in the game yesterday, but he did what he needed to do to tweak his team. I think Ryan Cherki was the only player who had not really a decent game, but he returned from injury. So I must say congratulations to Manchester City and how good they've been. Arsenal, down 4 points going to international break. I don't know how it sounds, but if you're an Arsenal fan at this point in time, the worst you ever want to see is a team like City chasing you on that very road. But quickly on the show, let's go more and tell you, you're welcome to the Sports Republic show, and it's a very big Monday. Now, people are asking questions. Tell us, what is the reason why? How was that goal disallowed? And before we tell you what report says, from me, my opinion, I'll tell you, that was supposed to be a goal. Okay, was he in the vicinity? Andy Robertson, was he in the vicinity? Of course, yes, he was. But how that goal got ruled out is what I can't even talk about. He wasn't affecting Gianluigi Donnarumma. Donnarumma clearly saw that ball. But let's tell you what report says. Virgil van Dijk's disallowed goal against City, everybody knows, has raised eyebrows towards Premier League referees once again. Liverpool fans also left fuming after Van Dijk's header against Man City was controversially ruled out. But you know what? The Premier League has now revealed the reason behind the decision. This is their report, not me. If you ask me 1,000 times, I'll tell you that was a goal. Don't worry, we'll tell about the Super Eagles players in camp and how much Eric Shell is doing with his team. But quickly, I also have guys with me on the show today, sport analysts, pundits, to talk all of these things through. So our basic concern is the Thursday 5 p.m. game, Nigeria-Gabon. The Panthers of Gabon against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But quickly on letting you know how it went, the goal which could have drawn levels before City eventually 3-0 victory was overturned after a lengthy VAR check. Now, you need to understand it was the referee, the on-field man, that said yes, it wasn't a goal. Now, sparkling confusion across Etihad and social media. But what happened? Robert saying, positioning, the decisive factor. That's what it is. But according to an official statement from the Premier League match center on X, the decision hinged not on Virgil van Dijk himself, but on teammates. Now watch this one you have on your screen. I don't know how Gianluca did not see this now and says Virgil van Dijk himself was not just about him scoring the goal, it was about his teammate Robertson's positioning. The referee's call of offside and no goal to Liverpool was checked and confirmed by VAR, with Robertson in an offside position and deemed to making an obvious action directly in front of the goalkeeper. That was the statement reading. Replays showed Robertson dogging as the ball flew past him. That's what they said, obstructing Gianluca Donnarumma's line of sight. Despite arguments that City goalkeeper still had a clear view, the on-field call was upheld. So it was the on-field decision. Now the VAR check seals Liverpool's fate. That decision proved costly as Liverpool's brief spark was extinguished between moments later when City capitalized to score again through Nico Gonzalez's outside shot and deflected by Virgil van Dijk stalled. But Jeremy Doku, who stole the show, I must tell you, wrapped up the scoring later in the game to hand Liverpool their worst Premier League defeat under Arne Slot and pushed the Reds down to 8th place. It is another frustrating chapter for Liverpool this time around. And I'll tell you, that's the first time Arne Slot has lost, in a very, very high margin. 3 goals, and under Pep Guardiola, no player has scored City more than one man, Mo Salah. But yesterday, we saw the 160.5 million signing for Invade. Wasn't really on his A game, but it's about City. And guys, I have them on the show today so we can talk this and analyze, dissect before we talk about the Super Eagles game. Now, great to have you guys on the show. Welcome, Nestor, Patrick, and also the MPFL analyst man. I know how I really hear the rumor about the Nazareth stuff, but let's keep on the sideline. That's about G. Insua. But I'd like to start off with you, Nestor. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Lagos, Nigeria. Good morning, Kizike.
Pep, the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, Pep, always the GOAT. Greatest of all time. We've seen him, like you did say rightly, the likes of Sir Alex Ferguson, the likes of Ancelotti. These guys are top notch managers. But, Pep Guardiola has come with a different mindset. His philosophy of this football game has been different from the way we've seen before. It's giving me concern over the years when I saw him. He had some poor games, but he did something in the final against, I can reminisce, he did something in the final against Chelsea. His philosophy of that game didn't really play out for him, but at the end of the day, he came back to say something. He said, what I wanted these guys to do, they didn't do it for me, but I promise you, come next season, come 2 seasons from now, I promise you the Champions League. And he did that.
Is Pep your GOAT? Generally, question-wise.
Generally, he's not my GOAT. Alex Ferguson is my GOAT of all time because I really loved his philosophy of the game. When he came to Manchester United, he started bringing up these young lads, the likes of Ryan Giggs, the likes of David Beckham, the likes of Paul Scholes. And he gave them that opportunity. At the end of the day, Manchester United became a stronghold team in England.
All right, so we talked about the goal. Let's be realistic. Be realistic to me. I already said my opinion. The rule says we have to have the IFAB rule on the screen so you can see what that rule says and clearly. So before we connect to Insua on the show today, we'll have you with the IFAB. Now you look at this, how it goes. I'll have to read this for you so you can see. Law 11 offside. Don't worry, let's talk about this quickly. Okay, a player in an offside position at the moment, the ball displayed or touched by a teammate is only penalized on becoming involved in active play by interfering with play, by playing or touching the ball passed or touched by a teammate, or interfering with an opponent by. Now, this is what it says, the IFAB laws of the game, preventing an opponent from playing or being able to play the ball by clearly obstructing the opponent's line of vision, or challenging an opponent for the ball, or clearly attempting to play the ball, which is close when this action impacts on an opponent, or also making an obvious action which clearly impacts on the ability of an opponent to play the ball. That's the rule. It's clear. And if you go through this rule and you watch that game, like I already said, was he in the vicinity? Of course, yes, he was. But was he onside? Was he offside? Should that goal have been ruled out? And I must tell about football something you need to know. This is just what it is. When a game like this, a dicey and a decisive game, if this call then happens, if this goal had counted, trust me, it would have been 1-1. They would have leveled up. And if you play the game well, you will understand the intensity would have been high for Liverpool, but they felt devastated. So that one, was it right for the referee, the on-field referee?
Like I always do say, this is football. Anything can happen. I remember the Manchester United game versus Arsenal. That was the early season. Was it the first match of the season? The Arsenal Manchester United game. You saw what happened. I mean, these things I do say always. I keep saying it, time and time and time again. See, the referee has his final say at the end of the day. Whatever these laws they put on TV, they put everywhere, they send out these laws. I believe for a very long time these laws don't count anymore because I mean, you watch the Manchester United game. You saw how the Arsenal players were trying to obstruct the vision of outer binder. And at the end of the day, they gave the goal.
So what about offside?
But this one...
Look at the screen. What about offside? What about the line? You can see the line.
This is no offside to me. This is no offside to me. This is no offside.
Let's say one.
And he wasn't obstructing the keeper at the end of the day.
Gianluigi could see. And he could see it very clearly.
He was in that vicinity at that point in time.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, this is a clear
My opinion, a goal as well. Yeah,
Yes.
Insua, let's have it. Great. Pep Guardiola, is he your greatest of all time?
He's one of the great coach of all time because he's one of the great coach I ever seen since I've been watching football. Because Guardiola, from Barcelona B to the main Barcelona to Bayern Munich to Man City has been doing a great job. Because with what Manchester has really achieved in their entire life, Guardiola have really done a great job for them.
Okay, so let's talk about the goal. That one, Virgil van Dijk disallowed goal. Was it right from the referee, the on-field decision?
For me, it's a goal. Because Robertson did not disrupt the
Gianluigi.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was a goal. But quickly, guys, let's talk about the Super Eagles and how far we've come. You want to know, we'll tell you quickly now. The Super Eagles camp officially opened on Sunday, and that's a very big cracker coming up, so you need to wait and see. In Rabat, Morocco, with the arrival of 10 players as Nigeria begin preparation for the crucial 2026 FIFA World Cup playoff, the first batch of players and the team arrivals officially at the Rave Hotel Rabat on Sunday afternoon, signaling what the start of what could be a decisive week in Nigeria's campaign to return to the world's biggest football stage. Moving on, Promise Foge, the team media officer, told reports that early arrival included likes of Trail, Calvin Bassey, Alexa Wobi, Samuel Chikwueze, as well as Tula Rokodari and Olakunle Oluwasegun. When I talk about Rokodari, I feel so bad. I mean, his team, 2 points in the Premier League and just, I don't know, they haven't tearing. Very soon we hear about the new coach. And later on Sunday, 3 more players, Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, William Trust-Ekong joined up with the squad, bringing the number of players in camp to 8. By nightfall, Benjamin Frederick and Chidozima Wazim also checked in, raising the total of numbers of players in camp as 10. And this is the preparation as they've gathered pace, according to the Super Eagles media officer, Promise Foge. Report also brings that coach Eric Chell on Saturday finalized his 24-man squad for the playoff as he named a strong roster of Euro-based stars and local standouts for the decisive fixture in Rabat. The Super Eagles face Gabon in the first playoff match on Thursday. A win would send them into an African playoff final against either Cameroon or Democratic Republic of Congo on November 16. Also in the Moroccan capital, the playoff round provides African team with an additional road to the 2026 FIFA World Cup. However, the winner of this series must still overcome opponents from other continents in a final intercontinental playoff scheduled for March 2026 in Mexico. Now, Chelsea's squad features several changes from last month's qualifiers, where Nigeria recorded victories over Lesotho and Benin Republic, respectively, to climb to second place behind South Africa in the qualifying group. The crucial victories and the Super Eagles, the playout slot, as also one of the best 4 runners-up across the African groups. Among the returnees is fine boy, people like they love to call him. Madiko Koye is back. I watched him play at Stadio Olimpico yesterday, but he lost. And back to provide a very highly competition in goal, while Awazim Chidozie also returns into fence. Midfield, so we're happy to see Rafael Onyedika, also forward Chidera Juke, have been recalled to add depth to the team and the creativity. You can see on your screen Ogumo Dede and also the coach, Ogumo Dede, assistant coach, and as well the skipper of the side, who plans to trade for Al Khalud in Saudi Arabia. Players omitted from last month's roster include the likes of Felix Ago, Terry Murphy, Chris Santos Uche. Nigeria, the highest rank of 4 teams in this playoff round, are widely seen as favourites to progress. But Coach Eric Chell has cautioned against complacency, stressing the need for discipline and tactical precision. This is what we talk about the camp. And if there's any reason, we'll talk about Osimhen, but I'm very happy to celebrate the Nigerian team, and I'm happy that they are back now to play in Rabat, while Osimhen and the rest of other stars will be joining. We'll tell you how that goes. But Insua, look at this. Look at the team. Look at the call of the playoff. Gabon, the Panthers. How big is this game for Nigeria?
The game against Gabon is a very, very, very big test for Super Eagles of Nigeria. With the momentum right now, if you look at the Galatasaray match again, the yesterday match for Galatasaray, the moment Galatasaray finished their match yesterday, Osimhen was telling the press and the fans that he's going to the national team for the main match because he actually know what he actually takes. If Super Eagles could not qualify for the World Cup, that is the end of the road for Victor Osimhen to play at the World Cup.
Oh, so you are among those people saying that?
Yes.
So after, if he misses out on this one, no more?
Yes.
Okay, we'll talk about Victor Osimhen, but I like to say the Gabon side that have our key player. You talk about the Lemina brothers, but Aubameyang is on fire. We've watched him at Marseille. We've seen his gameplay recently and how far they've come in the league on side. Is he a threat to our defense? And looking at us not yet having a first team.
For me, I think the defense line is actually balanced right now. For me, I believe the central back is going to hold Aubameyang very well because they actually know he's the key player for the national team. I believe if they can hold on to Aubameyang, we are going to qualify for the next round.
Okay, just hold on to Aubameyang. That's what he feels. He says he's a very key player. We know how Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang has been on his gameplay. We know the Barca move, the Arsenal, all of this move. He has been fantastic to watch. Okay, now let's talk. Aubameyang, when you hear Gabon, the Panthers coming up, what comes to your mind?
I mean, every single now and then, I mean, Kizikio, you keep bringing.
No, you know, it's what talking about.
You keep bringing Aubameyang into the frame.
You need to put him in place because
yeah. I mean, Aubameyang on the night, anytime, any given day. I mean, Aubameyang would definitely strike. I mean, spark actions at the end of the day. But one thing I want to tell you, this is football, like I keep saying.
Right.
See, football will etch you into a different
phase.
Yeah, into a different phase of life.
Right.
But see, this is a different kind of football we are going into. This is the playoffs, right? And we want to see something very different at the end of the day. Aubameyang will play his own. I mean, I'm not just relying alone on just Aubameyang if I'm a Gabonese fan at the end of the day. But I'm telling you, we need to see the Super Eagles do something different at the end of the day. Because just Aubameyang at the day, Aubameyang no be level players.
Oh, okay. Now you're saying Aubameyang, you can't rely. Now in Nigeria, let's go around the world. If anybody talks about the Super Eagles of Nigeria, what comes to mind? Be sincere. What player comes to mind? No, let's say Osimhen.
Osimhen,
am I right? So he's they got quality team, but he's the star player.
At the end of the day, I mean, Osimhen, I mean, no disrespect. I mean, Aubameyang is top notch. Anytime, any day. I mean, I've always loved Aubameyang right from his early days. I mean, when he started growing up as a player. But one thing I keep saying about Super Eagles, why I love Osimhen, why Osimhen is different from every African player in this present dispensation, because Osimhen has got passion. Just heard what he said. After his match, he lost the game, but he kept on telling his colleagues and his teammates that I need to go because we got this. I mean, that's the burning zeal.
Okay, the message was clear. Okay, quickly, before we jump to the team list let's bring out the team list for the team. Let's let you know some of the comments quickly. I get this one. Coach A.A. Omoba is on the show today. He's saying, for me, he's in the goal at the Liverpool goalkeeper view was blocked. He's saying the keeper view was blocked. And then, okay, for him to see a flight of the ball. Okay, he couldn't see the ball. That's what he's trying to say. That Gianluigi Donnarumma couldn't see the view of the ball. That was why it counted that way. And he said, greetings from Switzerland, Coach Triple A, Adeyemi Anthony Adedeji. That's the name. I'm liking his name, AAA, Triple Coach. And he's saying, sorry, Manchester City goalkeeper view was blocked. So that's his opinion anyways. But quickly, let's talk about the Super Eagles and the team list. We tell about the clubs how where these players apply the trade and how they can get the result. The goalkeeper lines continue to be Stanley Wabale, who mans his post for Chippa United South Africa, and Master Bachoje plays for Singida, Black Stars of Tanzania, Marco Koye Udinese, Italy. Defenders are Chidis Mawazin, plays for Lens in the French Ligue 1. Simi Ajayi plays for Hull City, England. Calvin Bassey, Fulham, England. Benjamin Frederick plays for Denda on loan from Brentford in the Belgium side, Jubilee Pro League. Bruno Yemechi plays for Olympiacos, Greece. Brighter side Samuel plays for Birmingham City, England. Sadie Sanusi, Football Club Porto, Portugal. William Trust Ekong Al-Khalud, Saudi Arabia. Now in the midfield of the Super Eagles, we have the likes of Alexa Wobi, plays for Fulham, England. Wilfred Ndidi, Besiktas, Turkey. Rafael Onyedika, Club Brugge, Belgium. Frank Onyeka, Brentford, England. Alassane Yusuf, New England Revolution, USA. And up front, where it feels like we can hurt any team in the world. Forward, Akko Adams, Sevilla returns back to the team. Good to see him. Tolu Rokodare plays for Wolverhampton, Wanderers in England. Samuel Chikwueze came in from the bench during the weekend game and then plays for Fulham alongside, Detro, Alex Sabobi, and then Calvin Bassey. Moving on, Chidera Juke returns. Good to see him with the creativity. We've seen him at Sevilla, coming from the bench recently. He plays for Sevilla in Spain. Ademola Lookman plays for Atalanta de Lades in Italy. Olakunle Oluwasegun plays for Zenit Novgorod of Russia, and also Victor Osimhen, Galatasaray of Turkey. And lastly on the show, Moses Simon plays for Paris Football Club France. Look at this team and look at the squad. Guys, let's talk about this. Good to go. Good to go. Is there any player you wanted to see on this team that you're not seeing?
Yeah.
For me, I was actually very disappointed for missing Paul Onachu, omitted from the team.
Okay.
Red Hot
striker in Trabzonspor.
Yes, he has been scoring week in, week out for Trabzonspor. I was very, very, very disappointed not to see Paul Onachu in the team.
But if it comes, I mean, look, everybody talk about the pairing. People like to say Akko Adams has got quality pairing with alongside Osimhen, and some are saying Osimhen is also good to pair with Tua Rukodare. The competition is high. If he continues this way, truth be told, and Boniface not playing well, he might not be at the Nations Cup. But let's look at it. Paul Onachu, like you rightly said, you stated, he's on fire. I think Osimhen is 5 goals higher than him on the Turkey Super League. But why would Eric Chell bring him to the team? Because he's scoring goals. What about his gameplay in the national team? He has not been fantastic to watch.
For me, I believe we have a good, fantastic midfielder that can distribute the ball to him. I believe he's going to bag go for the Super Eagles.
So what's the difference with the team we have before and now? Onachu has come to Nigeria, he has not played well. Why?
I think the midfielder have not been doing fantastic well for him. So if you look at Victor Osimhen usually go from the defense to the midfield, to the attack before he can actually get the ball. We are very, very disappointed for not to see Paul Onachu in the team.
Okay, you have on your screen that when Trabzonspor played against Galatasaray, Paul Onachu having a chit-chat with Victor Osimhen, 2 Nigerian prolific quality strikers doing so well for themselves in the Turkey Super League. And I love to say, I said it before now, right? If it wasn't about, I don't know, maybe it's about him coming and not playing well. That's the reason. Maybe, I don't know if that's why he's not called up. But this is Osimhen. We'll come to this. Now, Nestor, tell me about what's the team list.
Yeah, the team list, I did say on radio some time ago, I said I'm not 100%, liking the squad. Not like I don't like them, but I'm not 100% certain about the squad at the end of the day. But, people we're missing the likes of Chris Santos Uche. We're missing him on that squad. And that's one player.
But how you miss a player who has not been doing well? He went on loan from Getafe to Crystal Palace. And not just about that, he's not getting game time.
He's not getting game time.
I think that was the wrong move for me.
He's a much younger lad, but I believe he will play. You saw his last game he played against.
Nestor, be frank with me. If you're the coach, are you going to have a Chris Santos on your team?
Definitely, I will.
So what's your criteria for selection when the player is not getting started?
Most times, see, at some point in the English national setup, Harry Maguire was not getting game times for Manchester United.
Under Southgate.
Under Southgate. But definitely when he hits that, dunks the shirt of England, he plays very fantastic. So why not give this guy an opportunity to come? You saw his game against South Africa. on the night, he was the better player on the night.
Okay.
So I would want to see him. I would, sorry, Insua, I would want to correct some notion. Not the midfield. See, football has got its tradition.
You need to understand that's his opinion.
Yeah. I'm not saying right. I respect his opinion. But what I'm trying to correct is that our midfield for the past.
No, I don't think the word is correct. What you're trying to say?
Yeah, but then at some point, Osimhen transitioning from playing deep and pressing high is different. Osimhen has got longer legs and can do the same thing Paul Onachu does. Any given day. Anytime.
So there's no need to call Onachu,
we don't need Onachu.
So if Onachu scores more goals,
like I did say, now I said football has got its tradition. Kizike.
Yeah, I know. But I like to put in the manager's face. You're not a coach. We have a coach watching from Switzerland. Let's get it right. If you're a coach, what would be your criteria for selection? Because some coaches, I know world-class coaches, I know what you're saying. Some coaches, would have to do what? Getting players who are getting game time. And if you're not the first starter or you're not a starter on your team, they watch you're always playing, you're always called up. Now, I know about those games so well in the sense that we know I can call some players who are not started their club side respectively, but they must get called up. Solomon Kalou wasn't the starter when he was playing for Chelsea. He came as a super sub and he gets a call on the Ivory Coast. Giacomo Raspadori, he made a move. Right now he's an ATM, Atletico Madrid. He is not a starter, but he will definitely get a call. Zaniolo, who's, the Nays, he has never been a starter. He gets calls sometimes. So we've seen players like that. Frank Onyeka, Augsburg back to Brentford, not getting starts, he might start in Nigeria. So I know that part. But if you happen to be a coach, you now personally, what will be your criteria for selection?
Okay, truth be told, let me bring transparency into this.
Okay.
I want to see every young lad playing. If I'm to bring you to my team, I want to see you play in, day out. I mean, hit 100% full form at the end of the day for you to make my criteria. Yeah. So if you're not giving me that top form of you, at the end of the day, I'm not calling you to my team.
Onachi is giving top form.
I mean, Onachi is giving top. That was why I said football has its tradition.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Onachi in the Super Eagles setup so many times. I mean, he has not given his 100%. I don't know. I mean, he scored one of the best goals. I mean, that was nominated for the what's it called again? The one of the
in Turkey. No, I think he did well in at Belgium. That's why
he did well. He did well. Even when he went on loan to Trabzonspor, then he did well. He scored one of those overhead kicks.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I've not seen him done that shit for Super Eagles and giving us 100%.
Okay, so you have on your screen the Super Eagles World Cup playoff list, and let's talk about I have to travel. That's a statement trending on social media. Victor Osimhen process and talk about his disallowed goal. Victor Osimhen is so concentrated, and if there's anything we love about Victor, is this mentality. You have on your screen, he just say, I need to go back, I need to go, I need to go, I need to go. National team comes next. But Victor Osimhen has dismissed frustration after his disallowed goal and Napoli's defeat. I mean, Galatasaray's defeat better was saying his focus now shifts fully on the Super Eagles. Nigerian Victor Osimhen has dismissed the frustration, followed his goal disallowed, and that shocked defeat, confirming his focus now shifts entirely to the Super Eagles World Cup playoff. The Nigerian international has emerged injury-free and is set to join the Super Eagles camp for the Croatian FIFA World Cup playoff today, despite his club side Galatasaray losing that game to Konkaspor on Sunday. That's a new team who just came out. The Super Eagles star played the full 90 minutes alongside Icardi, in the pair, in a deeply frustrating match for the defending Turkish Super League champions, who crashed to their league defeat to the season. Now, that result was made by a late VAR intervention that robbed Osimhen of that vital. This was what he's saying it. I'm not concerned about anything. My national team is next. Now, let's talk about Osimhen. What he said. Focus switches to Rabat. Despite the controversial setback at the time of the race, the most significant relief for Nigerian fans is the news that Victor Osimhen has completed the match without injury, or he completed the game without injury, and that provides a major boost for Eric Chell and his team. Report also caught up with the star striker moment after the game, and his immediate attention was firmly fixed on his upcoming international responsibilities. The world said, I have to travel. That's what Osimhen told reports, and it was captioned in the video that quickly circulated online, emphasizing the immediate shift in the schedule, when asked about this controversial disallowed goal, he said that does not matter. Right now, the Super Eagles is my priority. They say Osimhen's mentality is different from the rest. I don't know. Sorry to say this. Osimhen, if you watch this video, I just saw it's not. I like Victor, right? You're laughing. I like Victor.
I'm always laughing because when I hear Victor Osimhen,
is this to say? I'm just saying,
senior boy.
He has done so many things that people say he has got mentality. Is this planned, or is he acted? Is he rehearsed? Does he know he's always in the news? Now, why am I saying this? Ekong scored a goal, and Victor Osimhen ran. Ekong was celebrating against the Benoits, right? And was it against? I think it was a Zimbabwe game.
Yeah, he had to go pick the ball like.
Yeah, Zimbabwe game. So Osimhen took the ball and let's go.
Let's go,
boys. And I said it's not wrong to celebrate. Also, Chisom Mbono, the lady on one of our biggest station in media world, said for her it's not anything wrong to celebrate your goal, and that opinion I buy into. But Osimhen has this urgency. He wants to see more. I don't know. Now, yesterday, he knew camera was on him. I'm just saying. He said, my national team next. My national team, I want to go. I have to travel. So is this to say he wants to be in the news, or is this something, a feeling within himself?
He has the passion for it. Because
Really?
I believe Osimhen all over the world, everybody knows without Osimhen at the World Cup, it's going to be a very disappointing.
Really?
one.
Can say that? Okay.
Yeah, because like now, some of the top clubs are coming for Osimhen. If he actually go for the World Cup next year, I believe what we are seeing right now, I believe in a few days now, I believe Osimhen will actually take Nigeria to the World Cup.
Well, you can say that. Everyone have argued it that during Osimhen's out from the team, he's not when he wasn't part of the team, we struggled, and we can see how far it's gone. But Osimhen's mentality, does he want to be in the news?
I mean, see, Osimhen's mentality, like I did say, it's like a Cristiano Ronaldo's mentality. You want to see Osimhen every day on the news. You too, Kizike. Come on, bro. You want to see Victor Osimhen's name every day on the news.
I want to see him.
Because, I mean, rightly now, like Mikel Obi used to say, Victor Osimhen is our senior boy in that team. When you see Osimhen, you see passion. When you see Osimhen, you want to win games. I mean, this gives you that impetus that, if I don't get this kind of player for my team, I'm not going to play well now. I mean, Osimhen, every single day, if I was a journalist, I want to keep sounding his name like the Napoleon fans did. I mean, they call him Victor Osimhen every day. Even now that he's not there anymore, I mean, they still chant his name. Why he's not there? You saw the Champions League game. I mean, they were calling his name, Victor Osimhen. Why we had De Bruyne on the pitch, we had Scott McTominay on the pitch, but they were calling his name, chanting his name for a certain reason.
Okay, so let's go with this one. This one says, Paul Onacho will find it very difficult to play under Super Eagles coach Eric Sekochel because Eric loved playing high intensity football and Paul is too slow with and without in such a tactical moment. Well, that's his opinion as well. That's about Coach AAA on that road. Now, quickly, let's shift attention and talk more. Victor Osimhen, everybody like Osimhen. We want to see Osimhen. I also want to see Osimhen. I want to see him at the World Cup, right? But one man is on the verge of saying the Super Eagles would qualify for the World Cup. And they said, we got ourselves into the situation. And I'm talking about no other name, but Super Eagles football legend Austin J.J. Okocha has rated Super Eagles' chances of qualifying for the World Cup and saying it lies on our hands. Nigeria will face Gabon in the World Cup playoff on Thursday at the Haid Moulay El Hassan Stadium in Morocco. The winner of the encounter will face the winner between DR Congo and Cameroon for a place to represent Africa in the Intercontinental Playoff or for a World Cup ticket. Speaking on the exchange with Femi Soneye, Okocha expressed belief that Eric Charles' side will qualify for the World Cup. Now, in the words of this man, he said, once there is a gleam of hope, of course, I will believe, and that is the beauty of football. I still trust this team. I still believe it's possible. Nigeria will qualify for the World Cup. We put ourselves in this situation, and we are the only ones who can bring ourselves out of it. From their last outing, you can see the desire to correct their mistakes. They've given us hope. If Okocha is saying this, is it true?
True. He knows what's at stake. He was a player before. I mean, before his retirement. I mean, he's seen this kind of thing happen during the Onibide era. When Onibide came in, changed the whole face of the Super Eagles and took us to the World Cup. You remember what? I mean, I was still very tender, but then I love watching football because I'm a footballer as well. And you remember what Taribo West did say? Yeah. Taribo West once, I don't know if I should say it, but Taribo West did say clearly.
No, if he said it, why not?
No, Taribo West said, if you take monkeys to the World Cup, they will give you a result of a chimpanzee. I mean, at the end of the day, that was what Super Eagles gave us in that World Cup. So, Austin J.J. Okocha has seen this. He has been there. He's played this game. He understands from the very start of the whistle to the end of the 90 minutes what needs to be done. So, Super Eagles, not just J.J. Okocha, understanding the mentality of these boys. We want to see these boys go there, don the green, white, green jersey, and get us the result at the end of the day and come out unscathed. Very important.
We got ourselves in this situation. That's true.
Yes.
All right, Esa.
I actually go with him for what he actually said because for the Super Eagles squad right now, each and everyone are really hungry because they want to make name from themselves for them to be at the World Cup. I believe with the passion they have in camp right now, I believe in the next few days when the team actually help, I believe the team will actually go for the win against Gabon.
So everybody believes the team will win. We're just believing. Are you for being Nigerian here? Are you being biased, sentimental? Is it fact? Because I like to say this, while we are preparing as well, we need to understand that what's it called? The Gabonese, the Panthers, are also preparing so well. So when you say Nigeria, okay, what's the difference between Nigeria and the Gabonese?
I mean, when you go to Gabon now, every Gabonese fan wants to tell you the same thing. The sport journalists will tell you that the Gabonese fans are positive, they are aiming high, and they are looking to beat the Super Eagles at the end of the day. They've got their hands full as well. I mean, just like the Super Eagles, we've got our hands full, and we need to go out there, just like the Gabonese too. They need to go out there to do the same thing like we want to do to them. Like Osimhen rightly did say, like I said, Osimhen said, "Mo go there, mo go play waiting we don't fit. Waiting we never play before, mo go play. And waiting we go there, go do." So I'm not just being Nigerian as a sporting fan. I just want us, the Super Eagles, as a Nigerian too. I just want us to go there and get those results.
If let's talk about this. What's the word? What says in Pidgin, Nigeria vernacular? I like to say, not be first to report for case Abi, for police cases, sometimes.
No first guy behind the case.
Yeah, no first report. So let's say this, right? If you go back to this video, I'm just trying to think about the A and the B. I don't want to just conclude and say, being a Nigerian, what am I going to say? Optimistic. I'm very hand-crossed here. I would say Nigeria will make it to the World Cup. While other teams have qualified automatically, we're going through this phase. It sounds like the second coming of Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. But if you go back to this video tomorrow, Insua, and also Nestor, and you see this video and Nigeria happen not to make it to the World Cup, how would you feel?
Wow. It's got to be heartbreaking, heart-wrenching for me.
Is it going to be believable?
It's not. See, I keep saying something. I mean, I'm growing up to become a better sport journalist at the end of the day, but I'm trying to understand something. Football, like they rightly did say, will humble you. So if at the end of the day, Gabon gets to beat us or to peep us like whatever, I mean, I'll come back here and say, I mean, these guys, they deserved it. If they really did play very well and, I mean, they get the result. But one thing I'm sticking my head out for is the Super Eagles as a Nigerian, we are going out because we know what's at stake there. On that night, we are coming out with that result. So I'm not gonna put my head in regret and say, these boys, they're no try. So let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, so the game is stated, you already know, for Thursday, 5 p.m. Nigerian time, but you have on your screen Nigeria Gabon head-to-head record and how far it's been. Nigeria 2-0, 1-1, 1-1, 3-0, 0-0. It's really been in favor of Nigeria. And if you go by the stats, this playoff, like to tell you, there's no extra time. We're heading straight to the penalty shootout. This what you have on your screen, will it count? The head-to-head says Nigeria is in favor.
For the head-to-head, I believe we are going through. Because I believe the momentum in the camp right now, because they actually know that this is the last hope that they have.
The only hope.
The only hope that they have. If they cannot beat Gabon to qualify in the final stage, they actually know that is the end of the road for them for the World Cup.
Is there any team you're anticipating to have? Democratic Republic of Congo or you want the Cameroon?
For me.
Are you selecting?
No, I'm not selecting.
So bring it on.
For me, I'll prefer Cameroon.
Why?
Because with the situation in Cameroon right now, the situation in camp in Cameroon right now, they are not really happy at the moment. I believe if Nigeria actually meets DR Congo, it's going to be a very, very, very tough task for us.
Okay, but Gabon is walking the park.
Yes.
Just like that.
No.
You said no.
I'm never, Kizike, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Gabon is going to be a walk or a stroll.
Because he's saying now, he selected it. He already knows that he's walk, just come and get the result and then.
We're going to fight for that result at the end of the day, truth be told. But you see the game, I would want us to play, like he rightly did say, I prefer us playing Cameroon because head-to-head in the past few times we've met Cameroonians, I think we've beaten them, we've pipped them, either 1 goal or 2-0. So I would love us to play Cameroon if by chance we qualify for this playoff at the end of the day.
All right, so if by chance, let's quickly go on and tell them more about the Super Eagles. Report says no visas for Super Eagles fans. Funny to say, a plan to fly out as many as 200 fans to share the Super Eagles victory at the World Cup playoff has been truncated due to issues of getting them entry visas to Morocco. An official disclosed the plan is off because of problems of securing the fans' visas into Morocco. It's now hoped that the Nigerian embassy will mobilize Nigerian students and residents in Rabat to share the Super Eagles at the World Cup playoff. Nigeria will begin their playoff campaign on Thursday against Gabon. I already told you the kickoff time. We've told you rather it's 5 p.m. If this happens to work, absolutely a bad news, because Supporters Club of Nigeria, that's an association, and we've learned that they are now merged. Now, according to the NSC, that point. Now, if it happens that we can't get these visas into Morocco, Rabat to be exact, and you have to rally around Rabat, how many Nigerians are in Morocco? See, trust me, Nigerians are everywhere. I saw Nigeria in Qatar, Nigeria in Latvia, Nigeria is in Oman, all of these countries, Luxembourg, Nigerians are everywhere because we do hustle, you know what I'm saying? No, they only care, no, they should come for pocket, you know what I'm saying? See, now pocket, when money full, find pocket, and the things are. You see, all of this are very clear. If you look at Nigerians, you know we want to be everywhere, we hustle a lot. But if you have to rally around and get students from schools, hostels, and just to see this game, some of them are never love football. So it means you have to force them to support Spike. Do you get my point? So if this happens to be true, what message should be sent to the Nigerian embassy and also to the NFF?
Okay, I'm believing rightly at the end of the day, the Nigerian embassy will have to, if this doesn't work, they will, like they said, they will gather up some students, bring in some Nigerians over there, and then tell them to, not just telling them, I believe they will have to give them some momentum, some training at the end of the day. Yeah,
within a
they will
short
have to
time.
train them. I mean, we don't have any choice. I mean, this is the playoff for crying out loud. They will have to talk to them. The training might just be an hour training. See, when you get there, you know what we do best. I mean, give us one go. All we are saying. I mean, at the end of the day, we might get that goal that we
We might get, but this is disappointing, right?
Very, very disappointing for the Morocco and the Nigerian embassy. I believe with what I actually go with Mosul, I believe they have to rally on to the Nigerian residents in Morocco to come and share the Super Eagles to victory come Thursday.
All right, come Thursday today. Quickly, let's tell you why that game is coming soon. We need to be very, very, very careful. We need to be very careful. And while we wait, anticipate the very big game, the biggest Mondial, the FIFA World Cup. That's, if it's football you talk about, then you've known that you could see vividly that we've shifted our attentions basically on the Super Eagles World Cup hopes. And the report says, how do I sleep if Nigeria doesn't make it to the World Cup? Because the last time you recall 2022 in Qatar, when Messi stole the show, Nigeria was not part of that very World Cup. So if this happens, it will be consecutively twice that the Super Eagles, who are World Cup favorites, and I mean favorite, I'm talking about participants, will be ruled out of this very one. And like Riley said, some of our key players are aged. As our 2030 to talk about, most of them must have retired. So it would not be good for us. And Eric Chell himself knows before he took up this job, the yardstick, right? The vital one, the possession is take the Super Eagles to the World Cup. I'm not saying if Nigeria fails to make it to the World Cup, they should let him go. I'm not saying so. I think he has something to offer for Morocco, the Nations Cup coming in December 21. But regardless, the World Cup is a priority of Nigerians right now. And every Nigerian, like I said, was it on last week? I was on the show where we had our chief reporter, Matthew Okonswada. We connected to him away from here. What was going on in Lagos, right here in Uroshoki. And you know about that, that doesn't sound good to talk about. And when you news like this, it doesn't make any sense to be talking about. When I mean talk about the media, it's got to say we must bring it out, but it doesn't sound good for the nation. We still talk about, what's the name? The president, sorry, with due respect, of USA. And I said to people on the Lamba show, and I said, if to see Donald Trump, they won't agree me, I could go watch CNN, I could see him. But now I don't need to on my television if I go to see US president. It's just everywhere. So if everything looks to be nice, I don't think we should be talking about him. But what does the World Cup do? What does football do? It unites the world. It brings the world together. It brings that unity. And trust me, this game doesn't respect you for wherever you are. The game brings you together. The game is beautiful. And what does the game do? It doesn't care about if you're from Asaba, Isoko, Kwale, anywhere on the Delta side. You're from Ondo, you're from Shagamu, you're from Lagos, you're from Nazareth, Taraba. Just come on. It's a game that unites the world. So we want to see Nigeria at the World Cup. And for me, it's not even about the media gigs that you'll be getting for yourself. If we don't make it to the World Cup, it will be so disappointing. And how bad it is that players, the likes of Osimhen, will have to sit back home and watch their colleagues play on television. That's how bad it is for USA, Canada, Mexico, the World Cup coming up 2026. But wrapping up on the show quickly, let's talk about open confession. Super Eagles man, JJ Kocha is in the news again, and he has described the Nigerian squad to the 2002 FIFA World Cup in Korea, Japan as the weakest national team he ever played for, linking the country's football decline to the controversial disbandment of the Super Eagles after the 2002 African Cup of Nations AFCON in Mali. Now, speaking to the latest edition of the Exchange podcast you have on your screen, hosted by Femi Sonoye, which began training on Sunday, JJ Kocha offered a rare and candid reflection on what he believes marked a turning point in Nigerian football fortunes. Nigerian football started declining after the Nations Cup in 2002. Okocha said the team was disbanded and some of us were later called back. But in my opinion, the World Cup we had at that point, we had the weakest squad I've ever played in. Look at your screen, you have some of those players. Lokoloko is there. I think Femi Fabomi is there. Taribo West, Justice, what's the name? Now, look at this. This is David Beckham. This World Cup was intriguing to watch. You know, the likes of Soje, the likes of Udeze, Okocha, and Vincent Tayama. This team, 2002, I recall Senegal stole the show against France. And Papi Boba Diop, I think it's late today of blessed memory.
Yes.
I will not forget
with the jersey, rolling his jersey, yeah.
The Diop, what's the name? All those players, Papa Diop, Henry Kamara, they had a quality team. Aliou Cisse, I like that team.
Coach of the
but
team
this thing the coach is saying now, reflect 2002, how many years ago, and bringing it back to the national team that we have now. Different squad.
Now, I mean, different squad. Before the Nations Cup, I mean, I think was it Shaibu Amudu that took us to the Nations Cup, and we came out third, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? I mean, after that Nations Cup, we're doing well prior to the World Cup. I mean, all of a sudden, while we qualified for the World Cup, I mean, NFA brought in
NFA at that point.
NFA at that point.
Yeah.
And they brought in a certain Onigbide. Then he was working with the FIFA team at that point in time. They brought him to come man the job. At the end of the day, like I did say rightly, what Taribo West said, he said, when you take baboons to the World Cup, they will give you results. The spectacular match we had in that World Cup was against Sweden. We thought because I was still very much in school, NMS, Nigerian Military School then. I thought we won that game because the whole school was shouting, Agahowa. I remember there in Super Sport, after Agahowa got that goal, it was a cross from Joseph Yobo, where he headed in that ball. I remember was it John Champion that said, Agahowa on and on and on and on and on. He said one of the classic goals of the World Cup. And at the end of the day, Lassen.
Yeah, go to see, Henrik Lassen, you remember Lassen in Swedish. Go to see you remember 2002 actually, a great team we had then. And that's, well, we'll not forget the post-goal shot, you know. And well saved by Ayama. But, you know, what JJ has said, how good is this?
Yes, if you actually, for some few months ago, Sunday Oliseh actually says so.
Right.
About the team actually disbanded, the team that actually qualified Nigeria to the World Cup was different from the team that make the final. So because the team actually have issue, the top player in the national team that went to the 2020 for the Nations Cup actually have issue with the
I think Oliseh was dropped.
Yes.
And Oliseh, I don't know, I did not. Yeah. So, but if, no, JJ, I think JJ was part of that one.
JJ was part, but
Oliseh was dropped. Now, if you look at that squad, whose faults, who should really hold responsible? We're just doing the throwback quickly. Who should be held responsible? Let's even know if this NFA then has started from the onset.
It's like Puff Daddy rightly did say, it's been a long time coming. I mean, we saw it at the end of the day because, see, I don't want to put blames on those big boys.
Right.
The likes of Fini, the likes of JJ Okocha, Oliseh. I mean, these guys are great players. They qualified us for the World Cup. I mean, blessed memory. The other that defender that died in the US some years back. I mean, 2-3 years ago. We lost a defender then in the US. I mean, what's that his name again? Is it Uche Okafor?
Okafor is late now.
He's late, yeah? So, I mean, those guys were top-notch at the end of the day. After qualifying the Super Eagles for the World Cup, all of a sudden, NFA just came in, stepped in, and just brought in Onigbide. So I would want to hold a certain Onigbide and NFA responsible.
For that,
because, I mean, you just wake up one morning, you just see because Ogbeche scored do bicycle kick, and you just take him to the World Cup.
Well, let's keep that aside. Ogbeche plays for Paris Saint-Germain that time, so you know, and we had a very, very good team. Let's not lie. But it was bound to say this bandman of a team. But quickly, guys, let's go. We have to go now. Inswa, I'd like to hold you responsible. I don't know, for a radio show. You join 5 p.m. Are you going to be available? No, that's the one. No on TV. How about you? Tell me.
Like I did say, I'll be here.
I'll be here. So, guys, thank you so much. We can do this another time. Thank you so much for making it a worthwhile moment on the show. We really appreciate you. Yes, this is us calling the close right here on the Special Public Show. And you know how we love to do. We have the media news coming up next, and that's for 12. Please don't go anywhere. We have other interesting programs coming your way right here on the best place to be, Voice of the People Television. Yes, this is me signing out. I love to say this. You know, I remain that man without the jersey. Don't mind this muffler, and I'm out. Peace.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina. Okay, Chiku.
And I am Chioma Innocent. First, we'll bring you the headlines. APC, PDP, Labour Party, and ADC reject Anambra election results.
CP praises residents for maintaining peace.
Army rescues NYSC and INEC officials in Oka.
Troop rescues 86 arrests 29 terror suspects in Borno.
In business, Lagos State launches 200 billion naira bond offer.
In the world of sports, Super Eagles camp opens in Morocco with 10 arrivals.
And in the world of entertainment, Ned Nwoko alleges syndicate targeting him through Regina.
Now on the news in details. The candidates of the APC, PDP, ADC and Labour Party have rejected the outcome of the Anambra governorship election, alleging widespread violence and vote buying. According to results announced by the returning officer Vice-Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Eidoga Omorige, Governor Charles Chukwumisoludo of the All Progressives Grand Alliance ABGA won with 422,664 votes.
Bright Omorige, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Vice Chancellor University of Benin, hereby certified that I am the returning officer the 2025 Anambra State governorship election held on the 8th day of November 2025. I also certify that the election was contested and that the winner emerged. The candidate with the highest number of votes cast and percentage have all been completed. I therefore declare that Soludo Charles Chukwuma of the APGA, having satisfied the requirement of the law and scored the highest number of votes in this election, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected.
Prince Nicholas Ukocheko, who came second with 99,445 votes, described the election as deeply flawed. Speaking to journalists in Oka, he said he would consult with party stakeholders before announcing his next move, while commending the media for fair coverage. ADC candidate John Nwosu, who pulled 8,208 votes, called the exercise a national embarrassment, alleging open cash inducement of voters ranging from 3,000 naira to 20,000 naira. They say such acts rob the poll of legitimacy. Labour Party's George Moghalu also rejected the results, citing irregularities, including reports of minor votings. In a statement, the ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi accused INEC and its official of turning a blind eye to voter inducement. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu congratulated Governor Soludo, describing his victory as a testament to visionary leadership and the progress Anambra has made under him. The president also praised INEC chairman Joash Amopiton for what observers called a credible election, urging continued improvement of Nigeria's electoral process. Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru and Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun also congratulated Chukwuma Charles Soludo, saying his re-election reflects the people's confidence in his leadership. Governor Soludo, in his acceptance speech in Oka, Anambra State, hailed the exercise as the best ever conducted by INEC in the state. He extended a hand of fellowship to his opponents, pledging to work with them for Anambra's development.
Of intentions if the security agencies didn't come through. I must commend all the security forces, the Nigerian police, the army, the DSS, the civil defense, the Navy, and our own local security force, the Agoda Chamber. They all came through. Agoda Chamber sidelines, but making sure that the borders also fully secure. I think by being very impartial and ensuring that due process be done, they were able to thwart even the major efforts of some forces that wanted to cause mayhem. But even on this, I also recognize not with sadness, the sad news of some hoodlums that went to a community, Zukala, just on the outskirts, the border with Imo. And we understand they came from across the border, caused mayhem, and even killed one of our supporters and a councillor who had just voted and was heading home. Busted him and shot him dead. That's a councillor, an Apga chieftain at the border there. Very unfortunate. May his soul rest in peace. And the security forces, say big kudos, because without you, it would have been difficult to have free, fair, transparent.
Meanwhile, the Socioeconomic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has given INEC a 7-day ultimatum to refer all allegations of vote buying and undue influence to anti-graft agencies for investigation.
Finally, in a related development, the Lagos State chapter of the All Progressives Congress has praised the President Bola Tinubu for defending Nigeria's democracy by staying neutral in Saturday's Anambra governorship election. Party spokesman Sheye Oladejo said Tinubu's stance shows his commitment to credible elections and deepening democracy. Oladejo added that the president's non-interference reinforced his reputation as a true Democrat and boosted public confidence in the electoral process. He also commended INEC for conducting a transparent election.
Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Ikoye Orotogona, has commended residents and community leaders for helping maintain peace during Saturday's governorship election. In a statement by the command's public relations officer, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, Orotogo also thanked sister security agencies, INEC officials, traditional rulers, and youth groups for their support in ensuring a hitch-free poll. He said the peaceful conduct was achieved through collective effort and effective coordination among stakeholders, which allowed voters to exercise their rights in a safe environment. The commissioner also praised officers of the command for their professionalism and reaffirmed the police commitment to maintaining law and order across the state.
In the meantime, the Nigerian army has dismissed a viral video claiming military involvement in electoral malpractice in Anambra State. Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, Deputy Director of Army Public Relations, said soldiers were deployed solely to rescue NYC and INEC officials held hostage by suspected political thugs during Saturday's governorship election. The army confirmed that all officials were safely escorted to the INEC office, allowing collation to continue. It described the viral video as misleading and stressed that the intervention was strictly humanitarian, aimed at protecting lives and safeguarding the electoral process.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television, and joining us to give further insight on the just concluded Anambra State governorship election is Clem Agoye, who is a barrister and also a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Clem Agoye.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you join today's Midday News. Quite interesting, the long-awaited day. We've been talking about the preparation towards the Anambra State governorship election. It's done and dusted. So how will you assess the credibility and transparency of the Anambra State governorship election that happened on Saturday?
The much talked about November 8th Anambra governorship election has come and has gone. And a winner has been declared and has emerged, and the incumbent governor was declared the winner of the election, not just by the people, but also by INEC. To a very much extent, I was involved in the election because I'm in Anambra State, and I also monitored the election, at least within my own community. The election, to a very large extent, was an improvement of past election that have been held in the state, and the election was very transparent and credible. The process was simple and seamless. The voting commenced in many polling stations between the hours of 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. and the election closed between the hours of 2:30 and 3 p.m. depending on if they are still having voters online. Where there was no more voters coming, they shut down at exactly 2:30 to 3 p.m. and votes were counted openly before all the party agents and the people that were there. The ballot box was emptied before the people, and the votes were counted. And the number of votes counted were entered into the form EC8 forms and collected. And what was entered into the Beavers machine, IRV portal, was exactly what was counted and uploaded instantly to the IRV portal. That was what happened. And before 9 p.m., we already have about 93% of the results uploaded in INEC portal, because these things are being done instantly at real time. So the election was transparent. There are minor breaches reported in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 areas, not very significant to characterize the election as being disrupted. But those minor breaches shows the human element also in whatever that is made by man. It wasn't 100%. There was no glitches. Beavers worked very efficiently. Beavers worked almost like 95% efficient in this election, and upload was instant and timely. That was why.
All right then.
Yeah.
Thank you,
the election was transparent and credible.
All right. I recall speaking with you on the day this election happened, and I asked you about allegations of vote buying, but you said you did not witness or experience that in the polling unit where you voted. Right now, several major political parties have rejected the result. This is something that we see to be very common in the Nigerian political sphere. Would you say this is because they prepared very well, or they were not part of the people who tried to buy votes, and they're trying to accuse the winning candidate of being heavily invested in vote buying, especially with the promise that Governor Chukwuma Soludo made to give the LGA with the highest vote for APGA about 10 million naira?
See, my sister, this in Africa, let me put it this way: anybody that dies must have been killed by a particular witch or somebody in their village. In Africa, or Nigeria in particular, nobody fails an election. When you fail, you must find somebody to blame or something to blame. When people keep talking about this incident of vote buying, I am telling you that I went around the polling units, at least 25 polling units in my community. I did not see visibly with my eyes anybody buying votes and selling votes. And you have media men that monitor the election. Did they see anybody that was buying and selling votes brazenly in the public? The answer is no. I did not see such reports. If it ever happened, maybe 1 or 2 places. If there were promises made to voters during the campaign, this is not vote buying. It is a way of enticing voters for them to come out and vote.
When you say that,
that's enticement, not vote buying.
Exactly.
Then.
When you say it's not vote buying, and must it happen on the day of the election? Why not happen another day? Must it be on that day that people are out there to cast their ballot?
I said, listen to me carefully. Because you mentioned the governor said the highest local government that won, that he will give them a prize for winning. What is wrong in setting a prize to members of your party to energize their base? Go out there and fight for votes.
This is coming from somebody who happens to be an incumbent. Now, when you say nothing is wrong with such, now at this point in time, Barrister Claire Magoye, are you saying that? Are you also alluding that we are not going to see the public fund being used for such actually to be done or to be carried out?
My dear sister, I am an academic. In the academics, we set prizes. In sports, we set prizes for the best. In research, we set prizes for the best. In Nobel Peace Prize, we set prizes that motivate people to achieve their best. This is not vote buying. Vote buying is when I pay you for you to vote for me on the election day. That's I'm buying your vote. That is vote buying. If I promise you good governance, if I promise you good administration, if I promise you better leadership, if I come to your community and promise you hospitals, if I tell you, look, if I win your community, I'm going to do this for you, how is it vote buying? I mean, come off it.
Now, Barrister Clem, the question I asked earlier still remains this way. Barrister Clem, how are we going to see the governor of a state, governor elected by the people of a state, be able to carry out that particular monetary gift to only party members who are supposed to actually work generally for the people of the state? Are we cherry picking or who are going to benefit from the activities or even the benefits or dividend of democracy in Anambra State?
Of Anambra State, I will repeat, did not ask anybody to go and buy votes for him. The governor of Anambra State did not ask you to go and snatch the ballot box and run with it and grab it and run. He simply encouraged his own base to go out there, turn out in mass and vote. They're the highest people that get the highest number. I will reward them. Reward system is encouraged, even in my home. I told my daughter, if you get me 8 distinctions, I'll give you 1 million naira. Before she took her WAEC, it motivated her to start reading day and night, to put more effort in her education. So let us not misdirect all these things. The governor said, if you give me the highest vote, I will do this for you. That is not vote buying. Every political party has a way of encouraging and exciting their base. Election is about winning a number of people that vote for you. Even if you are the more popular person and people didn't come out to vote for you on the election day, you will lose the election. And we were firing voters apart. And I'm telling you that these things are, even in America.
It's interesting how we shall repeat on what we call inducement and what we also call vote buying. Now, when you say that that is not vote buying, Barrister Clems, the question to ask now is this. How then is the governor going to be able to pay this money without, recall that he is a public figure elected by everybody, or rather the people of Anambra State, to represent their interests. So why are we seeing this particular call or this particular, according to you, reward now going to party members to start with using? Because some people are saying that how is it going to foot out this without going into touching public fund and all that? Recall he also made the same statement during the by-election also in that state.
Ask me another question, because this question is irrelevant. Because I've told you and I repeated it. And I'm very honest to you and open about
how irrelevant is it being accountable to people for public fund?
Why would the governor touch public fund to reward people that voted for him? Doesn't he have his own money? Didn't you see people donating 50 million, 350 million, 100 million, 200 million to the governor during his campaign tours? Is he going to put those money in his pocket? It is money that is meant to service the political machine and engines and service the party. There's nothing there. Why would he touch government money to go and pay these people with 1 million naira or 2 million naira? Let us look for better things to talk about. Please, if you have another question, you ask me.
You say something about you not seeing anything that has to do with vote buying during the election because you participated actively during it. But now, looking at the front cover page of the National Dailies today, we also have reports that says EFCC arrested 3 candidates for vote buying, as the case may be, even though we're getting another report from the reg dismissing claims of vote buying in the state. And then in a particular local government, which I believe you once happened to be the chairman of, there were also stories, or rather information about people, receiving 1 or 2 during the election. I'm talking about Njikoka local government area.
I'm telling you that there may be incidents of vote transaction, but these are very insignificant in the places where they occurred. That in the whole of Anambra State, you arrested 1 person or 2 persons for the incident of vote buying. Is that enough to say that they are general vote buying? It is not. It is not. And I said, if you have the media covered these things, the one that you saw in the media covered it. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And if this has happened, of course, the security agencies where it happened arrested 1 or 2 persons. That is to show you that it is happened in a place. Doesn't mean it happened everywhere. And that is not enough to mischaracterize the election. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't brazen. It wasn't significant. Anything made by man will have the human error. I'm not saying there was no vote buying because I'm not God. I'm not everywhere. But I did not see, even in the media, I did not see where there are pay me, I give you, like hawking votes or marketing votes. Maybe if they did it discreetly. I did not see. At my age and my profession, I believe in evidence. I will not talk on what I did not see and what I cannot stand by to verify, no matter who is involved in it. My principle does not change because of who is involved. I saw the picture that you're talking about of one fair young man that was arrested with a carton with money inside. That is one case. Please, is there any other cases that make it generalized? The other time I spoke with you on this platform, the lady that was there that said that she said they were giving food vouchers. Excuse me, who using food voucher in the remote state like Anambra State? Who accept food voucher? I just said most of these things are just exaggerated out of context. There may be some disruptions. I'm not arguing about that. There may be some hitches. I'm not arguing about that. But are there significant? I had you when you were making your news where they say that all the political parties rejected the election. That's not correct. Peter Obi of Labour Party already congratulated the governor. Does that mean rejection?
Peter Obi is not the party. Peter Obi is just a member of the particular party. But anyway, that happens to be the next question. I wanted to ask you.
Let me start answering you the next question. Let me start answering you that. The Labour Party candidate did not have agents in the polling units in my community. No single party agent. And you are talking about being. Did he campaign? Where did he have his rally throughout the campaign? Labour Party. Where did he have one single campaign during the election? And you want to win. You printed poster, put your name, your head, and Peter Obi's head on the poster. And expecting to do the magic. He did not do the magic. Then the ADC did not have a single party agent in almost all the polling units. How do you expect him? Is he a serious candidate? Did he campaign? Can you give me a campaign clip? The APC was doing their flag off a week to the election. That was when they are doing their inauguration and flag off of the election. A political party that is doing flag off a week to the election, how do you expect them to have boots on the ground to be able to win an election? They even tried to get 99,000 votes. Let me tell you, I'm proud of Nicolas Okachukwu, but I didn't even know that they would get 10,000 votes because he's flagging off his election a week to the election. But Apuga has something to give. They already have an incumbent governor, which gives them 60% advantage. The governor has people in places. The party have been the party in the state for the past how many years? Almost like 20-something years. The party has been there. The governor has worked and performed. He has appointees everywhere. The party is on the ground and active. He campaigned in all the 21 local governments. He campaigned in all the 345 communities. What are we talking? In all the communities in Anambra State. And the party themselves campaigned in almost every ward in the state. All the 346 wards, they campaigned. Why wouldn't they win? Did the other parties put that so much effort? How do you expect to win? The journalists should be able to ask people critical questions. Ask APC, when did they do their flag off for their campaign? A week to the election. That was when they did their flag off. ADC, did you even campaign at all? So can you send us video clips of where you campaigned? Do you have any energy on the ground to win an election? This election was Soludo's election to win or lose, and he was elected to win. There was no opponent without opposition. And so why would people be making mool out of a mountain? INEC did their best in this very election. If INEC can be performing the same way they perform in Anambra, nobody will be disputing the election. And I bet you on this program that I'm speaking to you, nobody will go to court because of this election because they know the people spoke.
Right. You said yes, this was Governor Chukwuma Soludo's election to win or lose, right?
And he started to win it, and he won it because he had no position. He had no opponent.
So the people of Anambra State are very happy with their governor and have returned him for a second term. We saw when he went to the polling unit on election day, he went to vote, and one of our analysts right there pointed out that his cap had an insignia that other people around there also had. But that's not where we're going. When you say you're not expecting any of these political parties to go to court because they did not put up a serious fight against the incumbent, how do you know they will not go to court? They've already come out to let us know that they reject the outcome of this election. So yes, we might see some people going to court, even though nothing may come out of it.
If I want to make a media headline, I will start blaring the kind of things that are blaring. If I want to make a media headline or sensation, I will start parroting what they are parroting. I said, I'm telling you now on the national TV that they will not go to court because they know the truth. On what basis are you going to court? That the people voted for you? Or that INEC manipulated the election? There must be a basis now. But if they want to hire a lawyer that will take some money from them, they can come and hire me.
When you're asking on what basis would they go to court,
That's
we
what
learned
basis.
that in a particular local government, Ihiala local government to be precise, there were also videos making its way on social media that the election results was not available, especially at Ward 013. And then according to the information out there, even the INEC official there does not even know where the results were. Isn't that more like a thing to bring up while trying to contest the result of the election, knowing that not just that particular polling unit, other units actually, I'm talking about polling units in that particular local government, does not have the result sheet. Yet, people were standing to cast their vote, and somewhere else, more like people were writing the result of the election.
A video where I saw the video you're talking about. Donald Amambo was visiting pool by pool, asking for election results. Donald Amambo was the ADC candidate in the last senatorial election, and is now a member of APC. And eventually, I saw another video that apprehended an INEC official that they said that is that made away with the results. And the people that apprehended the INEC official were APGA members that apprehended the INEC official asking for the results. You also saw a viral video where the deputy governor of Anambra State is of APGA confronting a military officer of interfering in election result. So let me tell you, all these things that you see, all the tension that comes to the election, they are not quite significant disruptions. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If 2 or 3 polling units, of course, didn't have the result sheet, it is wrong. The result sheet should be there. But I'm telling you that people that apprehended the INEC official in the video that I saw that made the run again were APGA members who apprehended the returning officer, accusing APC of being the one that was responsible for the disappearance of the ballot sheet. The deputy governor that you saw confronting a military officer, which you heard in your distance, is APGA deputy governor, and is harassing or questioning the military officer. What involvement does the military have to do in the election collection room of INEC? These are the things that I tell you that comes with all this person is accusing this person. But I've analyzed it on my own, from my own dispassionate fair-mindedness. And I see that most of these things were tensions that come from election. And number 2, they are not significant. They are not significant because what we're looking at significant compliance of the electoral process. Was there significant compliance? There are at least 90% compliance in the electoral process. The election was not with violence. There may be one incident of violence here and there. Is that enough to mischaracterize the election? And I said, if election will be conducted in Nigeria, the same way Anambra State election was conducted, that results can be uploaded from the polling units instantly as they were being counted down to the IRV. If they can do that in presidential election, who will go to court? That's why I said, on what basis? What basis will you go to court?
All right,
that
then,
there was no result sheet in 2 polling units, you're in court. I mean, you have money to waste and time to waste.
Okay, Barrister, I want to ask you a question about your assessment of Governor Soludo's administration for his particular tenure and the one that is coming. Quite a number of Anambrarians and indeed Nigerians were not happy with him due to the actions of the security outfit he created. I'm talking about Agune Chamber. They've been seen on video more than once harassing innocent citizens, students and corps members. Will you expect that with the outcry, he will phase out this security outfit? Would you expect him to do better for the people of Anambra State with this, his second tenure?
Will have costed Soludo. This election that was just held was the issue of insecurity in Anambra State. I want you to understand that. The introduction of Agune Chamber we were able to restore normalcy in Anambra State and give us a sense of a determined fellow, determined to curb insecurity in the state. That is why, if you look at 2021, when he won the election with 112,000 votes. On this his re-election, he won with 426,000. Don't you see an improvement? Don't you see a remarkable improvement in the people's confidence in him? The election was a referendum. It was a revalidation of his performance, which he has performed very well. People knew the truth. Forget about media propagandas. Those of us who were on ground knew very, very well that the election was a déjà vu, was almost a toss-up. But again, it's a democracy, they are bound to be contest. But and again, there are gaps, there are areas of improvement. Will it Soludo disband Agune Chamber? The answer is no. He will improve. Agune Chamber will have to improve in their conduct and in their activities because they are valuable. We cannot go back to Egypt. We cannot go back to the era of insecurity in Anambra State. And the last thing I will encourage him to do is to allow Anambra slip back in the hands of the hoodlums. Rather, he will strengthen the security architecture in the state. The police will be more strengthened and invigorated to do their work. If the police were doing their work and they are doing effectively and efficiently, if we have enough policemen manning the state, there will be no Agune Chamber. It was an emergency creation. And once those emergency levels are finished, people will go back to the community level of providing their own community security. So that is that's the whole thing. There have been improvement. And I'm expecting also that the governor will consolidate on the achievement that he has made in the past 4 years. He's now going to consolidate and do more because some of the projects that he commenced, some of the roads that he's building has not been completed. I still need to complete them. I still need to tie the knots and then institutionalize this Dubai-Taiwan. Because that Dubai-Taiwan that he promised us is achievable. And he must lay the solid foundation and institutionalize it in a way that no matter who comes to power, no matter the government that comes to power, that government will continue on that line. It doesn't matter the political party. Anambra must be put on a track that we are going to be incrementally progressing towards achieving a Dubai and a Taiwan. And the only way he can do that is to make everybody in Anambra State embrace that policy, that vision that Anambra can rise and become a Dubai of Africa and a Taiwan of Africa. It is a dream, it's a vision. I bought into it myself. I believe in it. And it is left for him now to make it, to put it in such a way, create it in such a way that anybody in Anambra State, whether you are a councillor, whether you are a local government chairman, whether you are even a reverend father in the church, whatever you are, a traditional ruler, you key into the Dubai-Taiwan vision so that if you go into office, you are able to deliver on that, the progress that you will continue to be making.
All right, Barrister.
That consistency
my final question to you for today is, the first 100 days, we know it is very critical for any administration. So what would you expect the governor to focus on in his first 100 days in office?
As I'm speaking to you, the governor is in the office. He's not celebrating his re-election. He's in the office. He's working.
So he's carrying on work as usual.
Work as usual. He's in the office as I'm speaking to you. And he is determined, he's intentional to deliver on his election promises. And he knows that, look, with 426,000 people re-electing you, which is about 73% of voters that voted, you cannot disappoint them. And he must live up to his name. A first-class economist, a professor, former governor of Central Bank. People are looking up to him. And he understood that. And he cannot afford to leave Anambra worse than he met it. He cannot even afford to leave Anambra on the average. Anambra is going to rise and skyrocket. Let me tell you, I'll put him in my prayers and I'll continue to encourage him and encourage oppositions. Join hands with him. Let us build a better Anambra State.
Thank you.
The effort I'm making myself is also an effort to build a better Anambra State. It's not for any reason. It's because I believe Anambra can be better. You can be an example and a role model for that state to copy in Nigeria. I know it's not going to be a magic. I know that it's not going to be a magic, but it's going to be a project that is sustained and achieved through discipline, determination, and consistency. Without that, we cannot get where we're going to. So that's why even I championed his re-election, so that we don't have a disruption. Why the people key into the ideas? And I'm sure that's why the people also bought into it. That is why he got 426,000 votes. Thank you, that is not ordinary voting.
All right, then. We seem to be having some network interruptions there, but we do thank you for your thoughts and your opinions and for joining us on the analysis segment of the news, of the midday news, rather. Today, we'll take a short break, and when we return, troops rescue 86, arrest 29 terror suspects in Borno State. These and more stories right after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Troops of Operation Hadinkai have rescued 86 kidnapped victims and fought a terrorist ambush during coordinated operations in Borno State. The media information officer for the operation, Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba, confirmed this in a statement. He said the military high command commended the troops for their gallantry and professionalism, urging them to sustain the momentum to deny terrorists freedom of action in the northeast.
This report says that the House of Representatives Committee on University Education has expressed concern over the poor condition of the access roads leading to Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the Alvan Ikoko Federal University of Education in Imo State. Chairman of the committee, Abubakar Fulata, made this known after an oversight visit to the universities in the southeast. He urged the Federal Ministry of Works and Education, as well as the Imo State government, to urgently fix the roads. Fulata also revealed that Futo's management is struggling to fund campus security and has appealed for federal government support to outsource the service.
Now, the U.S. government has introduced new immigration rules that could block visas and green cards for foreign nationals with chronic health conditions, including diabetes, heart disease, cancer, and other long-term illnesses. The policy issued under President Trump's administration expands the definition of public charge, people likely to rely on government assistance. A State Department cable tells visa officers to flag applicants whose medical care could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Conditions cited include heart and lung disease, cancer, neurological and metabolic disorders, mental health issues, and obesity, which is linked to costly complications like asthma and hypertension. Previously, visa medical checks focused on communicable diseases such as tuberculosis. This new directive marks a major shift, putting chronic illnesses at the center of immigration eligibility.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on under a quick break and we'll come back. Business, sports, and entertainment story will come up next. Welcome back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. Family feud and well wishes gathered in Lagos to celebrate the life of the late Chief Alfred Bolonduro Una-Agbile. The event highlighted his compassion and the last impact he made on those around him. Voice of the People's correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has more on this report.
Serve others. The late Chief Alfred Bolonduro Una-Agbile, or Hidiave, was described as a father to many, a philanthropist who opened his home and his heart to anyone in need. From the selfless spirit came a shared vision to honor his memory through something lasting.
My dad kept appearing to me that we have not recognized him. I'm number 12 in a family of 21. And you keep coming to me. I'm not owing you, guy. You know, even when he was sick, I was there to the last moment. So he now told me that it's not who is owing me, it is who I call. So I didn't look at what I have, I started to look at what we need. And started to ask God to provide the need.
The family has now launched a lovely AB foundation focused on supporting people living with dementia and sickle cell disorder, two conditions that have touched the family personally.
In my village, Onwan, we're looking at Onwan first because I told my sister, I said, so many people want accountability. They want everybody to look at them as it's you, it's you, it's you. It's not we. It's a project for Chief A.B. Okideve, and it's targeting dementia and sickle cell patients, victims. So we need to start from Onwan, our village in Edo State. From that community, you can begin to reach out.
For Dr. Joy Osezua, the book written in her father's honor became a journey of discovery, uniting family members across generations to continents.
We now found a lot of family members we didn't know about before. And then some people were telling us we're cousins. So when you ask them, how are we cousins? They say, we don't know. We heard that we are cousins. So I was able to harness our network, especially in the village, and they went to knock on doors, and then we were able to discover how we were connected to our relatives. So right now we know from first generation to seventh generation.
Even the younger generation shares in pride of keeping the family values alive.
In fact, it was just done from one of my great auntie who just decided that, wow, let's just bring something out for my grandpa. And my grandpa has been somebody that brings people around. He takes care of the whole world. In fact, he's just everywhere. So we decided to put something on his name so that he can be able to, we can always go there and say, that's Grandpa's Foundation, where we can go and express ourselves in love and kindness.
Guests at the events, including family of the friends and extended family members, described it as not just a remembrance, but a lesson in community spirit.
Foundation is to keep his memory and also his legacy of trying to help the orphans, that's those that have no means of survival or little means of survival. So the foundation money is going to be used for those that are battling sickle cell and those that are not well-to-do, to help them, and those that are educationally backward, that's those that are challenged with the issue of payment of school fees and things like that.
I was privileged and opportuned to write a review of the book, and having gone through that probably gave me an understanding. The children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they set themselves, taxed themselves, as we're told, and documented much of what Baba did. They started from his life, how he came up, and how he lived, what he left behind. And therefore, this is a very good rendition because it becomes a reference point.
Through the lovely AB Foundation, the Ohidiabe family hope to turn grief into purpose, continuing the mission of a man who lived for others. For VOP TV, Onyeka Ogolo reporting.
Thanks to Maureen for that report. The Lagos State government has returned to the domestic debt market with plans to raise up to 200 billion naira under its 1 trillion naira debt and hybrid instrument issuance program for infrastructure development. The 10-year bond offered through a book building process is priced between 16.15 and 16.25%, according to offer document from the lead issuing house. Proceeds will fund key physical and social infrastructure projects across the state, including transportation and housing, healthcare, and education. Lagos, which accounts for about 20% of Nigeria's GDP, remains one of Africa's most diversified and resilient subnational economies.
In sports, team officials and the first batch of players checked into the Rai Hotel on Sunday afternoon, marking the start of the final preparations for the qualifiers. According to the team's media officer, Promise Efoge, early arrivals include Calvin Barsi, Alexi Wobi, Samuel Chukwueze, Tolu Arokodare, and Olakunle Olusegun. They were later joined by Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, William Truss Ekong, Benjamin Fredericks, and Chidozie Awuziem, bringing the total number of players in camp to 10. Preparations are expected to intensify as more players join in the coming days.
Still in sports, Katsina United have been fined 9 million naira by the Nigeria Premier Football League following violence during their match against Barao FC. The NPFL has also ordered the team to play home games in Jos as part of the punishment. Officials said Katsina United failed to control their fans who reportedly attacked Barao FC midfielder Nana Abraham, leaving him with a deep neck cut and threw objects that injured other players.
In entertainment, Senator Ned Nwoko says a syndicate is targeting him through his wife, actress Regina Daniels. In a statement released by his office in Abuja, Nwoko linked the claim to ongoing marital challenges with Daniels. He accused individuals, including Omoyere Showore and Jebos, of using the situation to criminalize him intentionally, calling it a coordinated effort against him. The senator also alleged that Daniels began using drugs at an early age, pointing to medical records and court verification. He added that the public witnessed her family formally giving her in marriage, with her mother personally bringing her to him.
Still in entertainment, the executive director of the Miss Universe organization, Nawat Etsaragarisil, has been dismissed from the 2025 pageant for publicly humiliating Miss Mexico Fatima Bush. During a pre-pageant event in Thailand, the Thai businessman reportedly called Bush dumb for not posting promotional content on social media. The remarks sparked outrage, with Bush describing it as disrespectful and undermining. She later walked out in protest, joined by several contestants from other countries. Miss Universe President Raul Rocha confirmed in an Instagram video that Nawat has been sanctioned and dismissed from this year's competition.
And that is it on the Meta News on Voice of the People television. But before we go, let's take a quick look at the headlines. APC, PDP and Labour Party, including the ADC, rejects Anambra State election results.
CP praises residents for maintaining peace during Anambra elections.
We also told you that Army rescues NYSC INEC officials in Oka.
Troops rescue 86, arrest 29 terror suspects in Borno.
In business, Lagos State launches 200 billion naira bond offer.
In sports, Super Eagles camp opens in Morocco with 10 arrivals.
In entertainment, Nwoko alleges syndicates targeting him through Regina. And do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all the social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am Chioma Innocent. Good afternoon to you, and thank you for watching.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of Black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Woo! Yes, welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. My people, this is a new week. I'm sure you are already ready for this week. No dull moment. You know, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today's episode is an interesting one. We are bringing you all kinds of gists, you know. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with us while we write together. But before we do that, I have somebody special. I didn't want to call his name before, but I have thought about it, and I think I should do that because we have a deal actually. So I don't want to spoil the show.
Explain to them.
I don't want to spoil the show of the deal we have, so that both of us will be in peace. All right, please.
Okay, so let me also act well, right? And act as if all is well. Hi, good afternoon. You're welcome on board the Spotlight. My name remains Savior Odrabi. That's what you want. I will wash your dirty linen outside. You better let them know what's going on.
I don't know what he's saying.
You better let them know what is going on. That's how you started the show. Hello, welcome on board. Because you've enjoyed yourself over the weekend. Now you are bringing me on board today.
Somebody
you
is
could
jealous.
not. You could not call me on Friday. You could not call me on Saturday. You could not call me on Sunday to take me to wherever you went to. And today you are back. Hey, welcome on board the
don't join me.
Spotlight.
See, married man is telling me I could not call him on phone. I call him. I
Okay,
don't
so as he's a
understand.
married man, why are you calling him to join you today?
Hey.
Should I scatter the deal now?
Jesus.
That's on period.
I give up. Oh, you're not doing that. That's all.
No, that's it.
Really?
No, when you taught me that one.
Oh, you have some explanations to make because I don't know what's going on with Savior right now. You don't see her.
No, she taught me that one. I'm a fast learner, you know, so she taught me that particular one.
Please, people, please don't go anywhere. We are bringing you an exciting blend of gist and we have a lot of things to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Please be with us. And yes, the first thing we're talking about today is the AFRIF and the 2025 African International Film Festival taking place that took place from November 2nd to 8th in Lagos, Nigeria, marks the festival's 14th edition with the vibrant theme, Rhythms of the Continent. So the Afrobeat Films movement this year's event celebrates the growing fusion between Africa's booming music scene and its dynamic film industry, spotlighting how Afrobeat's global influence is inspiring storytelling and visual creativity across the continent. The festival features a lineup of film screens, workshop, masterclass, and the inaugural film and content market that happened on November 3rd to 6th. So designed to connect filmmakers, producers, and distributors while encouraging co-productions and investment opportunities. And overall, AFRIF 2025 is shaping us as a creative hub for filmmakers, music artists, and industry leaders, promoting African cinema's global reach while celebrating the continent's unique cultural rhythm with premieres from across Africa and beyond. The festival continues to strengthen Nigeria's position as a powerhouse in uniting storytelling and sound in a week-long celebration of innovation and identity. And trust me, it was all glitz and glamour. We had a lot of people there that day. So let's see this video. It's a lot. Creativity and the rest of them. At the African International Film Festival happening here live at Swins Waters. And yes, it's a beautiful day and a lot of people, a lot of acts we have here right now. And trust me, yes, AFRIF, we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about business. We're talking about creativity of African films. And trust me, I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please stay tuned.
Well, there's a maxim that says rest is salvator. That means the path speaks for itself. Right. So the fact that Celsius has done greatly, you know, and in a way elevated Nigerian culture, and that means one way or the other, it shows there is growth from where we're coming from. Alright? So looking at 7 jobs with growth of Nollywood, especially, I think a movie like 7 jobs has been great. And when we have likes of movie, it will obviously grow our Nollywood sector more than we can even imagine. Alright? So for me, I would say yes, there's growth. But we're selectively far from where we're going to. And asking me why and how. It is basically the feedback. You know, they come back to the producers, they come back to the actors. You know, and there are so many things that is really affecting this growth, this particular growth. Which one is maybe the policies. Alright, so there was a time, there was the hair, prime minister is no more in Nigeria, everything is no more in Nigeria. All these things will obviously affect the growth of Nollywood. Because when I'm producing a movie and I want to go, like, I want this to be a Hollywood standard. As a business person, I have to also think, where am I taking it to? How am I going to get my money back? Will there be return on investment? Do you understand what I'm saying? So, if we continue to have issues with policies that is going to affect streaming platforms, then it will automatically affect the growth of Nollywood. You know, actors like Gabriel, Adebayo, we should actually be billionaires now. 100%. But we're still struggling. You know, we're still struggling. It's really. It's struggling. I started with full hair. So what we're saying in essence is Nollywood is growing. Obviously. You can tell that, and that's why it's not a nice. The time has spoken for itself, we're growing, but we're still extremely powerful. And the interests are what are mentioned, senator policies, they come back to producers and actors, major influences from the growth of the which I think at some point will have very well.
I think it's good to aspire, but then we have to look at our immediate audience. I think we can cater to ourselves a whole lot more. The year for Hollywood being a standard is not a problem, but then when you do that too much, you leave yourself behind. There's us for us. And I think we should focus more because it's beyond whatever dollar industry we have here in Africa. Trust me. Believe that. Because once we get to that certain height that we feel we want to be, there will still be another height again. If we look like Hollywood today, trust me, some people will still come and feel like we're still not where we're supposed to be. Growth is gradual. And trust me, it wasn't like this 10 years ago. It wasn't like this 20 years ago. Even 2 years ago, it was not like this. Meaning, there's a shift year in, year out. It might not be so obvious for those that are yearning for the bigger stuff, but trust me, we are moving. And it's a game that is unending. This is a game where there's no retirement.
So that also opened the eyes for so many Nigerians to see how film markets are done at Cannes, you know. So call it like the EFM. The European film market is quite different, right? So you have that happening side by side during Berlinale, and then Cannes is just massive, you know, different countries, everybody coming to do stuff. But then again, you see people, because the market at Cannes is Marché du Film, the festival is Festival du Film. So the festival gets all the glamour, and people still forget the market. That's where the business is. So I'm happy that this is happening here now, because one of the major problems that people have with film festivals is because they feel like, so what is it for? You know, so because a lot of them are very angry, especially when they see all those commercial films that they've seen in the theaters. I don't want to mention names, but you know all those in our films where, you know, where you don't make so much money for box office, you know, things say automatically it should be at a film festival. No, the film festival is not there to celebrate the commerce or business of film. It's there to celebrate art. So now that the market has come, that is where you now bring down your commercial film to the market and now sell it to people from Europe, Asia, America. You sell it to other film markets and territories, right? So this is where you bring the business. So if all those your films so you don't watch, the producers that they complain, why didn't Afrif select my film? Why didn't Afrif give me this award? No, now you can come to the market now and rent your booth and show the film to people who go buy them, pay you money. Business, art, as a cultural ambassador and as film ambassador, I'm both, right? Because I still represent Nollywood outside the country, in other countries, you know, discussing about the state of the film industry. So I can tell you authoritatively, like, this is it. This gets the endorsement of the industry. And nothing says it more than you saw the Association of Motion Picture Producers there. You know, you've seen all these rumors. This is an endorsement that, yes, it's grand. You don't need one random person to tell you over to do vox pop and say, yeah, oh, they tried. No, Chiomode is a warrior. She's a leader. She's a champion. Forget it.
The first time the film market is happening in, I dare say, Nigeria. I mean, Afif is home. Afif is family. It's like a rites of passage for those who have been in the industry or want to come into the industry. It's the biggest film festival in Africa, right? And it happens in Nigeria every year. That's such a great privilege. You know, people fly in from all parts of the world to attend, you know, Afrif every year, you know. So it just only makes sense, you know, that those of us who are here are not just a part of it, but are actively involved in it. It's not about expectations. It's more of the opportunities, right, that Afrif presents
to filmmakers and even film enthusiasts, right? Those who want to come into the industry, those who are already in it, those who are veterans in it. There's always something for everyone, as long as Afrif is concerned. And then again, like I mentioned, this year there's a market, that's taking up. There's a film market, right? That's taking it up notches higher, right? So you don't have to cry, after shooting a film, right? If you have, as an independent filmmaker, you can come and shop your film. Even those who are aggregators and distributors, you meet everybody here. Those who want to buy, those who want to sell. It just makes sense. It's a no-brainer, as a filmmaker to be at the market.
After years, I've been filming, so work has been really, but I had to just run out today. I'm like, I must make sure I'm here today. And I'm happy I'm here because I got to meet some people that I've been looking up to in the industry as part of the panelists, and it was really insightful. I'm happy to be here. It's an amazing thing because for me, I'm a lover of, I've always loved to see how the power of collaboration can go, and for the fact that it's not just going to be an English community, you understand, we're having Brazil, we're having Japanese. It's a very unique blend, and I don't know who thought about this idea, but you're a genius. So Afrif always comes out with something mind-blowing every year, so I don't want to stress. Whatever you guys come up with, we are here, we'll receive it.
Hi everyone, and yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the Africa International Film Festival happening here.
Xavier, what do you think about, film markets altogether? Because seriously, I feel Nigerians, well, like our producers are really doing their best and they're trying. Not talk about the other countries and stuff like that. What do you think about, the film markets generally?
All right, so basically, first, I must commend the organizers of Afrif.
Yeah.
And if we're to talk about our industry in Nigeria, you would agree with me that we're not where we used to be.
Yes, definitely.
Okay? And now, every other African country have actually been setting that pace, and they've been doing fine for themselves, over the years. And of course, I love the fact that we're still collaborating and we're still doing stuff together. Yeah, and having such an initiative, for the film industry, this would go a long way, because we need to tell our stories.
Definitely.
Okay, we have to also let the European nation understand that we know what we're doing.
Yes, definitely.
You understand? We go to different festivals,
yes.
and we go to different workshops being organized by either, the Hollywoods and all of them. So, of course, they are being projected as the Alpha and the Omega.
Yeah.
So we're not in competition, but what we're just trying to do here now is that we're getting it right and we're setting a pace, okay?
Yeah.
And with time, we would get more recognition that we deserve. But when it comes to our Nollywood, I must commend every one of them. You understand? And this cuts across to even to the YouTubers.
YouTubers, yes, that's true.
I don't want a situation where we feel some people, some people on social media even get to, tag some people as the Asabawood kind of, actors. They go to YouTubers and they say, no, we are talking about cinema movies. No. Yeah. This is about creative. Okay, so whatsoever that is put into it, from the script writing, from the story, you understand, from the casting, the actors, the directing and all of that, the lighting, the costumier. So they actually put in so much effort to allow that particular thing come to stand. You get? So even if, and let's even call a spade a spade. The Asabawood that we're talking about today, that we are throwing tantrums at them. Don't forget that we were enjoying them back then.
Yeah,
in short, they gave us more content.
More content, yes.
When we use this for a popular saying, OG before IG, right?
It's recently that this YouTube
just so they were there. The Asabawood was there. The Asabawood was existing. Okay, the likes of Imo State, production from there, Enugu, they were shooting all of that. And of course, we also had the stage play from that of Osun State. It was more projected from there to Ibadan. okay? And we had everybody come together, you know, from Abeokuta, and we had them doing their thing, you know. I think life was even a bit easier as a them because there was no unnecessary competition. Everyone were working to complement each other, you know, they were working in synergy, you know, not like now that we are now telling the same as Abawood. I would tell you for a free that go and check. I'm saying this.
People are actually living as Abawood right now. Maybe
no, I'm not against anyone saying that they're actually evolving.
Yeah.
I'm not against anyone who says that they are growing. But please don't also talk the people who are still doing it down. Okay? And don't segregate them. Don't make them feel as if they are not doing anything right.
Yeah.
Because they fed us for how many years?
Yes.
For decades. Okay? If we have to call a spade. Now, I want to put this to you. For every comical movie that we have presently on social media in Nigeria presently, none is as funny as all of the movies that Osita Nyeme did.
Yes.
Chinedu Kedieze, Sam Loko Efe, John Okafor, Mr. Ibu. Who else? I think we still have few other names, but you see these ones I've mentioned to you.
Yeah.
Go and confirm. Because these were pure comedy. The genre was comedy, and they gave us comedy.
You know, those times that was when all these you know, DVD and the rest of them we are still involved.
You get what I'm saying?
YouTube and whatever.
So, and if you move to the then ANTP now that they call themselves some call themselves Tapan, and the other one I've forgotten the other name, right?
Yeah.
The likes of Lalude, you know. The likes of Abijah, I don't know what their man's real name is, but I love him. You know, Tampan. Thank you so much, director. Tampan. You understand? Like they gave us rich content.
And they look so real. Like
yes, they gave us real content.
Yes.
And if you leave the comical space, right? Their comedy genres.
Yeah.
If you go to the serious one, the drama and that of thriller, when it comes to rituals, you cannot take away. Kanayo. You understand? You cannot take away.
God, you cannot
take away what's this other man's name. The man is always acting as the Don.
Yeah.
You understand? You cannot take away Chief Peter Edochie. You can't take away this man off it. And when it comes to the thriller for Yoruba, that of Kukute, Abijah, all of them, they were there. This man gave us content.
That's true.
So please, I beg anybody. These people have given us content. They built the industry. If we are to take the baton from them now, okay, don't make it look as if they've not done something. And I love the fact that Femi Adebayo was also at the panel.
Yes.
You know, he has given us the part 2 of his biopic movie that's talking about what's that? King of Thieves, right?
Yes.
But there is a name. There is a name. They call Jag or something, but there is a name for that particular movie, right? So he has given us that particular biopic movie. And if you look through, you know, the genres that these men are following, they're trying to tell our story. You know, this guy also gave us a story about the Abeokuta, you know, about Lishabi, you know,
Lishabi,
not Lisabi, Lishabi. So you know, so they give us all of this. So I love the fact that we have cinema movies. Okay, they are doing fine, and we also have YouTube movies. So I want us to understand this. Because some people are giving us cinema movies doesn't mean that the YouTube movies are not worth it.
Yes.
Have you ever taken your time to go through Omoni Oboli's page? Omoni Oboli's page has been producing good and quality movies.
She's good.
I'm not even talking about Love in Every Word that she just gave part 1 and 2. Where you love Odogu. You can see that only wherever she's doing Odogu, you know, Atalugo. That Atalugo will choke you. But I'm sending a message to you. Only wherever you are, that Atalugo will choke you. But let me go back to what I'm saying. You understand? So the YouTube content, they're also rich. And the reason why people had to move to YouTube is because at some point, Instagram only gave us 1 minute.
1 minute, yes, that's true.
So even if they want to make it large, but YouTube was ready to pay. Do you get? And they wanted to even be doing the movie on Facebook. But we realized that Facebook is more of lies. You know, things that never happened. That's the thing that survive on Facebook. So they moved it to YouTube.
Yes.
Do you get? But while we're enjoying YouTube, leave the people that are still in remote areas, rural areas, to enjoy their Asabawood or whatever I want to call the Yoruba movie. And if you feel you are in a band, like you are there, I just go back, like in it.
I don't know why you've been
it's
doing
only
your
you
hand
that
like
taught
this.
me this thing.
What is?
There is a thing where maybe after the show you can ask her.
Hey!
So,
what is
so you understand? So if we want to leave all of this, then if you are the IJB, I just go back people, enjoy your cinema movie, no problem. But please let us try and appreciate each other. Afrif has come to stay. Afrif is a good initiative, you understand? I love the fact that the symposium went in and the whole program, went on for complete 1 week. Different programs every day and all of that. Where the young creative can also ask questions, where they can talk about the pitfalls and all of that. So I love the concept, and kudos to the organizers.
Yes. When we were talking about the films and
I must also comment, I love your job there. You did a very good job as regards to reporting. Yeah, no, that was a good one. But that doesn't mean that after the show that I'm still in. But for now, I have to praise you. When I need to praise, I'll praise you.
Why will you spoil this thing I have said now with another thing?
Okay, let me go back. I love your job. You did well, dear. Please go ahead.
It's well with you, Savior. When you were talking about the films that you are calling some of our actors then, I remember those days when we do go out to watch movies and,
do you
you had children gather.
But it was fun, no?
It was really fun.
Not now that people have started this thing now.
You can just open your phone and you can
check phone. No!
It's now...
Guess what? The first ever football that I grew up to know that this is a sport, football. My dad was part of first people that got black and white TV on our street. So you can imagine the whole street coming together on one small TV. And you know the arrangement? The arrangement is what I loved. The children sit in front of the TV on the floor.
Yes.
The way we are. So it was like, then the header was sit. It was fun.
Once there is goal, like you hear everywhere.
Everywhere shut down. What are you telling me? Olympics. Do you understand?
Oh my God.
So it's not now that one small child has a tab to herself. That's the reason now, because how will I be using just a normal phone, and a child that does not even know what they call salary is already using a phone of 1 point something. So people are spoiling the world. If we have to go back to back then, where we have to depend on radio or your TV, you open it and close it. We wait for 4 o'clock before we watch TV. It was lovely.
It was.
Yes, life was sweet. But the Gen Zs will not relate. Afis, I'm sorry.
Blood of Jesus. Savior, after the show, it's only you. I'm like,
you know what I love about myself? After this show, I start to beg everybody.
I'm innocent. Please.
I mean, beg
you
everybody.
Hear him say all these things he's saying. I'm so innocent. Please don't drag me into your
all right, Afis, thank you for being on the prompter. Thank you. We love you.
We love you.
I think I've done that now.
All right, that takes us to our next gist. And that happens to be Wande Cole. He teases this new single, Dem Go Pay, ahead of December. You see, so Nigerian Afrobeat star Wande Cole has sparked excitement among fans after teasing a brand new single titled Dem Go Pay. The teaser, which surfaced in early November 2025, hints at the singer's signature blend of smooth vocals and infectious rhythms, signaling a potential end-of-year release. Although the artist has yet to confirm an official drop date, the preview has already generated buzz across social media, with fans speculating that the track could arrive in December, a fitting close to the year for one of Afrobeat's most respected voices. The move marks Wande Cole's latest effort to reclaim his place as the top of Nigerian's music charts following earlier releases this year. If Dem Go Pay drops as expected, it could cap off a strong year for the Black Diamond Entertainment boss, who continues to prove his consistency and influence in the Afrobeat scene. But trust me, I've always loved Wande Cole.
Yeah.
His songs, the way he does the songs and the rest of them. I've always loved the song. I'm a very big fan.
Is it from East Kaba? Is it from Shole? Which one? You understand? Like back to back.
We do listen to those songs. Though.
Yes, one thing I love about Wande Cole is that Wande Cole knows how to stay relevant. And Wande Cole has this continuity in terms of content.
Yeah, that's true.
Wande Cole is good.
That's true.
When somebody is good, the person is good.
He's good.
You see, for Wande Cole, no. When you are good, you are good. So I love the fact that Wande Cole did not just prove himself to be the engine room.
Yeah.
When he left Mervyn, Wande Cole was still there. Until date, if Wande Cole releases that song in this December,
it go hot.
It will be another problem. That's the truth about Wandiko.
You know,
and one thing I love about Wandiko, sorry there. One thing I love about Wandiko is that Wandiko does not just drop songs anymore. It calculates timing. And I think that's one thing that I noticed about Whiskey, Davido, Burna
the
Boy,
rest of them.
The rest of them. No, a few, actually.
What
Some
about
get to drop songs
AG
sometimes.
Baby?
Is that?
AG Baby.
No, leave Adekunle Gold and Simi. Okay, so because their genres are alternative music, so leave them in their world. Whenever they drop song, you would always love what they sing. You understand? Because they're alternative. They're not dragging the Afro pop with you, but they can have the fusion. Do you understand? They can dabble into it a little and go back to their world. That's the reason why Adekunle Gold today is acting like a lover boy. Tomorrow is acting Fuji, whatever, Another day is giving you a pop. So it can give you anything. We call them alternate guys. So just leave them. Adekunle, his wife, Simi. John, what's his name? Johnny Drill. Leave them.
They are in their own space.
Yeah. You understand? I think this guy, I've not heard about him of late. Word.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he's also part of that particular, league. So for those people, leave them. But see, what I was talking about Wandiko knows how to calculate, seasons. So usually for him is festive period. We get to stream more during December, Easter period, Ileya days. Do you understand? So they know what to drop.
I said this period has really been so busy for some of our celebrities, especially the artists, musical artists. They've been working so hard this December. I don't know whether this December they won't just drop all the tracks.
So if you check the track record specials, you understand that that's the best time. Okay, so this thing is actually like the way the likes of Afiz, that's the sports guys now, not to throw tantrums now. They get to do what we call predictions, football predictions.
Okay.
I'm not saying he bets.
Yeah.
But sometimes tickets cut, we can feel it, the pain. But let's go back to what we are saying. So what we are trying to say now is that
what
we are trying to say now is that for the likes of Afiz, Jerry, let me call the rest, Kizike and all of them. When they are doing their show, okay, they can give predictions of matches. You understand? And they would say that, this particular match and this person, I am sure this person will win this person. These predictions are normal.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that our artists do. Okay, so they do their prediction, they do their permutation, they get to do their calculations. If they drop some songs at a very wrong time, it doesn't get the streaming that they expect. Do you get? And they won't make money. Do you understand? And for every of their targets, they get to follow. Social media will call it algorithm, but no, not algorithm. But they get to check the atmosphere of the nation, Africa. Mood and all of that. And that's the reason why if something heavy is happening in Nigeria today, Whiskey will not drop song. I'm telling you. Nice. Why have they not dropped anything? All through this period that they are talking about maybe US, government, whatever. No. It's the calculation I'm telling you. Go and verify. There is no artist that has dropped anything now. It's intentional. Burna has dropped before.
Before, yes.
So they get to calculate this thing. But once they notice that something... What about
this guy that is making waves right now? This, is he, Hausa guy? I don't know that his name, Abba something. The guy that just dropped this beat that has been,
Okay, so I don't have issues with anyone who's dropping viral sounds. Viral sound is normal.
But the sound is really,
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Viral sound is normal. Okay, but this is how we judge music. Okay. We use the same way we talk about business. Okay.
Yeah.
Any artist who can successfully drop at least 5 to 10 tracks. In business, they say if your business can survive 5 to 10 years, then you are now in business. So any artist that can drop 5 to 10 tracks, that's when they start taking serious. You see, when you drop the first one, we call it teaser. Do you get?
Okay.
And sometimes some people drop sounds that can go viral on TikTok and all of that.
Yeah.
But after that song, what else? That's the truth. That's the reason why till now that we're both talking here, Joy is Coming is the biggest that this guy has dropped.
Yeah, that's true.
He's struggling as we speak as regards to trying to, beat what he has done before. And that's the biggest trap that can happen to any artist. I tell you this for free.
Why you not go be musical?
Till tomorrow.
When will they think your next?
I know, leave that thing. It's not like
even if being an actor doesn't work, you can actually venture into.
No, of course I can venture into music, but it does. I don't have to sing, but I can sing. If I sing for you, Precious, forget that thing.
See blood.
If I sing for you.
Why would I help me? Because no, I'm not ready to save anybody.
Don't worry, the idea is that it's because there's no keyboard now, because there's a way we hold the key. If I hold the key, you hold the padlock. Don't worry.
I will hold
No, now in music now we have key. They will say key F, key C, key K, key B, key whatever.
You are lost.
But on the more serious note, but that was on a lighter note. But are you aware that I play musical instruments?
Please, I'm yet to know.
No, if you are yet to know, that means I've not done enough research about me.
Which instrument can you play?
I play the piano. I play the lead guitar. I play the bass guitar.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
Oh Jesus, I don't want to say anything.
But let me.
As you are doing like this now, you can play piano.
Okay, you know what? Let this be open challenge.
Oh.
From now till next week, get the piano from the studio. Let it be on your live show. If I will not play on national TV, you think I'm joking? Try it and bring it here.
Bring it where? Let it come and spoil my people's ear.
I'm telling you, the way they will be sending you messages and say, Precious, thank you for bringing that.
Like they cannot do that. In fact, I will not even have that time to give you that moment to come and start playing.
Precious, so if I want to start small business, I cannot support me.
For singing, no.
Now I know they say that the person that is close to you is the person that will really do you bad. So Precious, you cannot support small business.
If it's other business like talking, I don't have.
Okay, so music cannot work.
Like you are on your own. In fact, you cannot be on this studio.
So what can I do now?
You cannot do anything.
I will think of another business and I'll get it across to you.
Please don't go to that first business.
But for what we're talking about, that of J1, you know him now.
Yeah.
He sang that song this year. Go and check every other song that J1 has sang. I'm telling you, this year happens to be the biggest and the best. He had to even do a revamp of that song again. Do you understand? So if you check, now for few artists who actually broke free from that thing, it was not easy. Do you know that they will still tie you to it? The biggest song Two-Face has ever sang is African Queen. There's nothing you can do about it.
So what can you say about Yanya?
It's Kukere. No, that's the truth. Because I still feel Kukere was the viral song. Yeah. So not because of the song, but because of the dance. And you know when a song is a viral song, it comes to the dance sometimes. It's either it comes to the dance or a reaction or a slang. So, and if such happens, that's the problem. So the song even becomes bigger than the artist. So the artist gets to live in the shadow of the song. And that's the reason why when an artist, any artist, goes up stage to perform, but once they're done with that first track, every other song, people don't really vibe to it again. That's the reason why if you see any big or, let me say from class B to A at A-list artists, but once they go up stage, they start with their new songs. Start with the songs that they feel people can just start vibing gradually. Then what they do is that they do assorted. It's like a formation. So they do like 2 new, had 1 hit, go back and do another 2 new, before giving us the greatest hits, like 3 or 2 before they leave the stage. So that's what they do. There is no how you want to survive it. Till tomorrow, Pakurumo, Kojo Dada. Fought with Whiskey. Whiskey tried. He gave us joy.
Yeah.
Nothing but joy. We were enjoying that particular one.
But Whiskey is big.
He came up with Ojo Elegba. Guess what? People gradually moved to Ojo Elegba. So that's why you get to say, the Ojo Elegba crooner. No. He has other songs. But Essence came now. You understand?
And everybody.
So there is always one big song that comes in. So if the artist can successfully break free from the first, which is the intermediary, break free from that particular point, and you successfully do other songs and people enjoy it, but once another big one comes, it's not a problem you can scale through. So I believe with these few points of mine.
What I'm trying to tell is that don't go and...
No, but we're happy that Waniko wants to bless our sounds again. We're happy that Waniko wants to bless our, our speakers. It will be really lovely for him to drop that particular sound.
Yes, but not be say... As Wandiko won't go drop song, you won't say you won't go do your own. Savior. On a day when I test Savior now, I go.
Like there is no even small iota of belief. You can't even believe in me or something.
I don't believe. You see, when it comes to that
business. After believe on national TV now. Don't write this talent off like that.
I cannot lie.
Wow.
Yes.
for the very first time, I'm sweating
Obvious.
from the inside.
Yeah, you cannot say you respect for the end. All right, we have a lot of comments. You know, people have actually come out to say, "Yay, we can't wait to hear the and vibe to the song. We can't wait to hear the song." And a lot of them are saying, it's only people I'm seeing on the video. But then let's take some comments. A lot of people are talking about Wandeko's new hit, and yes. So it's Zara Riches said them go pay with fire. Yes, so and another person said that okay, them go pay before December. Amen. Anybody when over pay, you must pay this December. This December now we ain't everything.
Just like what I told you the last time I came on your show.
What did you tell me?
It is Lagos is sweet if you owe money, not when you owe people.
Why are you talking about owing right now?
So when you say them go pay, say you know they owe me because now you go pay me. I know what's on ground before I came on board.
The blood of Jesus.
So I have to say it on national TV since it looks like you don't want to support my music career. And the other career where I see small money, you are owing me. So precious, yes, them go pay.
Why are you
go
making
pay.
it look like?
No, I can. Yes, I'm listening to you. Yes, please go ahead.
Why are you making it look like I'm the one that is at fault here?
I don't understand though. We are both reading the concept comment too. Somebody shouted them go pay. That's what is to call the track now.
We had a deal. Must you now say
I've not even said it, I've not gone into details. I just only mentioned that them go pay. Pressure to pay me. That's all. Then let us move to the other person. Now you move. That's it.
I cannot do business. I can never do any business.
You will do more business. In fact, this is not the only business we do. We will even do more. Go ahead, Okwaya, read that in.
It's well with you.
Amen. Thank you.
Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And somebody said, Loki won, the OG and the GOAT. All right. And another person said, what is this now? Making me feel like I say I don't the Wako.
Okay, so what that person means is that he's making the person feel like he's over-imagining, like he's going crazy. Yes. Do you understand? Because for Wandiko to come out and tell us he wants to drop something, we always expectant.
Yeah.
Okay, from Wandiko. So it's just like Olamide. Yeah. So if Olamide announces anything now, we want to we stay glue. So that's it.
I actually want to know how Wandiko just even came up with that the name of the song. Them Go Pay.
Okay, for Them Go Pay. So of course, I think in one of the body of work, maybe the first or the second or whatever. This is what I'm just projecting.
Yeah.
In 2026, we might be getting an album from him. So that's how this guy works. So what they do to us is they give us a teaser, they give us the first track. You know, once that one eats more, do you get? Then they now let us know my album is coming. So either the Them Go Pay is just about one-on-one issue with someone or whatever that, bettered that particular one, or it would later sum everything up, but it would let us know what made him mention this track, Them Go Pay.
Well, I can't wait for this song to drop.
Sincerely.
I'm just going to use it again.
But sincerely, for me...
but
for me, I even love it. Because for every of my debtors now, I have to call them out.
Hey,
and I don't even want to mention who number one and number two is. You understand?
Hey!
Because it's like number one, I don't know if the person is number one or number two, but either the person is laughing.
Thinking, that person is laughing.
No, I didn't even say the person is here. I said, whoever the person is laughing.
You don't see you? That's true.
So, Father, they will pay. Them go pay.
All right. No problem. Anybody that is paying, they should pay.
They will pay. Before December, they will pay.
Why you now?
They will pay this one.
Please. I don't know why you're not shouting all of a sudden.
No, the show is Spotlight. And I'm only putting light on the spot. They will pay. They will pay.
It's well with you.
Amen.
All right, that takes us to our next gist. And we're talking about a lady has come out to say she was sacked because she exposed her boss for making constant advances towards her. So she said she was on probation for 3 months. Okay. And she had worked her asses out and done a lot of things for the company. And all of a sudden, because of the consistent, approaches from her boss. So she had to, call him out and decline. They had to sack her. What I feel...
I would want you to talk more before I give my response. So what's your take?
My take is that...
As a lady now.
Okay.
You're also working in VOP Media, right?
Yes.
So as a lady...
I'm even saying that man is supposed to be arrested. Because... Why?
So is it because
mix pleasure with?
Is it because she got sacked?
Obviously, it was because of the advances that he was making that he had to be sacked.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me come in first. This is very simple. I understand the fact that Nigeria, and this is not just about a Nigerian thing, so I don't limit it to Nigeria, and I don't want to also limit it to. Okay, let me read this. Let's take it. I got fired on the 30th of October, and it was based on my work performance. No appraisal or review was done. Absolutely nothing. I have been talking about how my boss constantly made advances towards me, and it resulted to me getting laid off. Instead of them to tender an apology or something, they took down all the content I participated in, so people don't associate with them. Low, brace yourself, because you all will see crazy. All right, so we have to understand that we have employers' law, and some of these particular laws still exist, okay, which I feel she should take it up legally.
Yeah.
That is if she has potent evidence, okay, as regards to the situation. Yes. But that being said, there are different ways you go about this thing, okay?
I hope you're not saying this basically because she's a lady.
No, I'm coming.
Okay.
There are different ways you go about this particular thing. This would not be the first, neither will it be the last, where you get to hear that bosses are making advances
But
to,
it's too much.
their staff. And I don't want to even make it look like it's just a man thing.
Yeah.
Female boss too does that to the male staff. It's as simple as, it's everywhere. But I just feel she should have handled it in a more better way, okay? First, maybe get more evidences.
I think she even listed what she had actually done.
Do you
for the
understand?
company.
Get more.
If it was me, I would be happy.
I'm coming. Get more evidences first before you can take it up. Secondly, coming out to, or whichever way she went about it, disgracing her boss. Precious, I am a very realistic person.
Okay.
I understand that some people might be gifted in getting jobs like this.
Yeah.
That's the same way I can tell you for free that job is not as that plenty out there. Do you get? So there are ways you can handle someone maturely and you still keep your job. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Until it gets to a point where, it gets to a boiling point where both party cannot tolerate each other and everybody now knows you have your enough evidence. So if they decide to sack you, then you know that you are now suing for something better.
So
do you get? But let me now come to the boss.
Okay.
Okay, so I understand that except some people grow out of that particular portal.
Yeah.
I understand that new employers, okay, if you check that company, I don't think that organization is up to 10 years.
Okay.
Prove me, quote it any day and time. I'll be open. Just any day you get the full story, let me know. I don't think that organization is up to 5 years. If it does, maybe they just their 5 years. Because it is only new employers that starts their organization with distractions, okay? And allowing their carelessness and their frivolities to rub off their job.
I don't think so.
I'm coming.
There are some men that are
There are men that are also still very loose than this boss. They would rather have people outside their wife, have people outside and not their staff. Take it from me. They would indulge themselves in that frivolity that they want to have that, whatever fun they call it, but not with their staff. Just to keep the respect and to keep the work environment clean and sane. Do you understand? But for these ones, I just feel he's a newbie. Okay? That's why he has not even seen business. He's not seen life yet.
You know, a lot of people right now, a lot of ladies go through this.
Of course.
Because when you want to get a job, they tell you you have to get laid first before you get a job.
And I also blame the people that has actually agreed to actually get laid initially. Because they also set this particular precedent.
That kind of mindset. Why?
From wheresoever the thing came out from, either from the first man that started this, lay your back or let me lay with you before I give you a job, you understand? To the other person that also accepted, they caused this thing, but we have to put an end to it. And this is not just about the office space.
She putting an end because for Nigeria now, how many things they are talking about other things. Who won't they do judgment for this?
No, that's why I said if you have, I'm telling you the truth, if you have a good evidence, you can make a case. Office of the Public Defense is there in Lagos. Okay, I don't know whatsoever the state is. Okay, we have OPD everywhere. So what are we saying?
I'm saying there are other things they're talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about, okay, they talked about this Ochanya case.
Yeah.
You understand? A lot of people have other things that are bothering them, not but basically this. But she speaking out is a good thing, because if she goes, maybe, I don't know, maybe she might have gone to, she might have brought out a case about it and nothing was done. So maybe this is her own way of saying, putting it out.
Well, I get your point, and that's true. But what I would say is, if you really want to push the case and you have evidences, get a good lawyer.
Me, I support what that girl did.
Let her just get a good lawyer. You understand?
Seriously.
Because you can't sack someone because you were making advances on her.
Seriously, that's crazy.
At her, and she said no, and you decided to sack her based on what ground? And I think I was even thinking, when you told me the story, I was even thinking that it was the one I saw about a lady who replied her boss. Her boss said, "Send me your address. I want to send something to you." He now said, "Sorry, sir, I'll get it at the office." He now said, "So should I send a truckload of flour to the office? Why will I drop flour there?" He now said, "Sir, you want to send flour to me at home? Please, thank you so much. I would like to keep our job open and let's just focus on the job."
Simple.
You understand? If she has said that and the boss still wants to act unfortunate and then start keeping records of things, it's as simple as that. But stay in that work and collect a salary.
Why? Good. Some people, I don't just understand.
But this is my my way of running off, as my final take on this conversation.
Yeah.
Please, I want to talk to my fellow men now, okay? And I believe Precious will do that to the ladies and women. Men, please, if you know you have a wife, stick to your wife. If you know you have a girlfriend or a fiancé, stick to one. Stick there, okay? Don't come to office space and you are doing here. You are doing, intercontinental up and down. No.
Seriously.
Please. No, that's the thing now. You are moving up and down.
Can you imagine?
Please.
I talked about the story, I think, a few days ago. I talked about where a gym instructor got...
I saw the news. Where was it? Is it around Ijebu or something? I think Ijebu, a gym instructor got two single ladies women, and a married woman, something like, got them pregnant at the same time. No, that one. Hey, that one. The sport people, they used to call it go-go. You understand? Win-win. Direct win.
We need to ask our fees questions because I think this is his life.
Yes, I think it's over 2.5. That's what it's to call it. I think that's how I will leave this show. That's why we draw my own curtain.
The guy left the gym instructions he was supposed to be giving the ladies, and was doing another instruction.
My dear, if you check it, it's also still gym instructions. Do you understand? It's workout.
My God.
He worked things out, but the things didn't work out for him.
And the evidence got there. It's well. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. To our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast. And yes, I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure you did enjoy yourself too. And I wasn't here alone today. Don't forget, my name is still Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today I wasn't here alone. I'm still with this special person. But after this thing, now go and drag because me right now.
Don't worry, they love me. I love you too. My name is Savior. They love me. They
don't love you. Right now, they're supporting me. All right, please don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at Voptv Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, this has been Spotlight. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden. But last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on at VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu. Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. We begin today's news from Tanzania, where police in Tanzania arrested senior official from opposition party Chadema on Saturday, and authorities named 9 others being sought in relation to violent protests that followed last week's elections. Chadema and some human rights activists say that security forces killed more than 1,000 people. The government has called those numbers exaggerated without offering its own death toll. Chadema said its Deputy Secretary General, Amani Golugwa, was arrested by police. Golugwa was named by police along with 9 others as wanted in connection with the investigation into the unrest, a day after prosecutors charged 145 people with treason. According to the statement, the police force, in collaboration with other defense and security agencies, is continuing a serious manhunt to find all who planned, coordinated, and executed the evil act. In the meantime, members of parliament from Tanzania ruling Chama Mapinduzi have elected Ilala MP-elect Musa Zungu for the position of Speaker of the 13th Parliament. Should he be elected by the full House, Zungu will become the Tanzania's 8th Speaker. Zungu garnered 348 votes, defeating his rival, former Shinyanga MP Stephen Masele, who managed only 16 votes. Uganda President Yoweri Museveni has for the first time acknowledged that 2 Kenyan activists who were missing in his country for 5 weeks had been arrested. Last month, eyewitnesses reported seeing Bob Njaji and Nicholas Oyo being forced into a car by marked uniformed men after a political event where they were supporting Ugandan opposition leader Bobi Wine. News of their release were confirmed on Saturday, but up to that point, the authority had denied that they were being detained. In an interview, Museveni described the 2 men as experts in riots who had then been put in the fridge for some days. The president, who has been in power for almost 4 decades and running for another term in office, was responding to a question about the recent deadly youth-led protest in neighboring Tanzania. Meanwhile, jailed Tunisian opposition leader Rachid Ghannouchi, 84, began a hunger strike, joining 2 prominent politicians who are protesting what they called unjust imprisonment, lawyers said, making the latest escalation in a standoff with President Kais Saied. Most of the country's opposition leaders are in jail, and some parties have accused Saied of turning Tunisia into an open-air prison while using the judiciary to cement his authoritarian rule. Ghannouchi follows opposition politician Johar Ben Barik, who has been on a wildcat hunger strike since last week. And Republican Party leader Issam Shebi started a hunger strike at the weekend, demanding his release. Ghannouchi, head of the Ennahda party and a fierce critic of Saied, has been detained since 2023 and was sentenced to 37 years in prison across multiple cases, including illicit foreign financing and conspiracy against the state. He has refused to appear in court, saying he won't face judges who only follow Sayed's order. Elsewhere, Zimbabwean opposition leader Job Shikala will remain in custody in South Africa after his criminal case was postponed to Wednesday for a formal bail hearing. Shikala, a former member of the parliament for the Citizens Coalition for Change, appeared before the Pretoria Magistrate Court on Monday on charges of possession of explosives. The prominent Zimbabwean politician was arrested last week after explosives were found in his vehicle while he was driving into the capital. National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson Lumka Mahanjana said that the state is currently unsure whether it will oppose the bail. This report says a female TikToker accused of helping Mali's army has been seized and killed execution style by suspected jihadists. Miriam Cisse, said to be in her 20s and with over 100,000 TikTok followers, posted videos about life in her Tonka hometown in the northern Timbuktu region and often expressed support for the army. Her death has shocked the nation, which has been grappling with a jihadist insurgency since 2012. State TV said she had simply wanted to promote her community and support the army through her TikTok posts. Mali is grappling with a fuel blockade imposed on the capital by jihadist group that has severely disrupted daily lives, with the African Union expressing deep concern. Meanwhile, African Union Commission Chairperson Mahmoud Ali Yusuf has expressed grave concern over what he called the rapid deteriorating security situation in Mali. This came on the back of reports that terrorist groups have imposed crippling blockades, disrupted access to essential supplies, and severely worsened humanitarian conditions for civilians. In a statement, Yusuf condemned the deadly attacks which have killed innocent civilians and heightened instability across affected regions. Reaffirming his solidarity with the government and people of Mali, Yusuf reiterated the African Union's unwavering support to supporting peace, security, and development across the Sahel. He also strongly condemned the recent kidnapping, including the abduction of 3 Egyptian nationals, and called for their immediate and unconditional release. Yusuf called for a robust, coordinated, and coherent international response to counter terrorism and violent extremism in the Sahel. He also called for enhanced cooperation, intelligence sharing, and sustained support to affected states in the region. He reaffirmed the African Union's full readiness to support Mali as well as other Sahel countries in their quest for peace and stability. In another development, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda said in a statement that it had agreed an economic pact in Washington as U.S. President Donald Trump seeks to implement a peace deal and spur Western investment in the region. Earlier reports indicated that technical team from the delegation had initially entered the region economic integration framework on Friday, according to a statement released by the State Department after a meeting of a joint oversight committee. The framework outlines key areas for fostering economic cooperation and development between the two countries. It is due to be signed by heads of state during a visit to the White House, but the date for that visit is unclear. The two presidents had been tentatively expected to meet on November 13, but sources say the date was never confirmed. There is no military solution to the war in Sudan. A senior UAE official said on Monday, speaking at the Abu Dhabi strategic debate, Dr. Anwar Gargash, diplomatic advisor to President Sheikh Mohammed, called for a transition to civilian rule in Sudan that is fully independent of the warring parties. He added that Sudan remains an urgent humanitarian and political crisis after an escalation of violence between the Sudanese armed forces led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and the paramilitary rapid support forces commanded by General Mohamed Dagalo. The RSF seized control of the Al-Fasher, the army's last foothold in the vast western region of Darfur, on October 26. Garash said in El Fasher, and other areas of Sudan, the vicious civil war has resulted in what he called indescribable devastation and violence. He called for an immediate end to the war and said accountability must be upheld. He added that humanitarian aid must follow unhindered to every corner of Sudan and must be safeguarded from any form of military interference. You're still watching the African News and Voice of the People TV, and with us in the studio is Barrister Darlington Agumo. He's in the capacity of a public and political affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finan. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you join today's Midday News.
My pleasure.
All right, let's start off without wasting much time about what is happening in Sudan, where, according to what the UAE, senior officials said on Monday, which is today, that, at this particular time, that he is calling for transition to a civilian rule in Sudan and saying that this particular case depends on the warring parties. I'm talking about the Rapid Support Team, RSF, as well as also the military in the state. What do you have to say about this particular call? Are we going to see a transition to a civilian rule in Sudan, even when we know they're having what is more like a civil war in that particular country, with support or interference from neighboring countries like Rwanda and co?
There cannot be a civil rule in the midst of a war. It's not possible. Until the war is over, no civilian administration will stand. The war will consume it. So why make the effort? You have to end the war for a government to stand. That is how it works. Any suggestion will not work because the warring parties have not even deemed it fit to stop the war. What is the guarantee that they will not attack the civilian administration? On what ground are they going to stand? Are they going to create another country somewhere? So anybody making that suggestion should make the effort to stop the war. It's important that you stop the war.
Now, when you're talking about stopping the war at this point in time, do you think that if we're to have, the likes of U.S. president and every other person interfere in what is happening in that country, that at this point in time, they must have ended it? Because this is what we're talking about actually started a long time ago to start with. And up until now, we've also learned that, the number of civilians killed or caught up in this whole crossfire are increasing. In Darfur region, for example, Al Fasher has been taken over by these people. And we know that most of the time we got reports from, United Nations team talking about how even getting food, all that humanitarian needs to people around that region is a bit difficult. So how are we going to get Sudan at this point in time to end their war?
Look, it is a very big shame that at every point in time, it is the international community, the West, that will always come to Africa to settle their problem. A very big shame. For those who are telling us Donald Trump should not come, he should come, he should not come. Did you behave yourself and they are interfering in your affairs? You mean the whole world should watch you, annihilate yourself, decimate yourself in the name of the sovereignty of a state? Nobody will listen to such talk. Whenever it has become a question of humanitarian crisis, the international community will set in. They will come in. And at that point, you don't have any say in the matter. They need to save humanity. That is what the UN and other world bodies are after. They can't watch you destroy yourself in your madness quest for power.
So why is it that Africa's bloc cannot be able to put their house in order? I'm talking about, the African Union and also even all that region, all the blocks that every other region actually is part of. Because today, for example, let's bring it down to Mali. What is really happening in Mali to the point that terrorists, extremists in that particular country, apart from blocking the supply of fuel, which is also a high one, we learned that they have taken the life of a TikToker who actually want to promote or show the world how her village is or what is happening in her village and all that. Now a 20-year-old girl was killed because, according to them, they perceived she was supporting the military in that or in her state or in her village. And now we also learned that the chairperson of the African Union, Mohammed Ali Yusuf, is calling on every other member of the bloc to look into what is happening in Mali and know if they can be able to end it. So why can't they do something like the EU does, or every other bloc actually would have done if it happened to be on their own soil?
AU is a toothless bulldog. AU exists on paper. In reality, they are not effective. AU cannot discipline any member.
But they were able to discipline the Madagascans, by imposing sanctions on them ever since the military took over the role or leadership in Madagascar after the particular, war, or after they sacked their president, Rajoelina.
So, because they imposed the sanction, therefore, is it effective? Did the people listen to you? Is that not what they normally do? No more coup in Africa. We don't want coup in Africa, but you cannot behave yourself. When Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali left, what did they do? What did they do is say discipline. Which force do they have to intervene in Mali? When this thing was beginning to grow, where were they? AU will see problem like we have in Nigeria, they won't talk. They won't talk. They won't even reprimand the leader in that country. They will just keep quiet until somebody from the West now intervene. Is it not a shame on them that Donald Trump is coming all the way from America to intervene in what they should have taken care of if they are very, very upright? So the AU you are talking about, they are just on paper.
Barrister, why are we having this high rise of jihadist movement and extremism now here in Africa to start with? Because if you check out what is happening in Nigeria, we learned that, there are extremists, jihadists who are actually on rampage, killing both Christian and Muslim, from what the president says. So although we know that the death toll have more Christians compared to the Muslim. Now, if you go also to Mali, you find out that they are also there operating. Check out what is happening in the J2. What is really happening to the point that it's more like every African country in one point or at another is talking about jihadists and their move. Are we going to have another Osman Danfodio conquest again play out this time around in the 21st century?
You see, when you go to the bush and fetch a firewood that is infested with the ants, and bring it to your house, your compound, you can be sure that a lizard will come for a party in that house. No doubt about it. These things are happening where you have what? Weak leadership. I remember when they reared their ugly head in Ghana. This Mahama in office today, when he came the first time, he was the one that dared them to cross. He drew a line openly. So they should cross it. The IG of Ghana came out and asked them, can you shoot more than us? The court in Ghana ruled against them. And pronto, they took off. They ran away from Ghana. So these other people that allowed them, is that not, why they are festering?
Now, when you say they are being allowed, let's bring it home, Barrister, maybe in 2 minutes or thereabout. In one of the national dailies today, someone made a statement saying that, alluding to what someone also said in 2021, that terrorists or bandits in Nigeria are businessmen. Unlike the indigenous people of Biafra that have been prescribed now to be a terrorist group, which we know weren't a terrorist group. It was an organization they formed before the prescription came up and all of that. Now, in another breath, we have another person who have been playing more like an intermediary between them. I'm talking about the bandits and the government, coming up to say something about how they are on revenge mission. So are we seeing or saying that most of these places where we have these extremists operating, are they really on revenge mission? And what actually is their gross? What is their pain? Or what are they asking for?
Good. When you hear people talking like this, you should arrest those people. Because what they are saying does not make sense at all. When people say things like this, you ask yourself, what is the plan of these people? A terrorist is on revenge mission against who and against what? Did the state take anything from them? And we are talking of foreign terrorists in your country on a revenge mission. What are they revenging? What are they revenging? Did the state take anything from them or what? I don't get it. So when people like this are talking, you know that they are the ones who sponsoring these people, so they need to defend them. Fina, they needed to say something in their defense. In reality, we don't owe the terrorists anything. Rather, they have undermined our state, our country. And we should see it in that light. Nobody should cut a flag for these terrorists. They are terrorists. I mean, what is that thing they are revenging? What is it? The person did not tell us.
What business do they even have to start with? Because we also learned that, they are businessmen.
What business?
What business do they have? Especially when, some persons have come up to say that they are foreign entities and all that. These are non-state actors.
Exactly.
So what business actually could they have had with
yes.
the government?
Whom are they transacting that business with? Apparently the government and their sponsors. You can see how people just indict themselves. If we have a country that is very focused, that man who said that he should be arrested to come and explain further what he meant. But nobody will touch him.
How possible is that going to be? Because we also learned before now a former minister saying something about attack on the Boko Haram.
It's an attack on the north.
Exactly.
That's the fact. So when you hear things like this, my dear, you now know what is going on. You don't need to be told.
All right, let's take this conversation to what is happening, where we learned that Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda at this particular time went to Washington, D.C. to sign an economic pact in Washington. And this particular one is what Donald Trump have come up to say, okay, it's a good one, more like a way for them to seek out to promote peace deal and also spur Western investment in that region. What do you make of this, please?
It's the foolishness of the highest order. You see what we are talking about? You carry your problem to Donald Trump's country to seek for peace, Abi? That will tell you how foolish these African leaders are. How many times have anybody from that side brought their problem here for us to solve? And you call yourself a leader? Terrorists are harassing you in your country. And you want to go and sign a peace deal somewhere in Washington. Does it show that you're actually a sovereign state? If you cannot protect your life, the lives and property of your people against terrorists, you are not a government. You are merely existing on paper. Will Donald Trump tolerate one terrorist in America? Please answer me. Can that happen? But here you are dining and whining with terrorists, and they are telling you, dictating terms of peace. Over what? A terrorist in your country dictating peace with you. You sit down and talk of peace with him. A terrorist. It means that they have seen you finish now. There's nothing left in you. That's why they can be able to harass you as a government. Can you try that in America as a terrorist? Say you want to do what? You need to sign your will before.
At what point do you think that African leaders, find a way to honor the sovereignty that they have? Because most times they say we are a sovereign nation and all that, without making it look more like they are still holding on the hem of the garment of the people who colonized them for so long after the partitioning and scrabbling of Africa that happened in Berlin Conference in Germany. So at what point do you think that they can actually break free from, all the activities of the colonial masters up until now?
We have moved from colonial slavery to terrorist imposition. That is where we are now, because terrorists are controlling most of the states. Seriously. We are talking of the white man and what they did. This one that terrorists are doing now is even worse. Terrorists are, if a whole country like Nigeria, the so-called giant of Africa, has been kept busy for 15 years by terrorists, then what are we talking about here? They have taken over land. They have taken territory. They are taking people at will, at random. without any remorse. They carry out this activity with so much impunity and arrogance. Wielding gun, wielding automatic rifle, killing even soldiers and police. Then what else is left? Because an attack on the military of any country is an attack on that country. I'm telling you, that is the instrument of state authority being attacked wittingly every time without any compulsion. Then what else is left for you as a government? You are nothing. You are nothing. I mean, giant of Africa is on paper now. Because the whole world will be asking themselves, you mean this thing is happening in Nigeria and you claim to be a very big black country? It means that there is nobody there. Seriously, nobody. The government have lost its authority to terrorists. I'm telling you, the new overlord in Africa today, he are terrorists. From M23 rebels to this one that are disturbing Nigeria, to many others, many, all over Africa. But this thing is prevalent in countries that have allowed them. I know that some no-nonsense country will not tolerate them. They won't even enter there.
All right, Barrister, let's go to Tanzania, where we learned that after the election that happened last week, just last week, over 145 people were killed through a protest, which, according to police in Tanzania, happened to be, masterminded, orchestrated by opposition party. They are actually calling out on, other opposition party like the Chadema and some other people saying that they are the ones actually, making sure that the issue of unrest continue to be there, and they've actually also charged other, I think, 145 people also for treason in that particular country. When are we going to have a free, fair, credible election that does not have any iota of maybe an arrest after the election? Recall what happened in Cameroon after Paul Biya was declared the president again. We learned that the following day, people started protesting, and that led also to the loss of lives and property destruction in Cameroon. Help us actually walk around this, please.
As long as you have useless individuals who don't have any claim to power, masquerading as leaders in countries like Tanzania, these things will not stop. I really pity the Walimu himself, Julius Nyerere. He will be turning in his grave because this was the Tanzania he built. All of a sudden, the place have turned into a killing field because a woman wants to have her way, supported by men. This woman cannot be acting on her own now. She's not acting alone. Men are supporting her. Yes, they are supporting what she's doing. If not, why would you lock up all your competitors? Because you are not popular. Because you want to be the only one that will contest the election. Please, how can that bring peace? You can see how these people deliberately create problems where there should be none. And you are now blaming opposition for what? Look, if I were that opposition, I would double whatever effort I'm making.
How would that be possible when we learned that the police in Tanzania have already started manhunt, serious manhunts for everybody they believe, have a hand in the
They will get tired.
the riot or protest.
That country will soon implode. Don't bother yourself. That country, if you are not careful, it will soon implode into a full-scale civil war. Maybe that time, I will now know where those policemen will be. If they are not careful, this is what happens in Africa. Go and check. 90% of the time, the problem of Africa always starts with what? Election. Election. A mad election, a compromised election. You want the opposition to keep quiet when you have robbed them of victory, Abi? How can that be? It can never happen. You can't beat a child and ask that child not to cry. The question is, was the election free, fair, and credible? The answer is capital no. Then why do you now want peace when you have created a problem?
And Barrister, what is really happening? I need to ask this question because you made mention of the fact that the likes of Julius Nyerere and even the other day you talked about Jomo Kenyatta and so many other African leaders who actually fought for the liberation and independence of Africa. What's really changed? At what point do we lose, track of what should be? And why is it that instead of us actually to be progressing, it's more like we're retrogressing, both in leadership, in governance, in infrastructure, in development, and every other thing? What really changed? When did we get it wrong?
The new talks in town today, they never knew how independence came about. They never fought for it. They hijacked government because they don't know the meaning of governance. That is what happened. The real founders of those countries who fought for independence, who experienced it, who did all they could to run that country, they are gone. Some of them were even assassinated by these evil men so that they can take over. And now look at the results. You can't give what you don't have. Seriously. Some of them are there just for what they can collect from the country. That is why these countries are not moving forward. Julius Nyerere built his own house with borrowed money from bank. A president of a country with borrowed money from a bank. Julius Nyerere. And this is the Tanzania that one woman wants to destroy now. You can see.
Is it the case of the person being a woman, or are we seeing, such thing playing out before the woman come in place?
She's the one in office now, Abi.
All right, Barrister, let's take this conversation to Uganda. For the first time, recall before now, we had on the news that some Kenyan activists actually went missing somewhere in Uganda. But today, it was on the news that the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, first acknowledged that, yes, those Kenyan nationalists or activists, according to him, they are known for riot planning, so he arrested them. And they are cooling off somewhere in the fridge. Help us actually walk around this. And what do you have to say about the fact that, some persons have come up to say that this is more like an overkill, saying that why would such a thing actually happen? Why would they arrest Bobo Njaji and even Nicholas Oyo by force? And why is it that the president is coming up today to acknowledge their arrest, since he couldn't say anything about the arrest up until now?
Because the noise was too much. The noise about the whereabouts of those two young men was too much for him. Everybody was on that case. They want to know what happened to the two of them. And now he has come out to acknowledge that, yes, that is what happened when you put pressure on government. That thing they refuse to acknowledge, they will eventually acknowledge it. That is what happened when the pressure is too much. And there was ample evidence that they were arrested by security agents. Calling them experts in riot, it doesn't make any sense. What do you mean experts in riot? They came to give solidarity to their mentor or to their man. Are
we seeing a Yoweri Museveni being scared after being in office for like 4 decades at this point in time? And recall that these men were arrested after the youth-led protest that happened in Tanzania. So he picked them, saying that he had to put them in fridge for them to cool off for some days, Barrister.
Tell me one dictator that is not afraid. One. Look, apart from the showmanship you see on the outward, inside them, they're all afraid though. Don't you see it in Nigeria? When some miscreants, youth who don't even know where the next meal is coming from, we attack the coup plotters. Young boys who want to protest about hunger and hunger riot. Protest. Because of fear, the president said they want to overthrow him and all that. If not for international outcry and everything, those guys would have gone to, prison. But because of how they looked and everything, when they appeared in court, the president, out of shame, now said they should release them. Is that not what happened? So every dictator is afraid even of his own shadow. That is what happened when you have committed a lot of atrocities. You become paranoid. Anything that passes is an enemy. If somebody shadow, you say they have come, look at them, they have come. Meanwhile, there's nobody. That's what happened to them. They live in fear because of what they have done and the crime they have committed against humanity.
You made mention of hunger at this point, and this actually reminds me of a story that we also read about how the 84-year-old opposition party member in Tunisia have decided to embark on a hunger strike. I'm talking about Rashid at this point in time, Rashid Ghana Couch. And he said he's going to join other prominent leaders actually to join what they call will I say, unjust imprisonment and also trying to stifle the dissent in Tunisia. You know, saying that they need to find a way to form a formidable force to stand off against President Kais Saied in Tunisia. Hunger strike, is it in any way going to, you know, ameliorate the problem or the challenge or the fact that they are against the ruling party and the elected president in that state, that country?
The man at that age should be very careful. If not, he will develop either ulcer or he will die. It's only the living that go on protest. He had better stay alive. Hunger strike will not help him at that age. Hunger strike will not help him.
No, but Barrister, when you say hunger strike will not help him, recall that in Tunisia, most of the country's opposition leaders are already in jail. And then also, not just that, some party members also have also accused the president of trying to, make the whole country to be more like an open-air prison. So going on a hunger strike by 84-year-old man, isn't that more like a loud statement to speak to the president, Saied, for him to at least reduce the strong fist that he's using in the country, Tunisia?
Do you think the president you are talking of is ready to listen? You don't do something to somebody who is deaf and dumb. A street protest would have been more like it than going on hunger strike. Nobody would even know whether you're on hunger strike. They won't even bother with you. Seriously. There are other ways to draw the attention of government to what is going on. There are other ways to let the international community know what is going on. There are other ways to draw the attention of everybody, everywhere, to what is going on. Not just on hunger strike. What happens if you die or collapse in prison?
All right. I think that's a good place for us to anchor today's African news analysis. We pray that Africa will be strong again and regain its strength also, because Africa is a great continent. We'll be speaking with Barrister Darlington Agomo, who happens to be a public and a political affairs analyst. Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington, for being part of today's African news.
It's my pleasure.
Right, you're watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go on a quick break, and when we'll come back, Senegalese PM calls IMF's proposed Senegal debt restructure a disgrace. Would I say this after this? Stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News and Voice of the People television. Chinese-owned Max Mine investment operators of Saudi Star Mine in Buhera district of Zimbabwe has exhumed and reburied 22 bodies under official supervision, the company has said. In a statement, Max Mine Investment said it was concerned by a false and malicious post made on social media platform X on October 27 by human rights activist Ferrari Maguwo, who alleged that the company had used excavators to dig up graves at the mine site. Last month, Maguwo alleged on X that Sabi Star was using excavators to exhume the remains. The Chinese miners say the exhumption was done legally and respectfully with the involvement of families, traditional leaders, and Buhera district authorities. A British man died after being shot during a robbery in Ghana on Friday. Police say the 68-year-old Ashraf Kama Parv was shot after he tried to stop an attempt to steal his phone at a drinking spot in Tema, a city to the east of the Ghanaian capital, Accra. He later died in hospital, police noted. Authorities in Ghana are searching for the shooters, one of a group of 6 suspects who they say were at the scene and fled on motorbikes. The UK Foreign Office said it was supporting the family of a man who had died. A 9mm spent bullet shell was recovered from the shooting site, and police have interviewed witnesses as part of their investigation. The incident has raised security concerns in the industrial city of Tama, but a local police spokesperson told newsmen that the shooting was a rare incident. The International Monetary Fund wants Senegal to restructure its debt, but the West African country is resisting such a move because it would be a disgrace. Senegalese Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has told a news rally in the capital, Dakar. The IMF, which completed a mission to Senegal on Thursday without agreeing a new lending program, froze Senegal's previous $1.8 billion program last year after its then new leaders discovered hidden debt, which have since ballooned to more than $11 billion. The IMF, a spokesperson for Sonko, and a spokesperson for Senegal's finance ministry did not immediately respond to the request for comment on Sunday. Still the African News and Voice of the People television will go on another quick break, and when we come back, business and sports stories will come up next. Welcome back to still the African News and Voice of the People television. Egypt's annual urban consumer price inflation rose more than expected to 12.5% in October, ending a 4-month downward trend. Data from statistics agency CAPMAS showed on Monday. The median forecast had been for inflation to rise to 12%, and a pool of 14 analysts, some of whom cited an increase in fuel prices and a new law allowing landlords to raise rents. The inflation rate rose from 11.7% in September. Month on month, prices rose by 1.8% in October. CAPMAS said food and beverage prices rose by an annual 1.5% and had been a monthly 1.2%, it added. The government on October 17 increased the price of a wide range of fuel products by nearly 13%. Meanwhile, the Vodacom Group, South Africa's biggest telecoms operator, reported a nearly 33% jump in interim profit on Monday, driven by double-digit service revenue growth and expansion of its financial services. The company, majority owned by Britain's Vodafone, said its headline earnings per share, a key profit measured in the country, jumped to 467 cents in the 6-month period ended September 30, up from 353 cents last year. The figure includes a settlement from a 17-year-old legal dispute over a callback service, which Vodacom had not previously disclosed. Now to some sports news. The forced meeting between USFA's Bamako and ASFA at the CAF Women's Champions League will take place at 6 p.m. local time on Tuesday in what could be a key Group A clash. Debutants USFA began with a 2-1 win over FC 15 de Agotso of Equatorial Guinea, while ASFA drew 0-0 with FC Massa in their opener. ASFA are meeting a Malian team for the second time, having defeated AS Monday 2-0 in their final Group B game in 2023. ASFA have won their last 6 games against debutants. Their last loss in such matches was a 2-1 defeat to Ghana's Ampim Dakoa in the opening group game in 2023. Their 2 other losses against debutants came in 2021 to Vihiga Queens of Kenya in the group stage and the CAS Ladies in the semi-finals. USFAs are the 17th different team ASFA will have faced at the finals. No other team has met as many different opponents. Still talking sports, South Africa showed all their world champions resilience, storming back from 14 to 6 down, and the first half sending off a lock load the Jar to crush France 32-17 and the Brazil Robbie Autumn International on Saturday. Down a man from the entire second half, the Springboks absorbed early pressure before overwhelming Les Bleus through sheer physicality and composure. Silencing a raucous Stade de France and the crowd expecting revenge for France's World Cup heartbeat. 2 years after their agonizing 29-28 World Cup quarterfinal loss to the Springboks on home soil, Les Bleus look eager to make amends even without their injured captain Antonio Dupont. But France, now on a 4-match losing streak, cracked up pleasure as they discipline disintegrated despite the Springboks being reduced to 14 men on the stroke of halftime. That is it on the African News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People television, and on all the streaming platforms, we are VOP TV Live. We also have a website where you have fresh and trending news stories. The website is www.vop.ng. I am Fina Okechukwu. Thanks for watching.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hey guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden. But last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. 3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another enriching edition of Health Check, the program where we unpack health issues that affect our daily living right here on Voice of the People TV. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm excited to be here bringing clarity, knowledge, and meaningful conversations to your screen. Don't forget, you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live for updates, health tips, and more valuable content. Today, we turn our focus to two common but often misunderstood conditions affecting women, and they are polycystic ovary syndrome, PCOS, and pelvic inflammatory disease, PID. Interesting. Well, both conditions can lead to hormonal imbalance, menstrual irregularities and fertility challenges if not properly managed. But what really causes them and how can they be prevented? We would find out in this episode. But before we go into that, I'd like to establish the body and the foundation of this discussion today. And it is that polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS for short, is a hormonal disorder that affects women of reproductive age. It happens when the ovaries produce excess male hormones known as androgens, leading to irregular menstrual cycles, acne, and the presence of multiple small cysts in the ovaries. Meanwhile, pelvic inflammatory disease, commonly called PID, is an infection of the female reproductive organs, the uterus, the fallopian tubes, and ovaries, and it's often caused by bacteria that spread upward from the vagina, sometimes as a result of untreated sexually transmitted infections like chlamydia or gonorrhea. Well, global statistics from recent studies show that polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, is becoming more prevalent worldwide, while the age-standardized prevalence rate of pelvic inflammatory disease, PID, is on a declining trend. In 2021, there were nearly 70 million prevalent cases of PCOS globally, while in 2019, there were about 1 million active cases of PID. So today, we're going to be unpacking and understanding these two particular ailments. But I won't be doing this alone. To help us understand these conditions better, we have two medical professionals with us today. We have Dr. Grace Olajumoke Michael. She's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. And we also have Dr. Charles Adiogo, public health physician and wellness advocate. Welcome, doctors. It's a pleasure having you on the show today.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. But before we dive in, I'd like to ask my guests this question. So what is, okay, Dr. Adiogo, you'd go first. I know to say ladies first, but today I want you to go first.
Okay.
All right. So what is that one health habit? It's not related to the topic today, but it's just an icebreaker. So what is that one habit that you personally practice daily that you would recommend everyone to also do? Everyone watching.
Well, personally, I don't joke with my sleep. So the quality of sleep is something that I would always enforce and emphasize for everyone, because once you have quality sleep, it would tell, you know, in other aspects of your health, in terms of your overall well-being, your energy levels, your memory, and all that. So good sleep, quality sleep, at least 6 to 8 hours of sleep.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Michael, I can call you that, right? Or
Yes,
Dr. Grace.
yes.
Okay. So, you're a gynecologist. What's that one thing that women should be really mindful of about their health?
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me on the program.
You're welcome.
Just like Dr. Adeogun have said, sleep is very important. But aside sleep, physical activity too is very important, because most of the health issues that are related to women, especially the ones that are related to hormonal imbalance, it's been found that being physically active, even if as less as in 30 minutes per day, has been attributed to preventing and even helping to treat some of these conditions, especially even the PCOS that we're going to discuss today. Physical activity is one of the main treatment management. So I would advise women to actually at least be physically active, no matter the physical activity, at least for 30 minutes minimum per day. Thank you.
All right. Amazing. That's one thing I would go home with. Okay, so let's dive right into the topic of discussion today. So, Dr. Grace, what exactly is PCOS, and just give us a broad overview of PCOS.
Thank you very much. So, PCOS actually is an abbreviation for polycystic ovarian syndrome. It is actually a collection of disorders. When we say syndrome, syndrome means that there are collections, more than one disorder in an entity. So polycystic ovarian syndrome, like you mentioned earlier, is associated with hormonal imbalance, and this can lead to a lot of disorders such as menstrual irregularities, which can come in the form of cessation of menses completely or prolonged menstrual cycle as an interval between each cycle. Then also, it's been associated with lack of ovulation. That means it affects fertility. So the woman may not ovulate, and if there's no ovulation, ovulation means the release of egg on either a monthly basis, depending on the cycle of the woman. So if there's an hormonal imbalance or menstrual irregularity, this may affect ovulation and hence may cause infertility. Then aside that, there are also some hormones that may be released that may affect the woman's personal lifestyle, even the physical look, like excessive acne, facial hair. Usually a woman shouldn't be having beards or mustache or hair on the chest.
Wow.
But in women with polycystic ovarian syndrome, we actually find some of them coming down with this syndrome, probably due to the hormone called testosterone. Testosterone is actually an hormone found mainly more in men. Women have it, but the level is kind of low, not as much as men. That's why men would have facial hair, as a mustache, beards, then their voice usually thick.
Yeah.
And they're also aggressive. We call it the the aggressive hormone. So most women with polycystic ovarian syndrome tend to have a high level of this hormone, and hence you see them coming with facial hair, acne, then husky, very deep voice, you know. So those are the things that women with, then weight gain too is also one of the things you see with them. And this weight gain can lead to a lot of health issues. It can cause hypertension, diabetes, you know, cardiac problems, that's problems related to the heart. And for some, it may even affect their self-confidence because they believe they're just, you know, on the big side, and that may make them feel self-conscious. So those are the things that basically are commonly associated with PCOS.
You know, when you were talking about the male features that begins to happen as a result of this PCOS, I'm reminded of, you know, people that say things like, oh, ladies that have facial beards, or they are wicked women. I'm like, you know, this is why information and knowledge is really, really important. This could just be conditions, and we just ascribe a lot of characters to them. All right, let's look at PID, you know, pelvic inflammatory disease. So, Dr. Adogo, what is PID? And I think if there is anything that is lacking, our specialist is going to add more light, but I just need you to explain what PID is.
Okay, so PID means pelvic inflammatory disease, and it's typically a condition that affects the upper reproductive tract in a woman. So typically, you find infections ascending from the genital tract, affecting the womb and the fallopian tubes in particular. And mainly, the organisms that are associated with such infections are Neisseria gonorrhoeae, that causes gonorrhea infection, and chlamydia, which is, they are both sexually transmitted infections. So this means that for a lot of cases, it is related to sexually transmitted infections. Then sometimes when you have a kind of mixture of or an imbalance with some of the flora in the genital tracts, you know, you can have some organisms, you know, coming into play also in PID. Then PID can also happen, you know, when there's a foreign body like the IUD, the intrauterine device for contraception, you know, or maybe you have a pelvic surgery, you know, following a surgery, or maybe there was an abortion or a miscarriage, and then you have some retained products or anything causing an infection in that space, causing inflammation in the pelvic organs, and you say it is PID. And typically, when PID results, there are certain manifestations that the patient presents with. The patient can come with a fever, with chills. There can also be chronic pelvic pain, meaning that you're having low abdominal pain all the time. There can be an abnormal vaginal discharge. It can be foul smelling, can be yellowish or greenish in color. And then you can also have pain during urination. That can also be a feature. And then there can also be pain during sexual intercourse, that can also be something that is experienced with people with PID. But PID is also very important to mention because it's also one of the factors that can be attributable to infertility, infertility in women. So basically that tells us that if a woman has a sexually transmitted infection and she is not treating it appropriately, or maybe it was not detected on time, or was improperly treated, or she did not complete her course of treatment, then she may come down with PID over time, and then this can, reduce her chances of conception. Then also, in some other cases, you may also find that people with PID, women with PID, may also have an increased risk of developing ectopic pregnancies. So ectopic pregnancy is, after fertilization, rather than the fertilized egg being implanted in the right place, it can get stuck somewhere, either in the tubes or somewhere else outside of the womb. And then ultimately it comes with its own complications. And people with PID are at an increased risk of ectopic pregnancy. And then the chronic pelvic pain that comes with PID is also a factor for a lot of women as well that may affect their quality of life. So ultimately, it's important that women know that when they have an abnormal vaginal discharge, they should be clinically evaluated properly by a health professional. The right investigations will be ordered, the right diagnosis will be made, and the right treatment in terms of antibiotics will be instituted, to avert the potential risk of infertility, because the rate of infertility that is attributable to PID is quite significant.
All right, so if I understand the doctors correctly, I think PCOS is hormonal and PID is infectious, right?
Absolutely.
So hormonal in the sense that, can you just break this down? How is PCOS hormonal and PID infectious? Like, is that the only difference between both?
That's not just the only difference, but the main difference is that PCOS is hormonal, as in a lot of hormones that on a normal day should be at a certain level in a woman is higher than normal, like I've mentioned before, testosterone. So this can also affect the production of certain hormones too. It will impair the product, like estrogen. Estrogen is actually the hormone, female hormone, and this hormone is the level is required for ovulation to occur. So if it is suppressed, then ovulation will be prevented. And also, this hormone, estrogen, at a particular level is supposed to suppress the production of another hormones in the brain. And this is actually what causes, as in when it suppresses that, then the level of progesterone, as in ovulation occurs, then the level of progesterone begins to rise. Then when there's no pregnancy, there's no fertilization, then this hormone progesterone begins to drop and menstruation occurs. So it's meant to be a cyclical thing, as in every month. There's actually an interval from 22 to 35, though they've actually regulated it now. There's a new terminology for that. But a cycle should at least 21 to 35 days. A woman's cyclical menstruation pattern should fall within that range. But you discover that with women with PCOS, majority of them will have prolonged interval of menstruation, more than that 35 days. So because of the interplay between all these hormones, that's why that will occur. Now, invariably, because there's no ovulation, it affects fertility. So where the two of them are common now is the fact that both of them affect fertility. While PCOS affects fertility by preventing ovulation, that's the release of egg, what pelvic inflammatory disease, that's PID, causes is that there is actually an inflammation or infection of the fallopian tubes. Now, the fallopian tube is a structure in the female reproductive system that both egg that is released during ovulation and the sperm meet to form the baby, and this moves into the womb to grow. But in cases of poorly treated PID, there's affectation of that tube and there's blockage. And once there's a blockage in a tube, that means there's no way the egg and the sperm can meet. So that means there won't be any fertilization and hence no baby. So that's how PID affects fertility. So in the invariably, both of them affect fertility, but in different ways. Thank you.
Very interesting. So is it possible for one woman to have both PCOS and PID?
Yes, it's very possible.
Oh, wow.
It is. It is.
Okay, what's the possibility? Is it high? Is the chances high? Are the chances high, rather?
It's not so, it's uncommon. It's not a common occurrence. But because sometimes you need to actually investigate as in series of tests to know which is which. But from the history, by the time they come to you and you ask questions and you also check them, as in from head to toe, you already have an idea of which one of them the woman has, or if it's going to be the combination of both. But invariably, test has to be done to know which one of them. But in certain uncommon cases, you may actually have a woman coming as in having both of them. So you just need to treat the two.
All right. So let's talk about, is this a family thing? Is it possible that it is hereditary?
Okay,
does family play a huge role in having this?
PCOS, is actually possible that it can be inherited because it's been found, studies have shown, research has been conducted, and they found out that women from the same lineage, maybe siblings, or even their mothers, also had the condition. Then also aside that, they found out that there are some genes. Genes are actually what we found in individual cells, that there are some genes that has been found in women with PCOS. And they did the studies along their family and discovered that some of the women in that lineage also had that gene. So for PCOS, it is actually, some can be, the causes are multifactorial, but it can be passed from one, it can be hereditary. Well, for pelvic inflammatory disease, just like Dr. Adiogun has said, is actually more of an ascending infection, which can be from sexually transmitted, as in from sexual intercourse. It could be foreign body. It could be instrumentation, as in procedures on the womb, like evacuation, dilatation, exactly. Do you know, a woman had an abortion that was not well managed and there were some products that were still remaining, or a miscarriage, you know, just a spontaneous miscarriage, and some of the products of the conception were still retained in the womb. If not removed and appropriate antibiotics given, this can actually lead to an infection that can spread to the fallopian tubes and may cause pelvic inflammatory disease.
Wow. All right, so Dr. Adeogun, let's talk about the symptoms. At what point can a woman decide to go and have a checkup? Maybe if she detects signs, you know, at what point, what kind of symptoms should she look out for?
Okay, in terms of PCOS, I think a woman should watch her menstrual cycle, be familiar with what her menstrual cycle is like. So if there's any irregularity in the periods, she needs to investigate that, because mostly it's usually hormone-based. Then secondly, if she's gaining weight without trying, unintentional weight gain is also something to look out for. And like the doctor mentioned, acne outbreaks, having, there are some medical terms where, you know, in medicine, they call it acanthosis nigricans, some dark velvet.
Acanthosis nigricans. Okay, we're learning.
So there's some dark, like some pigmentation in the skin, you know, maybe on the neck, in the armpit area, you know, all those things help to know that this person probably has like insulin resistance and or possibly has something
insulin resistance.
Yeah, and then there's usually sugar-related issue, blood sugar control issues too with PCOS. Then it's very important for the woman to also note that if she's having recurrent miscarriages, it could also point to that because the quality of the eggs may not be optimal because recurrent miscarriages too may be seen in people with PCOS. So definitely people with PCOS will have a fertility issue. So if somebody has been trying to have a child or a couple have been trying to conceive for a while, and you know infertility is defined as regular intercourse for the space of a year and you have never attained pregnancy, it should be thoroughly investigated. And part of the investigation will be to rule out PCOS as well as rule out PID. For in case of PID, you know, they may need to go for certain tests that we call the HSG. It's simply called HSG. It helps to check the tubal patency. So a dye is passed into the reproductive tract, and then you are expecting spillage on both ends. The dyes to spill on both ends, indicating that there's patency of the tubes. But if there's any blockage anywhere, you'd only find spillage on one side, and then there's no spillage on the other side that has the blockage. So this tells us about the tubal blockage that the doctor was talking about. So it's very important that for PCOS, all the aforementioned symptoms, you know, are indicators. But for PID, an abnormal vaginal discharge, you know, we can be foul smelling, you know, you can have lower abdominal pain, you can have pain during intercourse, you can have pain urinating, you can have, you know, fever, chills, and all that over time. And when this happens, these are not symptoms to ignore. These are symptoms that warrant a proper investigation and evaluation by a doctor. So once they go for a scan, a pelvic ultrasound, for instance, you know, and then they probably notice maybe pouch, a fluid in the pouch of Douglas, or they notice some other things on the scan that depicts that something is going on, like an inflammatory condition. Then certain tests will be ordered, like the high vaginal swab cultures and all that, to rule out the sexually transmitted infections that we mentioned. And if there's a history of recent instrumentation, like the doctor said, either from a procedure or a surgery or from an implant or whatever, you know, before the onset of the symptoms, it should raise the suspicion of PID as well.
All right. So lastly, I'd just love to know, is PID, should we restrict it to women, or can men also be carriers of PID?
PID, as far as we know, is a female infection that affects the pelvic organs in female in particular. So that term refers to that in female. Pelvic inflammatory disease.
All right. All right. So, Dr. Grace, how can we differentiate normal menstrual pain from other kinds of, you know, infections rather? Because we're talking about PCOS, and you talked about menstrual pain earlier. So I'd like to know how we can differentiate the normal one from the other.
Oh, thank you very much. It's actually not so straightforward. It's actually said that normal menstruation shouldn't be painful. But we've found out that some women, right from when they started menstruating, that's from menarche, they usually have menstrual pain. So in such women, it's going to be difficult to differentiate the pain of menstruation from the pain of PID. But the only way we can differentiate is that the pain of menstruation occurs during menstruation, or it may come a day or two before the menstruation. And as the menstruation, you know, flows, the pain begins to decline. But the pain of PID can come at any time. It can come before menstruation. The pain can be more even during sexual intercourse. So that is actually how you can differentiate the pain of PID from the pain of menstruation. That is in people that have been having painful menstruation right from the onset. Now, for women that never had painful menstruation, then suddenly their menstruation becomes more, as in they begin to have menstrual pain, then you need to investigate, and one of the causes can be PID.
All right, so are there any specific tests or scans that should be used for diagnosis of these infections?
Just a normal plain pelvic scan is okay, but it's not so sensitive. The gold standard for us to diagnose PID is actually a procedure called laparoscopy. Scopy, like scope, yeah, scopy. So it's all you need is you just put a pinhole cut around the navel, then a miniature camera. Miniatures, that's a small camera. You just pass it through that cut, and you can view all the structures in the pelvis of the woman. Vis-a-vis, you can view the fallopian tubes, you can view the ovaries, you can view the walls, the surrounding of the uterus, and even go as far as checking the liver. So when you look at all these structures, if they appear red, that is inflamed. Inflammation means just inflammatory condition of the structures. So if they appear reddish, swollen, as in edematous, or you can see an obvious discharge around it, then that is the diagnostic test for pelvic inflammatory disease. That is laparoscopy.
Laparoscopy.
Yes, that's the gold standard. Every other test is just to support the diagnosis, like doing your high vagina endocervical swab MCS. That could actually help you know the causative bacteria and also the antibiotics to use in treating it. There are other tests that can be done, like nucleic acid amplification test, for chlamydia and gonorrhea, but it's not readily available. And even where they are available, they're expensive. Exactly. So there are times too that even when you can't do this test, you can actually go ahead to treat. And we call it syndromic management. We treat based on the character of the discharge that we can't see. So that can give us an inkling to the bacteria that may be likely responsible, and we institute the antibiotic that is effective for that bacteria.
All right. Personally, I love how you speak about it. It's giving. It's really amazing. All right, Dr. Diogo, we'd like to know, for the sake of the viewers as well, how important is early detection and early diagnosis in treating these two diseases?
Just like most medical conditions, early diagnosis, would make room for early intervention, which always produces favorable outcomes. So when you delay treatment or you are not starting the right kind of treatment, either because you're self-medicating or you're getting treatment from someone who is not a professional, by the time you eventually get to the right place where you're meant to get treatment, the case must have progressed or possibly gotten a bit complicated. And that is where most of these problems that we're talking about, complications like infertility, would start. Because ultimately, when PID or PCOS begins, it doesn't get to the point where it's infertility immediately. If you institute the right treatment on time, meeting the right doctors, and then going for the right investigations, making sure the diagnosis is correct, and adherence to treatment. These are the factors
adherence to treatment.
Yes,
and meeting the right doctors. We have to really reiterate
meeting the right doctors. And then not just
that's why we have the gynecology.
Exactly. That's why medicine is highly specialized. That's why you have the gynecologists who have that as their field and their main focus. Yes, that is their specialty of focus. So they've seen thousands and thousands of cases like this, and they are best at managing such conditions. But when you don't come to the hospital and you're seeking remedy either from herbal practitioners or from whatever source, or you are doing self-medication on your own, which is still very rampant in our environment, you find out that by the time they eventually present at a health facility, the case is already advanced, and their chances of full recovery may have been hindered. So it's very essential that once you notice all the symptoms that we discussed, it is very necessary for you to seek the right medical intervention, and you adhere strictly to everything that has been said. And here, emphasis on completing your treatment. Yes, because completing your treatment, following through on the course of treatment. Because if you don't, the doctor mentioned improperly treated, meaning that it doesn't mean that they didn't treat at all, but they didn't treat it properly. So proper treatment means completing your course, your full regimen of treatment. You need to do that. So that's very essential, and a good follow-up too. Yeah, we need to emphasize that.
So to our viewers, don't say, I'm already feeling good, I'm feeling better. Make sure you see your specialist to the last. we have to say that because a lot of us are guilty of that actually. All right, so Dr. Grace, let's talk. You talked about physical exercise earlier. So what lifestyle, changes can help people with PCOS, and what can help to even prevent these old diseases from happening? So are there specific diets, lifestyle hacks to use to help the women suffering these diseases?
Women with PCOS, like I've said, sometimes is associated with obesity. And we found out that when we encourage women to lose weight, as in women with PCOS that are obese or overweight, by the time they lose about 5 to 10% of their weight, we've discovered that either the menstruation that was irregular before becomes regular. Women that were not ovulating before begin to ovulate. So based on this evidence, we actually advise, it's even one of the treatment options, lifestyle modification, weight loss. We advise them, okay, madam, we are going to work with you so that you can try to lose about 5 to 10% of your weight to see if most of these symptoms or the way you're feeling would actually normalize. And we found that for those that are able to do, it's not easy. So what we encourage them to do is to eat more balanced diet meals, more fruits, vegetables, then protein diets, reduce their fatty intake. That's saturated fats. You reduce it. Then eat more of, like what I've said, balanced diet. Then physical activity. For those that are not as in physically active, we can tell them to start small at a time. Maybe just walking, brisk walking for 30 minutes, running, skipping, dancing, at least minimum 30 minutes per day. And if they can continue with that, it helps a lot, combined with the balanced diet. For those that have the money, we can actually refer them to dietitian and nutritionists that will help them work on a meal plan to help with the weight loss. Then there are some that, if they are morbidly obese, like 40, BMI of 40 or more, if they have the money, we can actually advise bariatric surgery for them, because morbidly obese women, like we've said, morbid means death. That means they are so big that if they are not careful, they can come down with other health conditions that can kill them faster than even the PCOS. So we can actually encourage bariatric surgery for them, where they would help them to also lose weight. So physical activity is very, very important. That even without medications, we have some women actually having regular menstruation, hormones normalizes, they ovulate and they're able to get pregnant. Thank you.
So can contraceptives increase the risks of PID? Contraceptives.
Thank you. Actually, the movement of the fallopian tube is impeded with combined oral contraceptive pills. Then also women that are on combined contraceptive pills, because combined oral contraceptive pills does not protect against sexually transmitted infection, unlike the condom. So because of that, some people believe that if it's just combined oral contraceptive pills alone, it's not protective against STIs. It's just protecting you from getting pregnant. So that can actually increase the risk of PID.
All right, it's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. But right about now, we'll take a short break. And when we return, we'll be discussing the treatment options and how women can manage these conditions effectively. Do stay with us. Welcome back. It's still Health Check on Voice of the People television. We've been having a very, very interesting conversation so far with Dr. Diogo and Dr. Grace Michael. And we've been talking about PCOS and PID. We've talked about the symptoms, talked about the risk factors and all of that, but right about now, we're talking about the treatments and the management of PCOS and PID. All right, so I want to start with our specialist, Dr. Grace. So, Ma, we'd like to understand what treatment options are available for PCOS and PID. We want to know if it can be totally cured or if it can just be managed.
Like I've mentioned earlier, is a myriad of disorders in one entity. So now the treatment will be tailored towards what the woman is actually presenting with. There's no one treatment fitting all. Now, if the woman comes to you and the problem is irregular menstruation, there's no excessive acne, there's no facial hair, she's not ready to start conceiving or getting pregnant, the problem now is just irregular menstruation, then you need to treat that. So the factors that are available, like I've said, if she's on the big side, overweight or obese, lose about 5 to 10% of your weight. Then if she's morbidly obese and the weight loss regimen is not working, bariatric surgery, like I've said, can help. That's the gastric sleeve operation. That can help. Now, if that's that, we can actually also use combined oral contraceptive pills. It's taken for at least 3 to 6 months. It's been found while they are trying to lose that weight, you can use that treatment to normalize the menstruation. So that's for irregular menstruation, obesity. Now, for those with facial hair, okay, acne, let me go to acne, excessive acne. They are just battling with excessive acne. They are not desirous of getting pregnant. You can actually use even the combined oral contraceptive pills too. It helps with the acne. Now, for those that are trying to get pregnant and are having difficulty getting pregnant, that's actually one of the most common presentation of PCOS in our clinics. So when they come to us, we take a look at them. Okay, are they on the big side? Do they need to lose weight? Then we go ahead, advise them to lose weight, get them a dietitian, or nutritionist that will help them with that. Then, if we're able to achieve weight loss over a 3-month course and they are still not ovulating, then we can give them medications to help with ovulation. I don't think I need to mention the drugs on this platform. So we can give them medication to help with the ovulation. Now, if it's facial hair, that is the problem, as in beards, mustache, or hair on their chest, there are medications too for that. So what the drug does is to suppress the hormones that are responsible, that's the testosterone that is responsible for hair production. There are a lot of drugs that are actually for that purpose. Then there are some too that you actually advocate laser removal of the hair. That also can help. Then waxing is also another form of hair removal. But the main treatment is actually medications that are targeted at suppressing the production of testosterone. So in conclusion, the treatment actually is tailored towards the woman's presentation and her desires. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay,
welcome.
so Dr. Adeogun, how early must PID be treated to avoid organ damage? And are antibiotics enough, or is this usually enough to even lead to surgery? I mean, PID and PCOS.
It's very important, like we said, that early treatment is always favorable. So once these symptoms have been established in a patient and the diagnosis has been confirmed, treatment is to begin immediately. And we have a combination of antibiotics, because we have different classes of antibiotics and different mechanism of action of antibiotics. So like we said, the causative organisms usually are Neisseria gonorrhea that causes gonorrhea infection and chlamydia infection. So there are antibiotics specifically for these conditions. So an endocervical swab or high vaginal swab culture may be done that would enable us to identify the causative organism, and then the right antibiotic that's fits that infection is instituted, that gives you a very good efficacy and good treatment response. So that is how you treat it. And it's always essential that when we're dealing with STIs that we talk about what we call contact treatment. So you may need to treat both parties so that when the wife is clear of infection, she doesn't get reinfected by her spouse. So it's very important that...
so there can be recurrence.
Yes, there can be recurrence
Or
of infection.
reinfection.
Or reinfection.
Yes, so it's very necessary that the parties involved, are clear of the infection. And that is why counseling is needed. And that is why both parties may be present, at such consultations, especially when they are looking forward to conceive. So early treatment always produces good outcomes eventually.
Okay. Can I come in here?
Yes,
Let me
please.
just take it
Yes,
from where Dr. Adeogun stopped.
Yeah, while you are making your inputs, would also like to know if proper care can also help women with those conditions still get pregnant, if there's still hope for them to get pregnant.
Okay. So in addition to what Dr. Adeogun has said, there are instances whereby you may actually have to carry out surgical procedure to help with the management of PID. Now, there are cases where your antibiotics, despite even strict adherence, may not work. And the woman is still having symptoms, as in the fever is still there, the vaginal discharge is still ongoing, the man is still very ill on admission, and you do a scan, and it's telling you that there's abscess. Abscess is just collection of pus. That there's abscess collection in the fallopian tube, around it, surrounding the ovary, and even it can collect. There's a place that we call pouch of Douglas. It's just a space behind the womb. So once you see that and the woman is not responding to the antibiotics, then you may have to go in, as in carry out a procedure to remove that pus, to actually, so that the woman, the antibiotics will be able to work effectively, because pus, collection of pus can impede the effectiveness of antibiotics. So those are cases whereby you may actually have to carry out a surgical procedure in severe cases of PID. Thank you.
So
now,
with proper care, can this still?
Now, it depends on the stage you actually caught, especially for PID. If the fallopian tubes are already involved, abscess is already there, and you have to go in and you find out that the tubes cannot be salvaged, and you have to remove it during that procedure. We call it staphyloctomy. That means you're removing both tubes, just because it's already infected and there's nothing you can do to salvage it. And the only thing you can do to save the woman is to remove it. In such a case, such women are advised to go for IVF, that's in vitro fertilization, because the tubes, like I had said earlier, is the structure in the woman where eggs and sperm meet to form a baby. So if you're removing it, that means there's no way fertilization can occur. So in such a case, it's not redeemable. But if it has not gotten to that level, that stage, then it can, if the disease is caught earlier, appropriate antibiotics are instituted, like Dr. Adeogun has said, and there's strict adherence. She can be cured and everything will be fine. And she can actually get pregnant.
All right.
Then for PCOS,
that's positive.
Yeah, for PCOS, once you identify the problem that it is PCOS and you institute the right treatment, and you are sure it is PCOS that is actually causing the problem, they usually do well and they get pregnant.
Thank you very much. But lastly, let's talk about the emotional side to this. What would you say to the families of people suffering these conditions and the women that are struggling with stigma just because of these conditions, just in 1 minute?
Okay. For PCOS, like the stigma is usually from the weight gain, the facial hair, excessive acne. This can actually affect their self-confidence. So what I will advise relatives and friends to do is to support them, and if they have the appropriate channel to actually direct them towards, to gain help that is required to help them, then they should go ahead and do that. There shouldn't be any stigmatization or even making them feel less of themselves. They're already going through a lot. So they don't need somebody blaming them or even putting them down because of that condition. So I think we should rally around them, encourage them. And if we have ways we can also get health practitioners, specialists in that field to help them. And you can also direct them towards that channel. So then for PID, most people with it will not even want to tell you because they believe there's stigmatization, as in, you got it through sexual intercourse. So what it does, and that's the common belief. So they want to hide it. Then even the partner too, it may be difficult to even get them because the person involved is trying to hide that she even has that condition. So she wouldn't even want to tell the partner because there may not be this kind of blame. Okay, you were the one that brought it here. So most women tend to keep it to themselves. What I will advise that when it happens, if you have a partner, it's better both of you are treated. So because if both of you are not treated, even if you treat yourself effectively and your partner is not treated, there is going to be a reinfection. So what happens? You're back to square one. So I will advise partners, friends, relatives to be as open as possible with each other and encourage one another.
Thank you very much. So any final words, Dr. Adeogun?
Well, for me, I would just say, Doctor has said it all. She has done a wonderful job, with PCOS and PID. But I would just say, maybe for PID, I think a lot of things, we need a reorientation amongst our people in terms of abstinence for people who are not yet married, and then use of condoms and safe sexual practices, very important to minimize the risk of infection. And then people should be more open to counseling. Counseling, go out and meet professionals, get the right counseling and guidance, in relation to what you're experiencing. And then ultimately contact treatment. Like she said, if your spouse is having the condition, please don't run away and engage your spouse in the treatment and be as open as possible with your partner, because that's the only way you can have a long-lasting solution to the problem. Thank you.
All right. A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Grace Olajumoke, Michael, and Dr. Charles Adeogun for these insightful contributions. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
All right. So our viewers, if you or someone you know is struggling, please speak to a healthcare professional. Your health is not something to hide or be ashamed of. Please remember that early detection, healthy habits, regular checkups, very, very important. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, do stay safe, stay healthy, and stay alive.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking, the right questions. Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobekin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
From the views on the street
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. 3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV. Of course, our West season story shaped the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes was on Anambra State over the weekend, on Saturday to be precise. Soludo wins Anambra governorship election by landslide. Join the conversation with experts insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Kano lawmaker Jibrin returns to APC, backs Tinubu for 2027. Abdul Mumin Jibrin, a member of the House of Representatives representing Kiru Bebeji Federal Constituency in Kano, has announced his return to the All Progressive Congress. After being expelled from the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, 2 months prior to this particular one, Jibrin declared his support for President Bola Tinubu's 2027 re-election bid, citing the president's commitment to education and infrastructural development in Kano State and Northwest region. I remember this particular situation. This situation has been, making rounds on social media for a while now. Of course, 2 months ago, the NNPP had issues with the submission of Jibrin as regards to the present administration. And of course, he also cleared the air by saying that, in as much as he's supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as regards to some of his reforms and what he's doing, but he's still a member of the NNPP. And he also said of principal, that of Kwankwaso, partnership what are bettered, them telling him to leave and sending him off the party. But it was not long before that particular incident. The same Kwankwaso now came back and said his door was open, okay? That his door was open to either the coalition party or the APC. You know, in a situation like this, I would want our politicians to actually, act on integrity. You punish someone, you send someone off, expelled someone off your party because of a statement. But the principal of that particular political party is now coming out to say that his doors are open, okay? He doesn't mind a merger with anybody or partnering with anybody as far as whatsoever the agreement would be would favor that of his party and also his followers, that's the Kwankwasians. So why did you have to punish this other person? But of course, since Jibrin has decided to go and wait for you all, in the destination that is predicting that you still meet up with him, let's see what would happen in the coming days. And away from that particular one, the federal government has been silent as regards to the genocide brief that the INEC chairman, made. Of course, some bodies have been calling on the government to do something about the INEC. They are actually pushing for. Okay. Situation. Why are they not saying anything? The federal government has remained tight-lipped about the 2020 legal brief attributed to Independent National Electoral Commission's chairman, Professor Joash Amukuton, which described the Boko Haram insurgency and Fulani herdsmen attack as part of a coordinated anti-Christian campaign warranting international intervention. Amukuton's 80-page chapter in the publication Nigeria's Silent Slaughter, Genocide in Nigeria and Implication of the International Community, called for international intervention to stop alleged systemic killings of Christians in Nigeria. And of course, I understand now that the Sharia Council are trying to pressurize the presidency to do something about it. But hopefully, the presidency would actually give their statement or would reply the Sharia Council as regards to what they are actually requesting for. But away from that particular one, Nigeria's debt burden surges under Tinubu's administration. Okay, the President Bola Tinubu's administration has borrowed 17.36 trillion naira in the first 10 months of 2025, exceeding the prorated borrowing target by 6.0 trillion naira, or 55.6%. The borrowing spree has raised concern about Nigerians' debt sustainability and potential economic risks. You know, this was part of the conversation I mentioned last 2 weeks. I said that if you said that we've actually met with our target as regards to, you know, revenue and all of that, why are we still borrowing? Okay, if we say we've met our target for the year, why are we still borrowing? But I remembered I had Mr. Delefanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course a senior political analyst, who said that there is no way that the government will not still borrow. Okay, but what he's even saying is that whenever they borrow, they should utilize it, you know, on good grounds, and let the people actually benefit from whatsoever, you know, reforms and implementation that they are actually carrying out, and not that they're just borrowing and living a lavish life. Okay, and here we are, of course, talking about we exceeding, you know, our borrowing limits. But I trust the National Assembly, they will still come up to tell us that they've not actually exceeded it. Let's wait to when they give us their press release as regards to this particular borrowing situation, because the Speaker of House of Reps also backed this up. He said it is a strategic borrowing for proper infrastructural growth. Okay, so let's see what will happen in the coming days. And let's bring it back to the Lagos APC. Of course, the Lagos APC slammed Peter Obi, says he lost popularity. Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has stated that Peter Obi's 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate has lost popularity. This claim comes after Obi lost his polling units to the APC in Anambra State. APC Publicity Secretary Shaye Oladejo described Obi's defeat as a public humiliation and a sign that obedient movement is just a political hologram with no real substance. He added that Peter Obi's inability to win his polling unit disqualifies him from claiming nationwide acceptance. Are we going to judge him by that? Don't forget that the APC did not also win Anambra State. Let that just be on record, okay? So it was not just the Labour Party that lost in Anambra State. The APC also lost. The PDP did. The ADC also did. Okay? The YPP also did. So if you want to actually mention this, let it be clear. Don't just go for one man. And this shouldn't be a criteria. If you actually remember and if you can actually trace it down, you know that Abga owns Anambra State. Okay? That is if Governor Soludo will not defect in the coming days. But for now, we know Abga owns Anambra State. But that has not stopped every other political, party, from taking over the federal seat and all of that. But those political parties have not taken over Anambra, except Soludo does otherwise. So this shouldn't just be about DOB, but of course I know where you're channeling your energy to. And let's go to one man that actually competed, with Governor Soludo, and of course he decided not to take the route that every other person took, but instead he took a different route. And I'm talking about PDP's Ezenwafo. Of course, he pledged his support for Governor Soludo's government. Okay, Jude Ezenwafo, the People's Democratic Party candidate in Anambra State recent governorship election, has vowed to work with Governor Chukwuma Soludo to develop the state. Ezenwafo described his relationship with Soludo as long-standing and cordial, even revealing that he encouraged Soludo to contest the election. Ezenwafo expressed willingness to assist Soludo, citing their friendly relationship. It advised Soludo to prioritize inclusivity and strengthen security operation with better equipment. Ezenwafo dismissed claim of vote buying as exaggerated, stating that most 5 parties were involved, or almost 5 parties were actually involved in that particular one. But I want to pick up a particular line there. AC14 dismiss claim, okay, of vote buying as exaggerated. Exaggerated, was it actually existing somewhere? Are we trying to say something? And stating that almost 5 parties were involved. What does that tell us? Almost 5 parties were involved in vote buying. So are you also saying indirectly that Soludo, Abga also, indulged themselves in that particular inducement? Are you going to say that the APC also did? Are you going to say that the PDP also did? So you have to be clear. And for you to just take a bow and just declare support, we have to get that particular line correctly. But of course, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. And of course, on YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about the man Soludo, the man who actually won the race. I'm talking about the election race, to be precise, in Anambra State. And he didn't just win, we were told he won by landslide. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP TV. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has been declared the winner of the November 8th governorship election by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Soludo of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, secured 422,664 votes, defeating his closest rival, Nicholas Okachukwu of the All Progressive Congress, who polled 99,445 votes. Soludo won in all 21 local government areas, marking a landslide victory. The election was largely peaceful despite reports of vote buying and voter apathy. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC arrested 3 suspects for vote buying, while INEC dismissed allegation of widespread electoral malpractices. With Soludo's victory, he and his running mate, Onyeka Ibezem, are expected to receive their certificate of return from INEC in the coming days, securing Soludo's second term in office until 2030. We're now being joined by Chief Peter Ame, former National Chairman, IPAC, Political Economics, Political Party Management Strategies, Governance, Policy, and Development Analysis. You're welcome on the show, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining again. All right, quickly, we're also being joined by Dr. Emmanuel Eze, who is also the President of Ebonyi Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Xavier, and thank you for having me. Peter, good to see you.
Good to see you, Dr. Isaac.
So I decided to pull this stunt without informing the both of you that I'll be bringing the both of you on board today. So it's lovely for you to, to exchange your greetings and to ignite, that particular fire. I know that the both of you have been good friends for a while now, So let me just throw it open to you, Dr. Eze. We had so many stories, and of course, you sent me a very disturbing article, okay, which I understand where that is coming from. But I would like you to give your comments before I go to Chief Peter Ame. What do you think about this just concluded election? And of course, what can you say as regards to your comments on Soludo's victory?
Thank you so much. Let me start by saying that I want to also congratulate Professor Soludo. The run up to 2021 election, Soludo was not just Anambra governor. He represented a symbol for all of us coming from the intellectual angle. We saw Soludo as a thorn, as a bright light in a long dark tunnel. And we had so much expectation. So when we say Soludo is not doing well, is that we had an expectation that he was going to do far better. But on the average, he has done well. And then let's go back to what happened last Saturday. For any strategist and any analysts, it was also clear where the ball was rolling. And I want us to understand the dynamics of Anambra. P2B built Anambra, the structure, the so-called ABGA structure in Anambra. If you understand the history, Peter built that structure. And that structure was a ground machine. It would be difficult to defeat ABGA in Anambra because of the structure that was built. So that legacy is actually P2B's legacy. Now, I wrote an analysis just before the election, and I said the only way Soludo can be defeated is if the opposition can come together and rally around one person, using the obedient movement as a vehicle. That didn't happen. We had about 15 of them. Many of them are also celebrating just to be on the ballot. But that is the lesson we must take away. As long as the opposition parties are in disarray, as long as people are happy to just be on the ballot, we cannot defeat the incumbent. People just want to answer, yes, I was a candidate, Your Excellency, and all that. And that is what matters for most of them. Now, for those who are criticizing PO, he's also in bad taste. PO really has no skin in the game. Like you said, if you understand Anambra well, all these people are actually PO's brothers, contemporary. I'm from a boy. And if you understand, I started from being an Anambrian. I became an Enugu person and a boy. So in a way, we're all together. So Soludo remained the brightest candidate of all in the lineup. So we're not really surprised. The only way he could have been defeated if there had been if the opposition had come together and said, look, let's present somebody better than Soludo, who had a better plan. All these lackluster candidates who are all running in silos, there's no way they can defeat an incumbent. With the kind of structure, ABGA structure in Anambra, it's difficult. And I'm happy Dr. Peter Ame is here. I hope we can take this as a lesson as we move on to 2027. That one, the obedient move, the only way we can defeat the incumbent is if we can use the obedient movement to mobilize people to vote. The last election was less than 23 or 24%. And I did an analysis. I said, look, with 5 billion, any of the candidates can buy off the election. PO was not ready to buy any votes. So really, he just did his thing, and like a gentleman he is, he did his thing and walked away. So nobody should blame P2B. Peter is not on the ballot. And it also shows, because of the experience we had with our candidates who rode on the back of PO, that you can no longer transfer PO's votes to any candidate who passing by. You must, if you are, the obedient movement must see you as one of us. And that is why in the build up to a new Labour Party, all of us are getting involved. The obedient movement, obedient disciples are going to own our structure, our manager structure, and understand that the only way we can defeat an incumbent who is ready to buy votes is to mobilize. If we had about 2 million or 1.5 million people who come out to vote, nobody could have bought the election. How much? We were talking about how much? So with just less than 500,000.
I want to confirm something, Doctor.
Yes.
Are we talking about vote buying here? Because I'm not getting the line. So I want you to be more clear.
No. What the point I'm trying to make, I was trying to relate it to the analysis I made.
Okay.
In fact, I heard vote buying as a constant. I knew there was going to be vote buying. And vote buying will work if we have few numbers who come out to vote. But the only way we can defeat vote buying is we're able to mobilize a number that you can buy. You can't buy 1.5 million votes. So in my analysis, vote buying was held constant because I know it was going to be the question, and it did happen.
All right, hello, Doctor. I'd like you to hold your thoughts. We have a caller.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you. Ina.
This is Ina calling you from Lagos.
Please go ahead.
I want to first of all start with notifying you of finally my analysis that Soludo will win with a landslide victory. I've said it over and over again. Fine, and it came to pass just as I said. But let's look. I totally disagree with my caller, the caller that is speaking, that Soludo won.
That's one of the guests on the show. So please.
Okay, sorry, the guest on the show that Soludo won because of the P2B structure. I totally disagree with that. Sorry, that's my with all apologies. But the point I want to make, which I told you earlier, if you remember, I said the moment Soludo, if you remember very well, when Tinubu came to Anambra, Soludo supported vowed that Abga will support him in his 2027 re-election, and I told you there was a
Ina, can you
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'd like you to hold your thoughts. I think Doctor is still speaking.
Okay.
We're not hearing him. That's why the interference. We don't even hear what he's saying. The person, the caller.
Okay, Chief Ahmed, can you hear the caller?
I can't hear the caller. Doctor, so I continued.
I'm not hearing the caller.
Okay, Doctor, you know what? As soon as the caller is done, I would tell you everything he has said, please. Just hold on, please.
So, if you remember very well... Hello?
Yeah, Ina, please, you have to be fast about this. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. If you remember very well, when Tinubu came to Anambra, for inauguration, Soludo vowed support for 2027 re-election, and then I told you there was a code agreement that the federal might will not come upon Anambra State. And if you look at the APC campaign, no governor. Normally, the governor should rally around their own, but no governor came to support the APC candidate in Anambra State. So that would tell there was a code agreement that had been reached, and that gave Soludo a massive slight victory. But I have said it so many times. To me, Soludo is just an average governor. He is just an average performer because based on the resources and his intellectual. Believe me, there is nothing he has done to power attracting investors. So I will call him an average governor, but all the same, congratulations to him.
Thank you so much, Inaya.
Thank you.
All right, quickly, let me mention what the caller said. He talked about his predictions coming to pass as regards to predicting a landslide victory for Governor Soludo. And of course, he said he was totally against what Dr. Eze said as regards to Soludo riding on the structure that Peter Obi built. Okay, that what really won the election for Governor Soludo was the code agreement that Governor Soludo had with the president when he paid, a visit to the states. And of course, that's the reason why you can see that the APC does not the APC in the state does not have the federal might coming to weigh in and to assist, in whatsoever that was done as regards to the election. Okay, so basically, these were submissions, and of course, he's been reiterating that Governor Soludo is just like any average governor that is just there. So it's not like he's doing something more or quite magnificent compared to some governors, which I remembered when I brought the senior special advisor to Governor Soludo, Eze Igwe, to the show, Daniel Eze Igwe. He and I called and he did head-to-head with him, as regards to comparing him with a few other states, eastern state governors. But of course, that's what he talked about. So, Dr. Eze, I'd like you to quickly wrap up your submission so I can go to Chief Ahmed. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think pretty much what we are saying is something. The picture was clear. So Soludo was going to win. And those who are alluding to federal character, we must also look at Governor Obia, and also won the entire local government. So the issue again is that APGA has a structure. And for you to defeat APGA, you must come with a better structure and a better game plan. And those who think that, and I think one of the ways they could have done that is for the opposition to come together and present a credible candidate. That didn't happen. Okay. And we worked in silos. All right. And like I said, the lesson for me is more important. The lesson for us is that as we move ahead and move on, we in opposition must also realize that we cannot continue to operate in silos. That is the weakness in the system. Everybody wants to answer, I did it, I can do it alone. We must come together. That is why I'm also happy about the so-called coalition. At the end of the day, we must find a way to have a platform. We want everybody to say, look, it is us, the people, but it's those who are holding us down. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Okay, of course, I'll be coming to you later, but let's go to Chief Ahmed now. Hello, Chief Ahmed, are you there, sir? Chief Ahmed, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you again for joining the program. So quickly, I would like to bring you up to speed before I take you on the question. Some weeks ago, Governor Soludo, while he was moving here and there for his campaign, he mentioned on the stage and he said, for every ward, for every local government, AYZ person that would give me this amount of people as regards to votes, you have this amount of money, that amount of money, that amount of money. Are we going to say that that particular promise actually, worked well for him now? What factors contributed to Soludo's landslide victory in Anambra governorship election? And of course, how did Soludo's campaign, which we all remember, how he said some things. Okay, so how did Soludo's campaign, when we call it, is it a strategic campaign that we would call this particular situation now? Because we know that he said some things that we call inducement, but the INEC didn't say anything as regards to it. But was his campaign strategic, and was that what gave him this victory, or what really happened? So I'd like to hear from you.
Together, opposition must come together. It is not the problem of any election, whether the federal or the state. The fact remains that when you have credible candidates and you can mobilize effectively behind that candidate, credible candidate that the people believe in, the people always know where to thumbprint they put their thumbprint on the ballot. And you look at 2023 election is a clear case of when there's a credible candidate on the ballot. Yes, if not because the party did not have agents to be able to protect his vote very well. Peter Obi in that election defeated the current government, and yes, the court has said otherwise. But we will accept the decision of the court. But we must continue to rely on public available data, whether from Premium Time or BBC, as regards River State and other states, or our election was manipulated. So for the Anambra State election, if you are well versed with Anambra electoral history, you will understand that Peter Obi was not on the ballot. His votes are not transferable. Look at the history. In 2017, it was Obaze versus Obiano. Yeah, despite his preferred candidate to Peter lost to Obiano that year. Peter Obi still went ahead to mobilize as vice presidential candidate for the PDP in 2019. And he won the entire Southeast more than that was the greatest overwhelming victory for the PDP since his inception in the Southeast. So for the Obiano Soludo strategy, money played a major role. He campaigned more than any other candidate. And for the Labour Party, which Peter Obi, if I was Peter Obi, I would have been a normal politician. I wouldn't have gone to campaign for any candidate in that election. Because the candidate himself emerged from the primaries conducted by the Abure-led faction. And Peter Obi belongs to the Nanade leadership of Labour Party. But because he's so magnanimous in his attitude towards political participation, towards simplicity in how you operate the affairs of politics, he decided to at least show some level of support to the candidate. But the responsibility to carry the people along, to show capacity, to campaign in the 21 local government, lies on the shoulders of that candidate. So you cannot transfer Obi's vote. Anambra case is totally different. It has shown in 2017 when Obase contested with Obiano. 2019, Obi cleared the Southeast. You fast forward to 2021, Valentine also contested against Obiano. And of course, you are too familiar with the result of 2023 presidential election. Despite Valentine losing to Obiano, Peter Obi electoral popularity, electoral acceptability was not diminished in the 2023 election. He won very much all the votes that was cast across this country. So we cannot gather these things together. But what we should look at is how to look at how the APC are focusing too much on the narrative or trying to create a narrative that does not exist. When Peter Obi goes to his polling unit, if you look at the videos, you will see there were buses bringing people, new people were registered. I can tell you that the APC invested so much billions to pre-register people in a polling unit they did not belong, and then brought a lot of money to pay for votes in his polling unit. People ask him, you have to pay the same amount of money to the people they have brought. Obi said, as far as he's concerned, he's not desperate to be president. He's desperate to see Nigeria work. And if a man is desperate to see Nigeria work, he should not be contributing to the activities, to the dark work of the politicians that have undermined the progress of this country. So he decided to be who he has always been. So these are not things that diminish Obi in any way. By 2027, when Obi will be on the ballot, the case will be different. Because even the Soludo you are talking today, Soludo contested against Obi in 2010. He was under the party, the Labour Party, the PDP as a political party. The PDP at the time controlled the federal apparatus of power, just as the APC control today. But Peter Obi defeated him landslide. So it's not about the political prowess, the acceptability, the appeal of Peter Obi cannot be transferred to any candidate. So if candidates are waking up and saying that Peter Obi is not, people are complaining that this, ask this candidate whether they were able to tour the 21 local government of the state, whether they were able to go around to canvass for vote, whether they were able to go ward to ward to canvass for vote. So this is not a cherry picking affair. When you just do small internet or small video, and you expect that Peter Obi image will carry you along. There's no way.
Okay, Chief Peter.
With Peter Obi on the ballot, the story will be different.
Okay.
The law Peter Obi enjoy in the Southeast is not transferable, and nobody can take it away. When he's paired among the people who contest the presidency in 2027, but this time around, what we want to assure the APC is that we mount every of the polling units, and our result will not be allowed to be stolen.
Okay.
Because even if you say, oh, let's form all of us contest together. Yes, we come together. What there are people who do not like some of these presidential candidates, they will never vote for Peter again. There are people who do not like this one. So I believe in the putting the credibility of Peter Obi, as it was based on 2023 election.
Okay.
Let's work harder. Let's expand our ability to canvass for more. Let's speak to Nigeria in the terms and relationship and promises that we have to be able to change the downward spiral, the collapse of our economy, the collapse of our infrastructure, and then make sure that we bring a man who is financially disciplined, who is morally upright, to be able to look at how to re-strategize and refinance the whole process so that Nigeria can work for the downtrodden, the vulnerables, and the less privileged.
All right, Chief Peter, I love the fact that you reiterated some strong words there, and of course, which has to do with people. Of course, I've always been a people-driven, a person, okay, wanting that we're all fine and we're all good. And of course, the show is also people's, voice. And of course, my station is also voice of the people. So you can see that everything around us is about the people. Yeah, let me take you on this. Peter Obi is a good leader, and he has done so much in the past, okay, with track records, okay, and he has done several proof of concept as regards to going head-to-head when it comes to elections, and he wins them. When it comes to gubernatorial, of course, he takes charge and he has won them. He has proven without doubt that his name in the ballot, he can actually come up with something better. But I just want to take you around this particular conversation. Don't you think when a leader, when someone is a leader and quite influential, in this magnitude, he should be able to do what we call, recommendation, a proper power of recommendation, where if he goes out or he comes out for the official, for example, official campaign, flagging off the campaign and saying, this particular person, Moolu is my person, for example, Okachuku is my person, Soludo is my person, please, I want you all to come out in troops to vote for this person. For you to say this man is an influential man, is a man of integrity, okay, and you trust him. If for him to actually come out and present someone, you should know that he has personally vetted this person and he trusts this person, okay, in all ramifications. So I was thinking his influence should also, be a yardstick for the Labour Party gubernatorial candidates to at least, get something good. But when you are saying that as far as his name is not in the ballot, his popularity or his goodwill or, the grace, and the followership that he has cannot be shared, it sends some I wouldn't say negative messages as regards to him not being able to anoint, somebody to say, okay, I put you forward there, go, and the person actually wins the election. But of course, I want you to answer that particular one. And simultaneously, I want to take you through the electoral reforms, which also I would want Dr. Eze to get to be on standby for this particular one as well. The PDP man said that there was nothing like that it was exaggerated. But of course, what are the implications of vote buying allegation and arrest during the election? Because I saw some picture, footages as regards to EFC napping about 3 political agents with cash, live cash, and they had their tags on. Okay, one was APGA, the other one, and all of that. So we saw it, and we don't know what will happen in the coming days, but of course, we need answers to that. And how can INEC improve the electoral process to prevent vote buying and other malpractices? Please, I'd like you to take this.
Well, for vote buying, the people have been impoverished. The people have been dealt with bad leadership, or over the years, and for that reason, they have been broken. So that's what the leaders wanted in ab initio, in order to break the people to a point where all they need to do is to set their own rights in order to survive. What vote buying is an exchange of bribe. You give and take bribe, so it will be trial upon that. So we have always advocated for removing that clause that gives the authority to try an offense where it occurs, especially like those who have been arrested for that vote buying today. You will tell you that it didn't happen in Anambra. So if it was, for instance, allegedly, if that vote buying, the person arrested belongs to Labour APGA, and they say, oh, this is an APGA member, and the case is taken to court by police, the Attorney General of Anambra State can apply to withdraw that case and even discontinue that case with what they call the power of nolli prosecute, and can apply. So that's why we are asking for electoral reforms where these powers that are given to State Attorney General of the states but nolli prosecute are withdrawn. And then probably we follow the Justice Way Electoral Reform Panel and form a tribunal, electoral offences and other related offences tribunal, that will be responsible for trying those who have used corruption to undermine the integrity of our electoral process. Having said that, it is also very clear when I say non-transferable vote, I also clear you need to put my analysis together. For the fact that it's not transferable does not mean Peter Obi cannot influence, but Peter Obi can only influence when the candidate that is given as capacity, have enough competence and ability to be able to drive the ticket that has been donated to him by the party. And I also told you that there was no time, based on my own public knowledge as a member of the Labour Party, that Peter Obi influenced the primaries to favor today's candidate. That candidate emerged from a process which Peter Obi was not even part of, from Abure-led primaries. Peter Obi was with Nanade Usman. I, as a person, as a politician, because Peter Obi is a humanist, it's just that he has no choice than to pass through political process to be on the ballot. He's a philosopher, a humanist. I, as a pure politician, I would have distanced myself from those processes since I could not be able to have the opportunity to put a candidate of my choice. I've been several things. I was 2 times national secretary of IPAC, 2 times national chairman of IPAC. I know a lot of machinations that takes place with the INEC. These processes have taught her that I have the attempt to frustrate the party, all because of Peter Obi's popularity in Nigeria. You could see that Bayo Ononuga is the one who posting things about Peter Obi. You could see that Lagos APC have become the new mouthpiece for attacking Peter Obi, because they are afraid in their spine that if Peter Obi is on the ballot, the same result that he had will resonate in triple fold come 2027, and that Peter Obi's non-transferable influence, non-transferable love by Southeasterners and Nigerians does not mean it cannot reflect on people. It has reflected in 2023 election. People were elected, people that were not known, people who nobody knew them, people who could not go buy form. They were elected because of the influence of Peter Obi. People who were other in their community. But in this case, there's an issue. I've asked a question. Was there a rigorous campaign within the 21 local government of Anambra State? The Anambra citizens are not. They are not like zombies now. They are more intellectually sound than most electorate across this country. So, was there a vigorous campaign? So we cannot now transfer that fault to a leader who have shown his own magnanimity by joining a candidate who he had no hand in making. So that is also, we are supposed to praise Peter for Obi for what he has done. But in the usual case, they are trying to make him a scapegoat. But I am telling you, if Peter Obi becomes the kind of politicians that we have today, politicians that buy votes, politicians that bring military to try to undermine our elections, politicians that force their way into power, I will no longer support him. I am supporting him because of who he is and his non-violent means to power. That is why I'm supporting him. And I believe that if a candidate is given ticket, the candidate must do all the necessary work that needs to be done, because we are not competing, they are competing against an incumbent. So even as we are going to intend to enjoy Peter Obi's influence and love that will be transferred to you, you must put in the work.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chief, for that particular wonderful submission of yours. Let's go to Dr. Eze. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so, Doctor, I would like us to still talk about these reforms, you know, as regards to this just concluded election. How might the election outcome be affected, you know, by potential petitions or challenges? And of course, what reforms can be implemented to improve the credibility and transparency of future elections in Anambra?
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to I want to just, before I go to your question, let me just take a step back and reflect on what Dr. Peter said. You know, in 2023, I was in the candidate, House of Arrest candidate, Abakari Kiji Federal Constituency, Ebonyi. At a point where the then Governor Mahi said, we no obedient movement in Ebonyi, and nobody can campaign. We don't have a structure and all that. We went in and built an avalanche, built a structure, riding on the popularity of P2B. So you need to work hard first before you begin to annex. So what happened in Anambra? One of the candidates of the new party just came back from Europe 2 weeks before the election, and then he's expecting to do what? So eventually, you need to do the hard work. In terms of influence, in terms of Southeast, in terms of Anambra particularly, P2B is the man to beat any day. Then we talk about reforms. The INEC has shown incapacity to reform itself. You know, when people talk about reforms, what are the reforms? Can we make what we have in our laws work? Because all the other reforms, I don't really trust APC to do any reform. Any reform APC is embarked on is a reform to sabotage the system. So it's better for us to understand what we have and that we're going to a battle and prepare for those battles. The only reform I expect INEC to do and the legislature to do is to ensure that our votes are transmitted right from the polling booth. Any other reform, they should wait. When we get to power, we'll reform the electoral process. Every other thing is tailored towards sabotaging the system. Today, they say they want to do every election in one day. The next day, they say they want to bring back the election clock. All these things are tailored to disrupt the opposition parties. The target for APC, and I must warn, is to ensure that P2B does not have a platform to run, and the people will resist that. We are ready for them, and I like what is happening already. There's something I keep quoting Thomas Sowell. There's a limit to how you can abuse power. Power has a limit. Even during the slave trade, even during the German occupation, they understand that there's a limit you can push power. And APC seems not aware that there's already a point you push power and it will bounce back. And that power is bouncing back. And when it happens, it's going to be a problem. Look at every political party, they're all having problems. Instigated by the likes of the APC and their henchmen. Imagine Bayo Onanuga is the one throwing aspersions on P2B as if P2B is the man who ran the election. Like Dr. rightly pointed out, I'm aware that a lot was done to ensure that Peter Obi loses his unit. And I must admire the personality of PO, which is where I take a departure from what Dr. Am is saying. That P2B campaign, despite the fact that Moral was not our candidate, shows that you understand symbolism, that leadership is also, I'm a leadership student, that the symbolism, there's an act of symbolism, that despite what is happening, I must also support my candidate. And that's what he has done. That is very, very honorable of him. But for anybody to now say, oh, because of that, I will must judge the last election because P2B lost its unit. It also takes a man of character not to be allowed to drag to the gutters. So I admire him. It's one of the reasons many of us. Let me tell you something. Those who are following PO are really majorly people who are intellectually sound, the best of Nigerians. P2B support is actually very, very organic. And because it's organic, we understand when if we had the right candidate with the kind of that mirrors the image PO represents, what you saw in the last election would not be what would be the result we are seeing today. We also had candidates who most Labour Party members are even obedient. Just see as one of those people who are taking advantage of PO's influence.
Okay, sir.
After all, the candidate of Labour Party just moved from APC the other day. So we are not even sure if he's even a member of Labour Party.
Okay.
And like Doctor said, he's a candidate. And we'll have our own man's leadership
All right, sir.
candidate. So what happened and what POD is?
Yes, sir. So, sorry, sir, because of our time, we're pressed for time now. We won't be able to take much conversation as regards to this. But what I want to do is, after the show, I'll get to fix a time again for you and Chief Peter Ame in this same week, where we would have a robust conversation as regards to the Labour Party, the Nigerian reforms, and of course, I will look at our electoral process. Okay, because these are conversations that we still have to have, heart to heart, and we have to talk about them and dissect them. All right, so this is how far we can actually go. And I'll just have to take this opportunity to say a very big thank you to Chief Peter Ame for joining the program this evening. And of course, Dr. Eze for joining the program. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the show. All right, this is how far I can actually go on the program. In case you love sports, you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put for Locker Room, as they'll be coming up shortly. All right, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest. So it's better.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Society is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Voptvlive, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching them say Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. More. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on. A VOP TV.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Share some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. Share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, so another beautiful time to talk football on the locker room. And of course, there's so much to talk about in the exciting world of football. Rather in some kind of pains, but not in severe pains anyway. All right, I'm Jerry Alpelio. I report you for football duties. It promises to be exciting. It's a full house. And of course, the guys are back. We have a feast with us after a long time out. Did you join? Who did I say you joined? Who's on an injury spell right now?
Isaac.
No, Isaac is back. We saw him on the weekend, on Sunday.
Okay.
Bench. Okay, you've been on the bench like
yeah,
Isaac.
It's been on the bench like Isaac.
It's great to have you back. But
yeah.
Still on the bench, but now you're on the field.
Of course, I mean, I'm not on the bench like Madueke. Madueke is not even on the bench at all. Likes of Gabriel Jesus, those ones are, coming back.
Just Gabriel Jesus training.
Yes, and maybe good news, to Arsenal
and Gabriel Cruz, what happened? He's been on exit.
Okay, about Victor Yokeresh. Victor Yokeresh is actually injured and is going to be back after the international break, according to the coach.
He's seen his period right now.
You are not. You're not the one to be talking to me.
No,
you're not the one to be talking to me now.
I'm just asking. At least Trossard is.
Let me do the intro. See, let me do my intro in peace. Let me do my intro in peace. Good evening, to the viewers, and yes, my name is Afiz Ogubanjo, and it's good to be back on our locker room with the lion himself, and also
I'm not the lion.
He's the lion. He's the lion. He's the big dog. Yeah, he's the big cat and the big dog. And the big dog is also waiting on the wings, and Mayowa also will be joining as soon as possible. Yes, and it was a fantastic weekend. Maybe a bittersweet for the investors, bittersweet because some results didn't go, the way the investors planned it. We saw Bayern Munich, dropping points for the first time this season. I think that's their 17th game, and 16 wins and a draw. It's still time to give Vincent Kompany, his flowers because he did really well. They said he faced his biggest test up against Paris Saint-Germain. He passed that test, but in the weekend they drew 2-2 against Union Berlin, and Luis Diaz, do you see that goal? I think Liverpool fans were asking the question that, hey, why did we let this man leave? Yeah. I mean, look at the way he got that ball. The ball was heading out for a goal kick, right?
Gakpo deceived them.
Gakpo did not. I think he's an slot. I think he's an slot for me because replacing him, we saw that he had Leon Gumua, who was the best player in preseason. Chiesa as well. Why you are not playing them?
Last season, Diaz fell below standard. That's why.
At the same time, look at him now. Look at him now. You could say he's a Bayern, maybe he's a pharmacy, but Diaz is good. You can agree with me.
Who would have thought that he would have this fantastic time at Bayern with what he did last season? Last season, he fell below his standard.
But you can't use that's what I'm saying. You can't use one season. With Nunez, Jerry, you could see that he wasn't doing well. So no, Liverpool had every like, let me say,
when you're buying tickets, spending money, you believe that you don't need some players anymore. That was what just happened.
Maybe that was what happened, and Bayern Munich got a 2-2 draw. Arsenal as well, conceding after a long time. It was a fantastic weekend, and also in some, let me say, not so good fashion. We saw what happened in the NPL field.
Anyway, I said it here live that Arsenal was going to lose to Sunderland, but Sunderland somehow did not do.
What did you say about Liverpool playing Manchester City?
Yeah, I thought Liverpool was going to win.
Jerry, you have.
I thought Liverpool was going to win.
Jerry, you're
I thought Liverpool was going to win.
you're having this mouth because you defeated Real Madrid. You know, I wasn't here.
So
Liverpool defeated Real Madrid. Liverpool defeated Real Madrid.
Let's introduce
I saw you on the show. My knows. He knows. Good evening. We are here for it.
Another team that escaped the teeth. You know, like
I can't wait to see my after a long time.
They escaped by the teeth against Tottenham Hotspur. Tottenham came back from 1-0.
This guy has too much mouth. He has too much mouth on him.
Congratulations for
supporter of a team that lost 3-0.
I felt bad for Man United because they needed to win that game, but unfortunately, yeah.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. I mean, we are better than those that were baptized with 3 goals.
At least there's no shame in losing to Man City. There's no shame.
But please, for those in the back,
I've been trying to compose another song, and I'll probably sing it for you now. Oro la le da, oro la le da, oro la le
let him
da, oro la le da.
Last time we checked, this is a sports show. This is a football show.
Win. Oro la le.
This is
do you understand Yoruba?
I don't understand. I've never heard Yoruba in my life. What's that?
No explanation. Don't worry. Just go on.
I've never heard. This is the first time I'm hearing Yoruba. What language is that, please? Well, it is what it is. Congratulations. I think we'll have a segment for you. We'll have a DJ and a live band.
Yes.
So that why will start giving us some.
It's because you can
playlist. I think at the time we'll have a playlist.
That will have been a hard of banter.
Don't worry. One day, maybe on your birthday or when you turn 40 or 50, go back to all your archives and bring out all your lyrics. Don't worry, I will do that work.
He go sell. Don't worry. I will bring out your lyrics. He go sell.
All your lyrics. So your 50th.
He go sell.
Say that.
But Jerry, what do you think is going on?
Yeah, there's no shame. There's no shame in losing to Man City. Anyway.
You were outplayed. Only 2 shots on target. How?
We saw the way the referee. See, you know what? The thing is that
blame game.
The team played woefully. I agree with that. But that officiating did not even really help matters. The officiating
that was just one incident.
No, even the penalty.
Apart from that cancelled goal, which one?
For me, even the penalty that Mama has really saved was not the pen, and the goal Van Dijk scored. Had it been that pen entered, it would have been 4-0.
Oh, did you see? Maybe Jerry. Maybe it's like a case of you know the way we say it on the street, Ojoro Council.
And this was even the time I was expecting the manager to have brought in inside because Ekitike was a no-show. They made sure Ekitike was just there.
But he wasn't getting any service.
Why playing Florian Wirtz to play the left wing?
Yeah.
Though he did fantastically
well. He worked out against Real Madrid.
He did very well.
Maybe that was why.
He did well playing from the left too, but it was not enough. Had it been, he had played his normal 10.
But the question is Ancelotti getting confused? I know we're still going to talk about this on the show.
See,
but is he getting confused?
You know, there's this brand that when you place an order, they'll give you something that you didn't expect. He was like this Jurgen Klopp version. He was trying to.
Why he didn't expect?
It is that he was trying to play Jurgen Klopp style against Guardiola when you are not Jurgen Klopp.
But he worked out last season.
No,
he won 2-0 at the Etihad.
No, the thing is that what he did last season. What he did last season? He just built on what Jurgen Klopp had and got the result. This season he has changed. Do you know how many formations he has changed? He has played close to 6 or 7 different formations that I don't even understand. Sometimes I look at the Liverpool team, I don't even understand them. And you are playing against Liverpool, you are not Jurgen Klopp. You are playing against Man City. You want to show that you are as good as Jurgen Klopp.
Is the bulk of Klopp's players.
Do you know
it's the bulk of Klopp's players? Like, you can't blame him.
Do you know who was on the bench with Guardiola?
Who was on the bench with Guardiola?
Pep Linders. Pep Linders was virtually...
Who knows
Liverpool in and out?
Liverpool in and out.
So you want to play that pattern against team when Pep Linders is there to give him all the expo.
I can understand. I can understand that.
Just like you already knew the answers before the exam
came out.
So anything you were bringing, you were just like, what's this one doing? Anything you play here.
But is Manchester City back? Are they title contenders now?
Yeah.
Man
So I think they will
City,
catch up with Arsenal.
Man City,
and probably
see, their next match, Man City will be flogged. This
Wow.
time, Man City.
So
team,
so you don't
special.
see them beating
That one
Liverpool
that
as a yardstick.
Doku was running up and down. If it's Aston Villa catch him now, you will cut to size. Just like Liverpool, they just like.
We will talk about it.
Anyway, what happened against Man U? So I don't know. What happened?
Against Spurs?
Against Spurs, because
well,
I don't know.
I think the performance was very poor, and it's not even only against Tottenham. Against Nottingham Forest, I think we have this problem of scoring first, and we switch off. The same thing happened against Nottingham Forest, and the same thing happened against Tottenham again. I don't know what Sheshko is doing. If I don't think he should be playing for Manchester United. He has not been delivering. But however, I think the players look very tired, and I don't understand the reason. You are not in Europe, and you are playing. You are looking tired while playing. So I think the coach needs to do something fast. This is a good time to have this international break. Perhaps maybe they go back to the drawing board and come back better. But the two performances, the last two games, we have just been lucky to escape with a draw. Those two games, we do not deserve to win, if you are being honest.
Yeah. Anyway, those are excuses. Anyway, anyway, it's just that he escaped. That is just the beautiful excuse. I would have loved to see that Tottenham side really showed up.
Did they?
Yeah, they did show up.
They did not.
They were on the brink of losing that
They were
game.
poor in the first half.
Yeah,
I think it's a game of 2 halves.
eventually.
They were poor in the first half, and I think Manchester United, when they should have capitalized to increase the lead, they did not do that. I mean, look at Sheshko, look at that chance. He was dilly-dallying in the box, and he allowed Van de Ven to recover. You should know that for his centre-back who is very speedy, he will catch up on you. I think it was just a case of two teams who are still trying to understand how they play. And Tottenham, they have been so surprising under Thomas Frank because they started really well. We saw that game against PSG in the Super Cup. We saw something, a team with identity, other than that eye-line football they were playing under Postecoglou. But then it's looked all doom and gloom, in recent times. Xavi Simons has not even looked like the signing, of the summer so far. But they are still playing well. But Richarlison is the man I want to talk about. You stole a goal, took off your shirt, and this is not the first time. You didn't against Liverpool. You remember when Diogo Jota, God rest his soul, when he scored that goal in the dying seconds after Richarlison did his mock celebration and all of that. So I think it jinxed that one again, also for Manchester United. But for that one, it was a game that a draw wouldn't have been like a bad result, even though United should have won that game the way they played. But it was good for both sides. And like you said, escape for him, but not for you.
Ikechukwu is running down here, maybe to save. Like as if he wants to save what's his name?
But his team for the season.
He wants to
let's say his team for the season. Okay. They won. They won 3-0.
3-0 against.
Yes, up against Wolves.
Because Arokodare Dari did not play.
Even if Arokodare had played. Speaking of Arokodare, I'm sure some fans were like, this guy he has not really lived up to expectation at Wolves. Why is he called up for the national team? I'm sure that maybe when we get into the discussion of the national team squad list, there are many questions that a lot of fans have come out to ask. That there's a certain Olakule Olusegun too. But then when we get there, we would accept everything. Welcome to the show, Ikechukwu.
Yeah, he wants to save Amorim's job.
Well, good evening to our viewers. Good evening, guys, in the studio. I mean, it was a very busy weekend. United finally ahead of Liverpool in the Premier League. I mean, it feels good to actually see that. I can't congratulate
Thank you. That's the only thing he succeeded to say. He wants to succeed to say it today. I know you're happy.
Hold on.
See, now you have said that you want to say that in your mind. Are you happy now?
Wait.
Are you happy now? You want a bottle of water. So wet it down so that you'll be excited.
Relax. It was a very busy weekend. I mean, Chelsea or Blues got 3-0 against Wolves. I mean, they've really shown that they're a side to be worried about. And it was a usual weekend for City. I mean, their babe came calling at the Etihad Stadium. And when your OS visited over the weekend, you know what happens. 3 good rounds and, beautiful goals from Doku. I think that goal will compete for the goal of the season. Mama Zavili actually helped keep the scoreline a little decent. Liverpool actually, I think their biggest problem now is to understand who is definitely going to be starting up front. Pep Guardiola did just one thing against Liverpool, and that paid off real good. He understood the strength of the power vault in McAllister and Gravenberch. And what he did was to put in real ball players who can really, really hold on to the ball, and they are quite slicky on the ball. Ryan Cherky, Bernardo Silva, and Phil Foden. So it was a busy day for the both of them to actually outplay them, because these guys are also master of the craft when it comes to ball handling. And what they did was they moved towards the side of Robertson. So they overloaded that part of the field. So every single time they switch the ball back to the area of the goal, it's free, one-on-one with Conor Bradley. And we saw how it was like a Principal Cup, Primary Season.
Was that Van Dijk goal? Was it a goal?
That wasn't a goal. But I mean,
that wasn't a goal.
That wasn't a goal.
Wow.
It is a goal.
Okay.
It is a goal.
That wasn't a goal. My wife, it was not a goal.
Anybody that says that's a goal, that means I have a
My
problem.
wife,
I have a problem.
I think it blocked.
I have a problem. Even
no, my
all of a sudden, okay, what about the talk about PGMOL?
No. See,
what about the PGMOL talk? What did PGMOL do there?
Maiwa, wait.
I wish there was a picture.
Jerry, let's
wait.
I wish there was a picture.
Who was PGMOL assistant?
Wait,
Maiwa, please. Who was PGMOL assistant?
Maiwa, let's talk about the rules. There are rules to this game now. What does the rule says when a player is in offside position?
Yeah. The rule is
you don't react. And that player actually reacted.
In what way?
He moved his body.
Yes, now.
And that's a reaction now. You're supposed to stand still.
No, if you react.
No, that's a reaction.
No, the picture will come up.
He reacted towards the ball. The ball was coming towards him now.
If you are interrupting play in any way, in terms of trying to help the ball.
He did distract the goalkeeper with that move.
No, the goalkeeper was not in the front of the goalkeeper.
The ball was coming towards him.
Has to give us a picture.
The goalkeeper was not. See, if you are obstructing the goalkeeper, let me not tell you the truth. There's a picture of 2024, the same coach, referee, Chris Cavenagh, where David Silva was actually blocking the goalkeeper, interrupting, and the goal was allowed, and he was on offside position.
See,
the goal was allowed. What happened that day?
Okay, Jerry, I'll tell you. See,
what happened that day?
That incident and this incident, right? The way the direction of the ball towards the Liverpool player. Because if you go back to that game, that ball was heading towards that Liverpool player.
Okay.
That Liverpool player can, as well, from the position he was standing, he can actually, put his head on that ball and change the direction of the ball, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now, he did it. He moved his body away, which means that he reacted towards the direction of the ball.
I think before the Van Dijk header came in, he was in front of the goalkeeper.
See,
he was in front of the goalkeeper.
Jerry, you understand one thing, that the fact that he reacted, he knew he was offside. Oh. If he had stood still and that ball passed him, that would have been a goal.
No, but the ball didn't touch him, right? The ball did not touch him.
That's what I'm saying.
The reason why it was flagged offside was PRR judged him to be obstructing the goalkeeper. He was not interfering with play. PRR just felt that he was, if you're obstructing the goalkeeper, to be flagged offside. But he was not.
But what does it mean to be interfering with play? Is it until you touch the ball, or just to move, or give a certain reaction to it? What does it mean to obstruct play?
Once you're in front of the goalkeeper in the direction of the ball, I think that's obstruction.
But you agree that he was interfering with play with the way he actually moved?
He was not. He was not. The reason why he was flagged offside was
he made attempt to use.
He was blocking the goalkeeper's view. He was not.
No. There's a difference between offside and obstruction.
See,
offside, the ball did not touch him, so it's not offside. He was obstructing.
We've seen situation where a player shoots a ball and the person in offside position had to jump and open his leg, and then that ball was actually counted against them because it was actually him distracting the goalkeeper by the reaction they actually gave. So if you give those reactions, definitely it's part of us interrupting the flow of the game, and that's what he did. It's unfortunate, it's painful, but that was what it is.
No, but PGMOL.
No, Jerry, you are second best in that game. So don't even come.
I'm not saying
you are completely second. You are playing in that game. There was no way you would have gotten the points in that game.
Before we started,
look at
you told.
Look at this.
I said Liverpool played.
Look at this.
Look at the
just before the end.
Yes. No, look at the one below. Look at the one below. Look at him now.
He was in front of Donnarumma.
He was in front of the
direction of the ball.
I wish you can play the video. It was not in front of Donnarumma. Was diving towards that place.
No.
It was not in front of Donnarumma. Did you see the game?
Let me go to. Let me
that's
show
in front of Donnarumma. Donnarumma was diving towards where the ball was.
Jerry, let me show you. Let me show you. Look at it. Just in the direction of the ball. Look.
You don't even have to do this.
Look at this. Look at this. Just look at this one here.
Look at him there.
Was he in front of the goalkeeper?
No, the ball was already on Van Dijk's head. Right?
Okay.
He was in front of the goalkeeper, directly in front of the goalkeeper.
No.
And when he saw the ball coming, he ducked.
No.
Look at it.
Jerry, see,
No,
Jerry,
he was not in front of the goalkeeper.
Wait, Jerry,
now.
Jerry.
Look at the picture is clear now. Donnarumma is standing far from where Robertson is. Look at it now. Is it that my eyesight
Jerry, the first picture and the second picture is quite different.
I saw that game live.
From that ball, no,
we all saw the game live.
Jerry, from the second picture,
Maiwa, please help
from the
me.
second picture and that one, you will notice that there have been movements. They've been movements now.
It's just because of, how will I say, it's because of viewership rights. You cannot show that video. I know I will have shown that video,
If you can get the video, it will be much more clearer. With this still picture, you will get it wrong. If you look at the video again, when the ball was coming, City's goalkeeper could see that ball clearly. That was why he decided to make that move to that position. Robertson was not in front.
Maiwa, you agree with me that from look at the
was
position
in front of the goalkeeper?
See,
no, he was not.
See,
he was in front of the goalkeeper now.
See, he was offside already first. I think you can agree he's offside, and then his reaction was actually obstructing play.
So
from offside position, yes, now.
Maiwa, if I'm to
you are in offside position.
If I'm to
this
come
sort of
in,
move is you obstructing play now. That's what it means now.
If I can come in, Maiwa, I think every decision, right, is always after the movement of the ball, right? Even if you want to flag offside, it's always after the ball was played or just before the ball was played. Look at the picture below. The ball was already on Van Dijk's head, going to the direction of the goal. And there was Robertson standing in front of Donnarumma. There was no way. It was after that ball was now getting close to Donnarumma that he shifted and ducked.
Hold on, Afis.
Yeah.
Is Donnarumma taller than Robertson? Yes or no?
He's taller than Robertson, but he's standing in front.
Is it
obstruction.
Was Donnarumma not participating going to that direction before?
But look at
the video. It will be much more clear.
But look at the height of the ball. Look at the height of the ball.
Right? But look at Donnarumma in the first picture. Is he standing full? Is he standing straight?
No, he's diving for the ball.
The first picture
look at the height of the ball.
Below. Look at him. Is he standing straight?
Hold on. Ikechukwu. Look at where Donnarumma is. If you can zoom the picture below, look at where Donnarumma is. Look at where Robertson is. You cannot tell me that Donnarumma is not seeing that Van Dijk is making a connection with that particular ball. So Donnarumma could see. If look at where Donnarumma is. He's not directly behind Robertson. He is not from the picture below. He is not directly behind Robertson. So definitely, he can definitely see. Obviously, goalkeepers will lie, but he can definitely see. If you look at the positioning, he's not directly behind. Just look at the picture.
But you also agree that Robertson also agree that a player that is in offside position, any reaction you give can actually interfere
with play.
You don't have to touch the ball.
Can actually.
I agree with that.
That's what he did now. That reaction is him interfering to play.
However, he was booked for obstruction, not for interfering. That was the reason why he was flagged off time, because they said he was obstructing the goalkeeper.
You just said they said.
In terms of affecting play was not the case.
To you, Maiwa, was he obstructing or not?
No, that was clearly obstruction.
No,
interfering. No, clearly, Maiwa agreed that he's obstructing the play, but not.
I think offside is the problem. I think offside was the problem.
He was not interfering, but he was flagged for obstructing.
No,
that was why he was flagged.
What I'm saying is,
that was
you agree that he was interfering, but he was not obstructing.
No.
Okay, look at this picture, Maiwa.
Look at this picture. Look at
where he was standing.
Look
at where the goalkeeper was standing.
This was after the ball. This was
no, the ball already left Van Dijk now. It was close now.
Yeah, we are.
This thing happened in split seconds now. This happened in split seconds now. The ball is already very close.
The ball was
so the goalkeeper obviously has adjusted.
Come on.
Robertson also has adjusted, and then he saw the ball.
Where is the goalkeeper adjusting to?
To make the same direction of the ball now, Jerry. To make the same direction of the ball.
Anyway,
he moved away from Robertson to see clearly. That answers your question.
Okay, he left where the ball was. Where the ball is coming, so that he will see clearly.
But you know what?
Wow.
At the end of the day, they were
thank God I play football at some point in time in my life. If not, I will just be confused. They were explaining football to me. It's like what am I telling now?
Look at the direction of the ball. Look at Donnarumma. Look at Robertson. You cannot tell me Robertson. You cannot tell me Donnarumma is not simple. Look at where Robertson is. Look at direction. Look at goalkeeper.
See, please don't even waste the saliva. These guys already have been mentioned. So even the truth is before them. See, see, this is what the offside rule says. The offside rule, according to law 11, as far as offside rule is concerned, it says a player in an offside position at the moment the ball is played or touched by a teammate is only penalized on becoming involved in active play by 1. Interfering with play by playing or touching a ball passed or touched by a teammate, or interfering with an opponent by preventing an opponent from playing or being able to play the ball by clearly obstructing the opponent's line
or vision,
or challenging an opponent for the ball, or clearly attempting to play a ball which is close when the action impacts on an opponent, or making an obvious action which clearly impacts on the ability of an opponent to play.
So what Robertson did, it wasn't that. Wait, Jerry.
Now the law is there.
Yes, the last one.
So was there a case where Robertson was stopping?
Look at the last. That was the last law now.
Wait, was there a case where he was making an obvious action?
That was an obvious action now. What then is an obvious action?
The first point and the last point.
Mayowa.
No, we have a lot on the show. Let us go ahead.
That Mayowa's Robertson action. How is it different from a player that jumped? He jumped. A ball was shot and he jumped.
Let's get to this.
The law is there, but I need the explanation.
And I'm putting the VAR guys, right? What the VAR guy said is this: he was booked for obstruction. That was what he was booked for. So if they are going by obstruction, by the still picture we have seen, the clearer one that we have seen now, definitely he is never obstructing. So that goal should have stood. If they were booking him for obstruction, if they are booking him for something else, maybe, but for obstruction, the goal should have stood.
Okay, but for interference, you can agree.
They are not booking him for interference.
That
was not what VAR said.
Potato.
Potato, absolutely. And just like the Lion himself says every show, is medicine after death. So let us move on. They were second best.
No, they were second best.
They were second best.
If Liverpool were second best,
the thing is if the goal had entered, the game would have
had a different momentum.
It would have a different momentum.
It
would have had a different momentum.
Liverpool were on the back.
It would have had a different momentum. There's a way goals change games.
Jerry,
we've seen teams. Liverpool played badly against PSG. All of a sudden, Elliott came in and scored the goal. It was 3 points.
You would have said the same.
It was a win.
If Alan has
scored penalty, goals change games.
If Alan has scored penalty, you would have said that penalty was the reason why.
And if that goal was allowed, it would have been a different kettle of fish. So you cannot tell me that.
If
you cannot tell me that.
If Alan has scored a penalty,
you cannot tell me that. I didn't mean that goal entered. Would have been a different kettle of fish. We would have changed the mentality of the game. We would have changed the order of the game.
No.
Why would you say that? Why would you say if the goal had been scored, then allow, then we cannot say that. We cannot say that. No, you cannot say that based on assumption. That's an assumption.
The only thing that made us know that Man City was playing Liverpool
on Sunday
was the jersey they were wearing.
That Man City team.
Every other team on display was like a pressing up end against Man City.
That was the same Man City team Aston Villa beat.
Can I come in?
That was the same team Aston Villa beat.
Jerry, hold on.
There's nothing special about that. The only thing that was special about that team was that Arne Slot made the wrong calculation.
It was the same thing that defeated Man City. What is the wrong calculation?
Pep Linders was also there because he already understands the Liverpool side. There was no surprise, and Slot came with no surprise. He came with the same script. He was trying to play club style against a team.
You don't have to give us explanation. We don't need it.
I'm not explaining to you.
We don't
I'm
need
saying
it.
if the goal was allowed, it was a different
If Haaland had scored that goal, that first penalty, you would have said that was the reason they won.
Yeah.
And he missed it. He scored again.
Ikechukwu, my own is
they were clearly way better than you.
They were not clearly better. The referee was on their part.
How?
Did you see all the calls?
Who scores?
We also. You did not watch the match now. You have, maybe watch highlights.
Jerry.
You watch highlights.
Jerry.
Picture made no assist. Okay, wait. Maiwa. Okay, picture made no assist. Man City. Picture made no penalty. It was a penalty.
There was no contact.
There was no contact. Was it a penalty?
Hey.
It wasn't a penalty.
Contact.
Maiwa, are you saying there was no contact? Wait, Maiwa, was that a contact or not?
That was not a penalty. See, it was not a penalty. PJ made no assist.
Let me ask you.
Okay.
Was that a contact?
PJ made no assist.
Jerry, was that a contact?
PJ made no assist. PJ made no assist.
Hold on. The same thing happened in the game against Newcastle. The same thing happened in the game against Newcastle. The first penalty that was overturned, where Django got a red yellow card, where Dambon, slightly touched him. It went around and they gave the guy a yellow card. It was the same touch. The touch was not enough to warrant a penalty, and that's just it.
See, but why you agree
anyway,
that
let's go to Super Eagles.
Even coaches and
let's leave this Man City. Let's not touch on the Man City.
Let me finish with this, right?
Let's go to the camp of the Eagles, please. In Nigeria. All right, let's go to this camp of the Eagles, where the Nigerian Football Federation has made a public. Made the list public, talking about the camp of the Eagles is already bubbling. As of last week, Friday, the list was unveiled.
Yeah.
And I think there was no much surprises. We thought that we're going to see a lot of new players.
Yeah.
The only surprise was that Chidera Ojuke is back in the squad, and as well as Okoye Maduka is also back in the squad. And of course, for the defense was the usual suspects. And I think I'm pleased that Shemi Ajayi, in spite of the fact he's going to be suspended for the Gabon game, meaning that they're having plans of making it to the final and play whoever they meet between the Congo and Cameroon.
Yeah.
And of course, Zaidu Sanusi
also back,
back-to-back return for the team. And for the midfield, I think I'm a little bit worried. And though the usual suspects are there, Chris Santos, it looks like Erichel is not convinced with what he saw in the games he came to play for the Eagles, and that's why he's been dropped. And of course, he's suffering lack of game time with Crystal Palace.
I think that's a major problem.
It's quite understandable. Then we have Alexi Wobi, Frank Oyeka, Wilfred Ndidi, Onyedika Raphael. And I don't know about Alassane Yusuf. I'm still just confused on this.
I think he's playing in the MLS, and his team are they not struggling right now in the MLS. I think that's another name.
Before I had Akin Samiro, I think to Alassane Yusuf.
And he played well, for Pisa. Even in their last game in the Serie A. I just don't understand maybe what is going on with Eric Chelsea's list. And looking at even the forward line, the likes of Ademola Lookman, the usual suspects, Moses Simon, Victor Osimhen, and Chidera Ejuke, who also is not even in the Sevilla team at this point in time, and is also.
I think Akko Adams even. Is of a higher pairing.
Of course, Akko Adams is a striker, but even as a winger, Ejuke is not even being used. And my thing is with Olakule Olusegun too. I think they are better wingers. He's also playing in Russia, and his team are also at the bottom of the table, and he's not also doing well.
My slot.
Right?
Maybe he's my slot.
But for me, I think the likes of David Simon, who was playing in the Champions League, I think playing for Slavia Prague. The likes of Yiraso, who is playing for Genk. I don't know. Maybe the scouting level is not so much. They don't really see boys that are playing. Ikechukwu, I don't know what you think about it. Maybe they don't see players that are playing elsewhere.
I think what the coach is actually doing, looking at the list, is that he actually wants to bring in people who are already used to the Super Eagles. No, already used to the Super Eagles. Okay. If you remember, it was part of the Nations Cup team.
Yeah.
So many of these guys are actually not new. So trying to create a different chemistry now is not the best time. You just have a very short window. So
am I seeing my slots and quota
system?
No,
obviously there's quota system very well in that list. For all I care, Hassan Yusuf has no business in that list.
Business.
But then
Zaidu Sanusi.
Zenit Sanusi has been part of one of
He's
the
been
games.
part of the team.
So one of the games.
And it's an option.
Recently,
It's also an option.
Right
no, I'm not talking about top form. I'm saying
It might
he
not
has been part of
start,
the team.
but at least it's part of the
Is
team.
it going to start? Is it going to be crucial in the team?
It's
No, we
not
have
obviously
Bruno
not going to be
Imechi. Bruno
crucial
Imechi
if we have everybody ready. But the thing is, like I said, the coach is actually looking at people who understand, the chemistry already in the team, right? I mean, like we've established already that Eric Shell does not have his own team yet. So it's actually just making do.
Right now, should this is giving me that again?
No, he really doesn't.
He's playing friendlies. He's playing World Cup qualifiers.
Jerry.
What else?
When coaches start doing this, play this one today and play. Yeah, there are some key players that will definitely make the first 11.
I think it's even harder for national team coaches to have their first 11 because it's the national team.
Yes, that's
teams can come
also
around
a very big
anytime.
thing. But the truth is, he's trying to actually make, this window is quite short. He wants to actually make use of the very best that he's got, that he actually inherited from a coach. Not what we saw, over the weekend. Anyways, like Arne Slot actually messed up Liverpool. But this coach, Eric Shell, at this point, I know that there's a lot of hand of Esau and voice of Jacob in this team. It's clear. If you look at the team, you know that certain persons have no business there. But yes, we've always had it. Some teams went into the market, bought players expensive, put them on the bench. They turn up. They don't even inspire the team. And at the end of the day, they turn into something else. They were having dragons in their former team. So he doesn't want those sort of situations with the Super Eagles, and that's exactly why.
I don't know where this is coming.
That's exactly why we have this situation.
I don't know where this is coming from.
You understand, Jerry?
Please calm down. This is the Super Eagles.
I think I was lost for like 5 minutes.
You were not lost.
I was lost for 5 minutes.
You were not lost.
You clearly red jersey.
Are we still talking about?
I said you were putting on his red jersey.
Are we still talking about Super Eagles? I know.
I'm talking about the Super Eagles, of course.
Mario, I think I was lost for 5 minutes there. Please help us.
I mean, Ikechukwu, I beg, sports with the cooking, I beg.
Yes.
No. I don't even understand anymore. But I think maybe you put us in the right perspective.
In any case, I think we've said constantly. Remember when they were hiding the list, and these are kind of things that are annoying me. We have players that are doing way better than Alassane Yusuf. Why is Alassane Yusuf, making the squad? Why is I understand the fact that we are bringing Ezeju Sanusi back. Remember the last qualifier, he was also present. The last round of qualifiers, he was present. So I understand the fact that okay, you want to bring him, but why are you bringing an Alassane Yusuf that is playing in America? And he's not even playing. The club is playing for. They are struggling. What good football are they playing in America that you are bringing Alassane Yusuf, especially in the midfield? Another thing is this: why is you start constantly? If you are not performing in your club, you should not be part of the national team. I understand what Ikechukwu is saying, that he wants to go with players that he's very familiar with. This is not the time that you want to be chopping and changing and be testing new blood and that. I understand that fact. However, there are some players that are not supposed to make it into this national team, and one of them is Alassane Yusuf. I'm hoping that this, like Ikechukwu said, voice of Jacob and of Esau. I hope it will not come back to bite us in the behind when it's time for these players to perform. Because I mean, what with Alassane Yusuf add to the midfield? If any of our midfielders not performing on that particular day, so I don't understand it. I'm hoping it doesn't come back to bite us.
All right. Anyway, it is what it is, and they've been talking about another player. Talking about Paul Onuachu, the head coach of the senior national team, Eric Shell, says he's sorry for not including Paul Onuachu in his final list of players for the World Cup qualifiers playoff. And Onuachu has scored more goals than any other Nigerian striker this season, with 8 goals in 12 league games for Turkish side Trabzonspor, a tally that saw him make it to the provisional list of players for the mini tournament in Morocco. However, he wasn't in the final 24-man list, with Shell going with the trio of Victor Osimhen, Tolu Arokodare, and Jerome Ako in attack. Taking a look at these 3 names, who are the center forward? Would he have been more better if he had maybe Onuachu ahead of maybe Tolu Arokodare or Jerome Ako, based on the fact that he's on scoring form?
Well, for me, I think 2 things. I think the first one is that Paul Onuachu is not someone that is unfamiliar with the Super Eagles. He's been called up in many cases, and unfortunately, he doesn't really turn up, for the Super Eagles like it does for Trabzonspor right there in Turkey. I think for me, the second point is looking at the creativity, where the creativity comes from. On the show earlier this morning, we had people talking about how he's not really getting the service, from the midfield, as a striker. But then I think Nigeria's creativity is not even coming from, the middle. I think it's coming from the wings, where the likes of Moses Simon and Simon Chukwueze, I expected to bring in the crosses. But I don't think Paulo Nacho gets any of both services whenever he's called up to the national team. So I think his productivity is not showing. It doesn't show, in the Super Eagles. The way Victor Osimhen plays, he goes after every ball. The defenders don't rest. But I think Paulo Nacho is that in the box striker. He's like a poacher. He's waiting for the ball, to come in, and then he gets a header in or a foot in. That's a poacher's job, always in the box. But Victor Osimhen, even Tolu Arokodare, even Akko Adams, you can see them that when they are not getting that service in the box, they tend to come outside, right? To come and, direct the way the play will go, where the creativity will come from. So I think, yes, if it's based on, the job he is doing, based on merits, like we usually clamor for players to be called up, by the NFF, I think, or by the Super Eagles team, I think, yes, he should have been called up because he's getting the goals. But that impact that he has, and Ikechukwu is always saying that some people that are familiar with the settings that are already there. So I think Paulo Nacho, even though he's firing for Trabzonspor, I think maybe he's not deemed a good fit for the Super Eagles and how they play under Richard.
Well, I think one thing that yes, it's difficult because of the number of times he's had to play for the Super Eagles and yet to turn up. It's difficult to make a case for him. But again, we have to look at, if we want a strong team, we have to look at players who, actually doing very well. And arguably, it's Nigeria's most informed striker now, or perhaps, yes, arguably, Victor Osimhen. I mean, they are both playing in Turkey, and he's top of the, goal chart, and he's doing so well. So if you have, and also if you look at the Super Eagles now, Akko Adams is a like-for-like for Victor Osimhen. They are more like the same kind of player,
Yes.
Why Tolu Arokodare and Paulo Nacho are like. So the big question now is, if you place Tolu Arokodare and Paulo Nacho now on current form, who is better? These are the questions.
It has to be Paul, yeah.
Definitely, these are the questions we should be asking. Yes. Because I don't know why he's left out in code. Because if I were the coach, I would have given him at least just one last dance.
Don't you think because maybe he's not familiar to African the way we play?
No, that's the thing, right? If you can actually bring in a certain Hassan Yusuf who is very well out of form at this point, and Chidera Ojuke, who also we know is not even in a very good shape now. Yes. Why can't you bring in a man who is on fire? These are the questions. We actually need.
We did the same in the goalkeeping.
Yes, exactly.
And
if you look at Chidera Ojuke and Hassan Yusuf, both of them can actually. Hassan Yusuf definitely is a midfielder. And Chidera Ojuke can also move, into the midfield because, of course, he's the man who is replacing Chrisati Suche, who also the reason is because he's not really getting enough playing time in his club side. Yeah. So if you look at these two situations, and then you look at a man who's actually doing very well, and you fail not to call him, that's exactly why I said, there's a lot of my slot.
Yeah, because you can make the same case also. Sorry for Ebenezer Akisomiro, who is also doing well in the midfield, but it wasn't called up because of somebody that you think is familiar.
So we can even look at Akisomiro because like I said. He doesn't want to obstruct the chemistry. He's just want to look at.
But then he doesn't have bodies in the middle.
Yeah, but at least most of the players, aside Alex Iwobi, and of course I believe that what he wants to do is he wants midfielders who can actually win balls. And if you look at the midfield setup, all these guys are natural ball winners. They can actually play deep. Even Alex Iwobi is also a very good player when it comes to he often play deep as a midfielder. So that's exactly why I want to believe that Shea wants to actually bank on his flank and. Also, someone who can actually drive forward. That's why he brought in like a Chidera Ojuke. There's a Chukwueze, there's a Mo Simon, there's a Ademola Lookman. These are the ones who definitely complement the the man who will be most likely Victor Osimhen. So, but if you add up all of these things in check, and then you look at players who are actually not playing very well for their club side, and you decide to bring them in, and you leave out a man who is doing so well. I think it says a lot about how we do some things here.
We didn't even want to honor a call next time.
In other parts of the world, right? No matter how many times you've been given opportunity, if you're on fire, if you're on form, they'll bring you back to the national team. Even if you be sitting on the bench, you have to be part of it. That's what is going to prove to everyone that you have to be consistent. You have to be in good shape to be part of the Super Eagles.
I think NFF they usually put themselves in the position of having questions to answer when it comes to selections and tournaments like this, Jerry. Because just like he said, I mean, we did it in the goalkeeping department. There were calls already that there should be a test for Stanley Wabali and Maduka Okoye, who has been impressive for Udinese. He's been called up, and why can't we do the same thing? In the midfield and then in the striking position. But then. Just before we even started the show, we were talking about Tolu Aokudari, getting the invitation while Paul Onuachu did not get. But then I hope it turns out well in the end.
It's the people that should be fighting for himself. He wasn't even asking why didn't Onuachu get invited. Your legend, Onana, he said he's confused why they left him out. So that he will find it easy for Cameroon now.
Onana is doing well actually for Charlton Sport.
That's why I say he's a Man U legend now. He's coming back.
Is he a Man United legend?
Yeah, if he retires tomorrow, you say he's a Man U legend.
Is Onana a Manchester United in the United legend? At least you are
ahead
of Liverpool on the log.
Let him land. Let him answer.
You are ahead of Liverpool on the log. Answer us, please.
Let him answer. He wants to land now.
And somebody that considered 170 goals in 2 seasons the Manchester United legend. So he's not.
Why he has paid his dues too now?
It's like Bates now. Bates too.
So
Bates was
like that
now.
You are saying if you had another goalkeeper last season, you would have been ahead of Liverpool on the log last season. Because this season, without Onana, you are ahead of Liverpool.
We're playing poorly last season. Definitely, you cannot.
Liverpool is also playing poorly.
He will not allow you to answer him now. If you have an agenda, he will not allow you to answer. Allow you to answer now. Agendist.
You agree that if Onana is your goalkeeper this season, you will not be ahead of Liverpool
now.
Agendist.
You agree?
$10, we've heard you now.
Yes.
The thing is this. I think Onana, and to be fair to him, since he left Manchester United, he has been doing well for Charlton Sport. Where they are right now, his contribution is part of it. So I don't understand the reason why he has not been called up. However, he had a very horrible performance, and on the normal ground, Onana should not be making it to the national team. So that is it. For the case of Paul Onuachu, the problem has always been we are giving Paul Onuachu a couple of chances, and he didn't deliver. That's number one. Number two, this is a playoff. This is playoff. Yes, he's scoring. He's doing so well. His case is just like a Victor Boniface. Victor Boniface is a lion in Bayer Leverkusen. When it comes to Nigeria, he becomes a cat beaten by the rain. That's the same case for Paul Onuachu. And don't also forget, he struggled in Southampton, and that's the reason why he was shipped away to Turkey. Now he's doing so well, he's scoring goals. However, at this stage of the qualifiers, I can bet with you, I don't think LHL, there will be need for him to there's a need for him to understudy LHL and understand how LHL wants to play. Will you be able to do that in the next 2-3 days before that particular game? I don't think so. So if I were LHL, I'll probably go with people who I'm familiar with. And also remember, his link-up play is bad. If he's not getting fed in the 18, he cannot come back like the likes of Aro Kodari and Usime to link up play and even create chances for others. So, I mean, in that case, if they mark him out, it becomes a short punt based on how we are playing. So, definitely, I don't think, probably for friendly game, for to be able to understand it. But for this particular critical, playoff, I think Richard is justified not letting at this particular time.
All right, Richard is justified. Okay, and that means Man United legend will have to rest. Anyway,
he's not a legend. 176 goal cannot be our legend.
Anyway, I will rest too. Anyway, Man City celebrated Pep Guardiola's 1,000th game as a manager with a 3-0 win against Liverpool that lifted them back into the Premier League title race. While Nottingham Forest beat Leeds 3-1 to bolster the survival on Sunday. I almost ran away with some money over last week when they played Sturmgrass? They played Sturmgrass
and I think they drew. Yeah,
I actually
when they lost the penalty.
I actually picked a draw in that game, but funnily, one other team made.
Your investment did not invest.
Yeah, 4 odds. Imagine that was pure 4 odds. Straight draw. But anyway, it is what it is. It looks like Tottenham and of course Arsenal Sunderland. I remember we talked about that game.
Yeah.
I said that Arsenal should be careful. Go of Sunderland. Sunderland doesn't take prisoners.
We talked about that game, and I also said that Arsenal naturally struggle in November. November and February is a very, very difficult month. And it started already. Their first game in November, 2-2 draw. And if Arsenal continue in this way, then definitely they might not win the league. But if they win their next 3 games in November, then of course we can look at them. Because usually Arsenal, the way they play, November is the time where they struggle, and then February is when they start picking up injuries, and that's exactly when their season ends.
I won't say they struggled in November.
No,
this is their 3rd game in November. They won.
No, this is their first.
They've won 2 and
this is their first game.
They played last weekend.
But you can do 240 days and still lose the league. Why are we talking about November?
No, last weekend did they play a league game?
Yeah, they played a league game last weekend. I think they played.
Who did they play?
I know they won over the weekend. They won over the weekend. They played in the Champions League. They won as well. It's 6 games in November. They played 3. They played 2 in the Premier League and 1 in the Champions League.
No. This is just 10s now. They cannot play 2.
They play Slavia Prague.
They cannot play 2 games in the Premier League,
right? I think they play Slavia Prague and
they cannot play 2 games. Except you saying the Sunderland game is the 2nd game in the month.
Just before Sunderland. I'm trying to recall the game they played, but they've won in the league.
That's what I'm saying. If you say they played 2 games, that means Sunderland is the 2nd game in November.
They played Crystal Palace and they defeated Crystal Palace.
I think, they played Crystal Palace where Eze scored. That was the first game in November.
Yeah. First game in November. This is the 2nd one now.
Yeah, so okay, you're looking at the Premier League now.
Yeah, the Premier League, that's what I'm saying. Arsenal usually struggle in the league in November.
And they have Tottenham and Chelsea coming up.
Naturally, they usually struggle. So, but in the end, right, if they
does it look like Man City is back in the title race?
Obviously, it's 4 points.
It's 4 points.
And now, if you look at their team, Arsenal had many of their key players injured. Their depth is not as thick as it was in the beginning of the season. If they can actually scale through this and then go into the December fixture that we'll be having 3 games in 9 days, with this squad, trust me, it's going to be a
but where I will just put some, maybe let me see some positivity into Arsenal fans is that coming into that game, into the international break. After the international break, there are players that are actually coming
Definitely,
back.
Coming back fresh.
Yeah, the likes of Gyökeres, the likes of Kai Havertz, they are coming back.
Gyökeres has been off. What's happening?
No, it's been okay the way.
Let's go Madrid.
For me, I think it's been okay the way.
Is it okay you want or goals from him?
But I mean, what if you know anything about Arsenal?
But it's better than Isak so far. This
No, I'm not even going there.
It's better than Isak.
I'm not even going there.
I'm sure it's better than Isak.
I'm not even going there. The way Arsenal plays, anybody scores.
No, you cannot expect the money you spend on Isak is almost double.
We have to go. Time really fast spent. It's been great to have you on the show, and of course.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. But for people thinking Arsenal might win, if you spend 240 days on top of the log and still lose by 8 points, I don't believe Arsenal will do it. I think Man City
neither will Manchester United.
They did it in 1998, 1999 season.
Don't mind him now.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I think where I will just end is that maybe good news for some Nigerians. Ibrahimovic has been sacked by Atalanta, so maybe good news for some Nigerians.
And of course, the good news is that Chukwuma Okoro will be joining with Political Lens. And of course, a big thanks to the guys. My name is Jerry Apelahai saying thanks for being a part of the show. And of course, stay tuned for Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken debt lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264. On YouTube and other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Well, I've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agomo. Barrister Agomo is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Barrister Darlington Agomo, and good to see you once again.
Yeah, Mr. Koro, how was your vacation?
Barrister vacation? Well, very short vacation, but it was awesome. Beautiful.
Everybody missed you.
Oh, really? You did?
I did.
You missed me.
In fact, for once,
I'm here.
I stopped calling Mr. Koro.
So who are you calling now? Who are you calling in my absence? Who are you calling?
I didn't even remember again. David.
Beautiful. Barrister, I'm here. You can call Mr. Okoro once again.
Okay, you're
good to have
welcome.
you back, sir.
You're welcome.
And good to have you on the show. It's always a pleasure having you.
Well,
a lot has happened in the policy, but today we'll be looking at the implication of Trump administration's designation of Nigeria as a country of political concern through the eyes of Barrister Darlington. Since this thing happened, I have not actually heard from you. You know, your position about all of these things. The call by the American veterans of Igbo descent that Trump should establish a military base in Port Harcourt in Nigeria to help check the slaughter and of Christians, what they call genocide of Christians in Nigeria, and a lot of that. But before we get into all of that, Barrister, I would like for us to talk briefly about the Anambra elections. It held on Saturday, and somehow, anyway, Dr. Chukwuma Soludo, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, the sitting governor, the incumbent governor, won with a landslide victory, you know, during the election. So what's your take on the conduct of the election? Looks like this was a test case for Professor Josh Amupitan, the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Let's have your broad reaction to what happened in Anambra State. And I would like for you to also factor in the fact that some voters alleged that there were, you know, series of vote buying by different political parties that were part of the election. What's your broad reaction to the Anambra election?
Thank you, Mr. Kuru. My reaction to Anambra election is that that election was an election of agreement. Because I don't see how an APC candidate will perform so low, so abysmal, so irrelevant. In fact, this thing started with when Okachukwu flagged off his campaign under APC. We didn't hear anything. Nobody came from Abuja, nothing. You know, he's the National Working Committee members, the governors. It's just as if not was known. I connected it with what happened to visited Anambra, whereby he told Soludo, I will give you Anambra State. Soludo promised that he to give the president Anambra votes. And so they see the deal. Because why they didn't make any serious efforts in their campaign and all. And so the election went the way it went. So I wouldn't say that that election was actually intended to turn out that way. If not for the agreement, I'm sure APC would have put up a fight.
Will have put up a fight. But Barrister, I like the position you have adopted. You are of the opinion that if this agreement between the president and the governor takes place, that APC would have made an inroad into Anambra.
In fact, the gap wouldn't have been this much.
On the basis of what? Do you think that ordinarily an Anambra man will vote for an Okachukwu or vote for an APC?
Not only on that level.
Okay.
On the level of snatching it, grabbing it and running with it.
Okay.
If Tinubu wanted Anambra, he would have taken it just like he took Edo. Were you not here when he asked Edo, do you want me to give you Edo State? And they said yes. And he said, as long as I am the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will give you Edo State. Did it not happen? Do you think if they wanted the same thing to happen in Anambra, what would you have done?
No, Barrister, do you think that the average Anambra man would have allowed that to happen?
It doesn't matter. The same thing, an average Edo man wouldn't have allowed it to happen, but it happened. It's a question of deploying their violent attitude and all that. And then before you know it, the game is over. What will you do? So, but anyway, we thank God everything was peaceful. But then, let Anambra electorate be sacrificed on the altar of agreement. Whatever agreement Soludo have with Tinubu, it is between the two of them. Not Anambra Abga. Because Soludo doesn't own Abga. I don't want to hear tomorrow that somebody wants to defect. That would be terrible in Anambra. Very, very terrible. So this so-called victory that we are jubilating and celebrating now, let it be sustained under Abga. That is what I'm saying. Anything outside that, I don't want to hear. Why must all the Igbo governors be running to APC? Ojukwu will turn in his grave if Abga should go to APC. That's what I'm saying. That agreement and the way the election turned out told me a lot.
Okay, the agreement and the way the election turned out. Barrister, yes. So does it look like votes counted in that election?
I don't think so. I don't think so because most of the votes were bought by all the parties. I don't know which party. But from all indications, there was massive vote buying. To the extent that we don't know who won on principle, who won on hard work, who won on popularity. Because of the vote buying. We don't know who bought what, but it was obvious that vote was massively bought. In fact, there was this rumor that Kachuku spent 10 billion naira. Where did that money go to, if not for some of these things? But eventually, the people of Anambra collected the money and did the needful. But all I'm saying is that let Abga be sustained in Anambra. I don't want to hear stories at the end of the day. Or somebody will come and give us a excuse like they are giving us in Enugu. In Enugu.
Okay, now, Barrister, I want us to take away the allegations of vote buying. I also want us to take away the purported agreement you said that the governor had with the president. Soludo's performance, wasn't it enough, to secure him a second?
Yeah. In fact, you see, APC don't like good governance and good performance. In fact, it is those that perform very well that they always like to rattle. APC, they are in enmity with good governance. And so wherever a governor is performing, they want to poach him. They want to draw him into their fold. That's what they do. That good performance would have earned the Soludo some battle. If APC actually wanted to do so. But ask yourself, how can a governorship of APC level be conducting an election or be part of an election and his party didn't give him support? What does that tell you? They didn't give him support. It's not as if they were so busy that time or something. This is an off-cycle election. And that's the only state that is conducting election of recent. So why wouldn't APC deploy all their finances, all their violent nature, all their brigandage?
Okay, so Barrister, your position now, it tallies with the fact that, according to you, there was an agreement between the governor and the president. Yes, probably the president asked his partymen to stay away from
of course.
All of that.
Of course.
Now, if you put all of these things together, you raise a very important talking point, which is the fact that, according to you, any governor that seems to be performing well, APC tries to push that governor. Exactly. Is it some form of coincidence that it is only in the southern part of the country that we see the APC trying to poach performing governors? You might like to talk about Enugu State. Peter Mba seems to be doing well. Akwa Ibom seems to be doing well too, and all of that. And they were all poached into the APC. Barrister, aren't there performing governors in the north? Why is it that the APC has not poached any of them?
Because they see the Southeasterners as a peaceful and willing.
No, it's not only Southeast. I talked about South as well.
How many people in the South?
Delta went. Bayelsa went. Akwa Ibom went.
And even Rivers.
And Rivers is likely to.
So
how come they only discover poach governors that are doing well in the south? How about governors in the north?
Because
is there any one of them that is doing well?
I've told you, some of them have skeletons in their cupboard. In part of the performances.
Okay.
They still have skeletons in their cupboard, and if they become too stubborn, they might deploy EFCC against.
And you think that all the governors in the north are clean?
I told you now, it's because of the peaceful nature of these other people from the south.
Okay.
Yes, they don't put up resistance. The north will tell you what they want and they go for it. In the southeast here, we are not united. We are not. We don't have one voice when it comes to politics. And this have made us to be a willing tool in the hands of our enemies. They come in and divide us. They come in and mess us up. Because we are not united. That's just the truth.
All right, Barrister, I'd like for us to go back to the Anambra elections. Talking about how the election panned out, will you give credit to Professor Ameputan? This was more like a baptism of fire for him. How will you rate him, from the conduct of the elections?
On his own part, he tried.
Okay.
The new annex chairman, he did well. All the promise was, the question of vote buying is not under his purview. It is EFCC that should checkmate that.
Okay.
Every other thing that needed to be done, he did it. At least annex staff performed, except in Unihiala, where, there was just in one polling unit like that. But generally, yes, the election was okay. At least there was no violence, no ballot box snatching, no killing and all that. That is that's the plus for the annex chairman.
Okay, so probably you will say that he had a pass mark. He scored.
Yeah, and that is because the powers that be are behind him.
Okay.
And that's what they wanted.
The powers that be are behind him. Okay, that's what they wanted. So what will happen in 2027 if we use the Anambra election as a threshold? What do you expect? Will the powers that be behind him in 2027? Is he going to do their bidding?
Remember, let me tell you something. In 2023, remember the election was going smoothly until they discovered that APC was losing somewhere in Lagos. Is that not true?
Okay.
That was around after 12. That was when hell was let loose. So, if the part that be discover that they are losing, Mr. Okoro, they will not mind though. They will go all out though. That's the truth. That is their modus operandi. They don't want things to go easy against them. No, it's not possible. Except the part that be are winning. That is when you see peaceful election in 2027.
Okay.
That is the only time. If they are losing, they will deploy what they are known for. That's the truth. So I cannot bank on it because Anambra was peaceful and all that. No. It's because, like I told you, it was an election of agreement. And they allowed the agreement to play out. In 2027, I don't know who want to agree with who. Maybe the governor that defected promised to give their state. But if the people resist it, that's an issue. If the people say, no, we are not voting for APC, in spite of the fact that their governor defected to APC, that would be a problem, a very big problem. This is why I told you that without even looking at it twice, APC may implode. That's the truth, because they have made a lot of promises. These governors that are defecting, if they have been paid off, why would they be making demand? Yes, if they defected because money is changing hands, why would they not make demand in the party? That's the question. You can see now, that's where the problem will come from.
Okay.
Yes, I don't believe that these governors are defecting for nothing.
Okay.
I can bet my life.
Okay, you think they are leaving because of pressure?
Something, not living pressure, something exchange hands.
Something exchange.
Yeah, because I have been asking you this question. The 210 trillion naira that is missing from NNPC, where is it?
It didn't miss under this administration.
It's not.
They said for the past 10 years.
Who have been in power?
Okay, so they had to warehouse that money. They warehoused the 210,000 and waited for Tinubu to come and use that money.
Hold on. From the past regime that Tinubu take over to his own, is it not APC?
It's APC.
So what's the difference?
So now, Barrister, I'm asking you, the 210 trillion naira, did the APC warehouse this money and waited until this time to start dishing out to governors
the money
so that they can come over to the APC?
Mr. Okoro, no money is ever missing. Any money that is missing in somebody's pocket.
Okay.
No money. You can't go on the road now and see that money.
So did APC pocket that money?
Look, they said under the last 10 years.
10 years, yeah.
Who has been in power in the last 10 years?
APC, Barrister.
So what are you now?
No, but I'm asking, did they keep this 210 trillion so that when push comes to shove, like it has come now, they will start giving governors, you come over to APC and take this money and come over to APC.
If somebody have kept money somewhere, is it not for him to use it when he needed it?
Okay.
If you have that kind of money missing under your watch and the money...
Oh, they didn't need it in 2019, they didn't need it in 2023.
But
it's in 2025 that governors started moving. That's when they needed the money.
That was why they needed this kind of arrangement, because they are unpopular.
Okay.
They needed to do these things to show up their image.
Okay.
That's the only thing. Is it not when money is in need that you're not going to...
All right. But Barrister, before we leave Anambra, I would like to ask you one question. Do you think that Chukwuma Soludo, after this victory, is likely to move over to the APC for 2027. What do you think?
Look, it has become a trend in the Southeast. All the governors, in fact, we are no longer sure of them, including our own OT, Alex OT, that is so popular.
Alex says I remain a member of the Labour Party.
We cannot tell until 2027 come.
Okay.
Because I know people who said it. Even Mba said it the other time that he will not defect it to anywhere. Later now, he gave one useless excuse.
Okay, so there's a likelihood that Chukwuma Soludo might move to the
From
APC.
this agreement and this favor that was done to him, the signs are there. The signs are there that something may give. Because Soludo will tell you, it is because we want to be at the center. It is because the federal government will help me to make Anambra Dubai. It is because we don't want to remain a regional party. All manner of excuses will come in. That's the truth. They must give excuse for whenever they want to do something. Because like I keep telling you, go and check all the elections that have been conducted. APC have never performed this abysmal. From Ondo to Edo and now to Anambra. Check all the performance of APC.
Okay.
They didn't lay back like this. So for them to have surrendered their vote to ABGA, it means that something was agreed upon.
Okay.
And something was agreed
All right, now Barrister, let's move away from Anambra and talk about what is very current and it's troubling to Nigeria. Now, we've heard a lot about the designation of Nigeria as a CPC country, and all of that. Barrister, what are the implications for redesignating Nigeria as a country of particular concern? I've not heard your own angle of the story. What do you think? Trump had to, he did it first in 2020. The Joe Biden administration came and untied Nigeria. He came back and following requests by a certain group of people and what the U.S. Department knows about Nigeria, they had to go back, to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. What do you think? What are the implications for Nigeria?
In fact, this initiative started with Buhari's party, CPC. Is that not true?
Which initiative?
What is that Buhari's party?
CPC.
Is that not what you call it? And now we are come under the radar in US as a CPC country. So the thing has been existing. It's just that the nomenclature is different. That CPC party by Buhari just was the icing on the cake. But be that as it may, the question you and I should be asking Donald, is it true? What to continue to commit crime somewhere and believe that after all is my country under the principle of sovereignty. Nobody can interfere with my affair. No, that does not include when you are killing people, when human lives are involved. The world don't want another Hitler. And so whenever there is that slightest sign that, look, these people have started, America will come in because the Constitution of America gave them that power in 1998, I think, that they should intervene in a situation like this. And Donald Trump, who is very hawkish, Donald Trump is spoiling for war all over the world. He cannot see such a thing and keep quiet. It's not possible. He made it clear that it will never happen. He said it will never happen. And so, you that is being alleged, why not change your ways? What will be wrong, Mr. Okoro? If these people that are killing people for whatever reason now said, or their paymasters now said, look, enough is enough, or you're disbanded, go back to your base. What will be wrong? You mean all of us had to die to accommodate some people? By that time, it may be too late. In fact, it may even snowball into religious war. Is that when the world will wake up? Remember, they learned a lesson from Rwanda. When the UN was even there, under their watch, Rwanda happened. The world was late in taking action, very late in Rwanda. And so they don't want that again. Look, if you ask me, Donald Trump has saved Nigeria from a very big problem. Because I know for sure that, look, the Christians were already getting tired.
Okay, Barrister, talking about Rwanda and how America stood back and the world stood back and allowed Rwanda to happen.
Yes.
Rwanda was more like an ethnic conflict. It wasn't religious based, just like the case in Nigeria is. Trump is he's smoking fire apparently because according to him, Christians are being killed. It's Christian genocide.
Yes.
So that seems to be the difference.
No, it's not. Religious persecution against a particular group. When you are a Christian, you are a worshipper of Christ. So, it's the same thing when the Hutus and the Tutsis were fighting.
Okay.
It has to be targeted by a particular group of people, either on religious or ethnic basis.
Okay.
That's the issue here. So, if Christians are targeted and it has been confirmed, why should anybody now misinterpret it? You mean we should, the whole world should watch while the killing goes on? In fact, it's an indictment on the federal government. A serious indictment because they were watching when these things were going on and we have been shouting it over here. There is no time I had opportunity that I don't make reference to this killing, especially in Benue and Plateau, where the owners of the land, indigenes of the land, are living in IDP camp, while foreign terrorists have overtaken their village as we speak. So those villages that are taken, is it Hausa village or Fulani village? I have told you here, go and show me one Fulani man that is IDP camp in Plateau or Benue. Just one Fulani man. You know it's not possible. From there, you now know who is doing the killing. Who is doing the killing? It's obvious. It's just that they have tried several ways to cleverly cover it, but it cannot be covered.
Okay, it cannot be covered. Barrister, I'd like for us to talk more about this country of particular concern. This resignation, because I also understand that. Do you think there's a likelihood that Trump might attack Nigeria?
The man have already told the war secretary
Peter Hegseth.
Yes, to prepare the battle plan.
You know why I asked you this question?
They cannot waste all that time.
Barrister, why I ask you this question? It's not only in Nigeria that Christians are persecuted. We have countries like Pakistan, Christians are persecuted. We have countries like China, Iran, Burma, and others, where Christians are persecuted. And all these countries that I mentioned are also countries that come under the CPC list in the United States of America. Trump has not attacked any of these countries
because
on the strength of Christian genocide. So what gives you the impression that he'll do it in Nigeria?
Good. Those countries you mentioned, there was no targeted killing among them.
No, there are.
No, seriously. The only thing is that they deny them certain privileges in those countries. But to say that a militia group from a Muslim side was targeting them and eliminating them, no.
Okay.
It wasn't up to this magnitude. I said, go and show me any other state in the north, that is called north, that terrorists have taken over swaths of land in their state and then occupied it. It's only in Benue and Plateau, which are purely Christian states on record. Why should that be? And when they have gained that, they will now continue to spread. And you see what they do. When they attack like this and kill scores of people, they will keep quiet for a while. The moment the uproar dies down, they will go again. Like this thing now, you can see that since this CPC thing came up, they have kept quiet. No mass killing again. Abi, we have not heard of any mass killing in those people, in those states. Does that tell you something? That will tell you that these guys, they are well, indoctrinated into what they are doing. They know what they are doing.
Okay.
So they are bidding their time now. Immediately this thing died down now, and maybe they hear that Donald Trump has said, okay, we may not attack again, and you will see they will come back.
Okay.
They will come back.
Okay, so that will essentially give Trump the casus belli, the reason for war to come to Nigeria and protect Christians. You think it's going to happen?
Of course. Look, yes, they are going to make that mistake because if they are going somewhere and they have not gotten where they are going, do you think they will stop? This thing will not stop except there is actual attack that will now make both their sponsors and their paymasters and their principals to say, look, this is no longer a joke.
Barrister, a lot of Nigerians believe that, look, what Trump gave out is just a soundbite. Soundbite in the sense that, well, he's just trying to create some kind of panic, that Nigeria is particularly not of interest to the United States of America, especially in the northern part of Nigeria where Christians are being slaughtered. They also cite instances where, well, that the U.S. has interest in the south, probably in the Niger Delta, in the south, and that nothing is going on there in case of the targeted attacks on Christians, and that Trump will never come here because in the north, where these things are happening, that America's interest is not in jeopardy and all of that. You don't agree with them?
No, I don't. The people that are saying this, they miss the track. These guys are spreading down here.
Okay.
It is the south that you have Christians mostly, especially in the southeast, that are 99.9% Christians. Other regions may have, skeletons of Muslim Christians, but in the southeast, and these guys are spreading. They are coming here. Are you going to wait until the head is up before you react?
Barrister, I heard that the federal government is putting together that they have gone back to fish out the list that was sent from the UAE and that they are going to try and prosecute those people. Is there a likelihood that that will happen?
Of course, all the things that they refuse to do, they are going to do it now to avoid this strike. Look, for America to even do what they are planning to do is an indictment on the government of Nigeria because they can't even reply America. They don't have the capacity to retaliate. You understand? Nigeria will just be like a sitting duck. Which ammunition do you have to respond to American attack? Do you have it? One B-52 bomber can wreck our military arsenal. One B-52. I'm talking of a plane that was produced with $20 billion. You need to see this particular plane in action. You ask yourself, which monster created this thing? Mr. Okoro, that particular war plane, anti-radar, anti-weather, and anti-missile. So where are you going to stop it?
But Barrister, when you talk about
it will circle this country twice and everything will just crumble.
Okay,
twice.
It will circle this country twice and everything will just crumble. Barrister, when you talk about retaliation, we hear people like Asero Dokubo say, Trump, you don't have to come here because if you come, you go home with a bloodied nose. You are going to fight back and all. You don't believe that Asero, he has a military company. You think he can't put up a fight against Trump and the American military?
Put up waiting. What Asari Dokubo is using, who produced it? No,
Barrister, does it matter?
Who produced it? He's using catapult to compare with what we are talking about. I said he is using catapult. Mr. Okoro, were you not here when Israel tested their tech war, tech weapon? By deploying it on
Barrister, I think we should take Dokubo serious, and a lot of people too. Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi was on this station early last week, and he said that the threat by Trump will only jeopardize the lives of Christians, and that Muslims will respond in kind against Christians. Trump tries to harm
that means
a single Muslim.
That thing
you don't share that sentiment.
That thing they are trying to avoid, it will not happen. The religious war that may lead to separation. The Igbos their leg is out because of the treatment they are receiving in Nigeria. You think if such a thing break out, they will not use that opportunity to say we are going. And what will you do?
Barrister, why I say that we should take people like Gumi and Dokubo seriously, I want us to go back in history. Where has America gone to war in the past 50, 70 years and they won that war decisively? I'm asking. They went to Vietnam. They left with a bloodied nose. They went to Korea. What they ended up doing is dividing the North and South. Up until this moment, there doesn't seem to be peace in Vietnam. They went to Afghanistan. They ran away. They cut and ran. Where did they go to? They went to Somalia. They were disgraced. They went to Bay of Pigs. They were disgraced. Barrister, can you point to, in Libya, what is going on in Libya? Barrister, can you point to any war in the past 70 years that America has gone into and won decisively? Just one. So why would this one be a different case?
Now, all you said here is all about ideological war.
Barrister, these wars were not ideological. They were ground physical wars.
No. Ideological. That's why you have North and South Korea. And North is a communist state. Is that not true?
Good. But Barrister, it wasn't just ideological. It was a physical war.
I said...
Okay, how about Vietnam?
What they went for is ideological war. That means the type of political
Barrister, what happened in Afghanistan?
Is it not the same thing?
Was it ideological?
Yes, they were not supporting America. And America said, okay, since we don't want, they left. It would have been a different thing if America was doing something to help them. And
Barrister, you know why I'm asking this question? You know that if you talk about Afghanistan, the Taliban gave America, Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan.
Because the people were not cooperating now. They were even...
You think that these people will cooperate here? We see people like Shegumi saying, look, Trump, don't try, don't come.
Mr. Okoro, in this particular case now, Christians are going to back America because he came to help them. That's the truth.
Okay.
So whatever the Muslims are doing, it will not hold any water. Rather, the Christians that I know that are much will now say, okay, in that case, we are going. Yes, they will divide this country. That's what is going to happen. That is what is going to happen, just like they have in North and South Korea. The Christian part and the Muslim part. That's the truth. So there's no way America will come here and lose out. No, it's not possible.
It's not about America losing out. It's about what happens to the Nigerian people.
Is it not the same?
So, okay, you don't share these concerns that it might get into a war that will last as long as 10, 15, 20 years.
It's not possible. For what? Okay. Who will challenge them?
How long did the Afghan war last?
No. Who will challenge them?
When Afghanistan drove away Soviet Union from Afghanistan.
The moment the Christian...
Barrister, what is going on in Iraq? Is there peace in Iraq?
Did you hear any noise there? Since after Al-Qaeda was taken down, did you hear anybody making noise? And then Saddam Hussein was taken out.
Oh, you think there's peace in Iraq?
Who have been making noise?
Barrister, is there peace in Libya?
Look, all these things you are pointing at is the internal matter of the people. Like, if they have been killing and all that, America will come in. Are you getting what I'm saying? They decided to do what they are doing because that's what they want. And America cannot interfere in such a situation. But whereby there is massive killing of a particular religious group and all that, or a group of people, America will come in and stop it. Yes, they will do that. That's the truth.
Okay, so Barrister Darlington, you welcome America into Nigeria. Guns are blazing.
110%, because the government have shown that they don't have the capacity to stop these terrorists. Ms. Okoro, if Tinubu have taken action against that man that threatened his own wife...
Barrister, talking about, has America stopped ISWAP?
Where is that ISWAP holding swear? They can't threaten America today now. They can do all this in all these smaller countries.
Okay.
But why not tell me that have America defeated the terrorists in their country? I will take you serious.
Okay.
No, mention one terrorist that entered America and operated for 24 hours. Mention one. America, you know it's not possible. They can be doing all this in all these smaller Muslim states and all that. That does not. But when it comes to
exactly what they are doing in Nigeria.
But
so people are asking, what is America's interest in Nigeria?
They are killing Christians, and Donald Trump is
Nigeria the only place where Christians are killed?
In fact, that is the only place they are killing them. They are killing them in numbers.
Okay.
That's the only. Tell me any other place. You may have skirmishes here and there. Tell me another place where people were sacked from their villages, and then the non-state actors now occupy the villages like terrorists from foreign countries. Where is it done? Tell me.
Okay, now, Barrister, let's segue into another conversation related to the topic of discussion. The American Veterans of Igbo Descent, AVID, a US-based group of military veterans of Igbo heritage, has written to the US Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, requesting the establishment of a US military base in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Well, in the letter dated November 6, AVID praised Hegseth for his commitment to addressing the Christian genocide in Nigeria and urged concrete military intervention to deter further violence. Avid explained that its members' cultural, geographical, and military expertise uniquely equips them to assist in stabilizing southeastern Nigeria, which they described as heavily affected by ongoing religious violence. The group argued that only a permanent U.S. presence could bring a long-term solution, serving as both protection for vulnerable populations and a deterrent to extremist groups. The veterans also accused the Nigerian government of misinformation and propaganda regarding the scale of the violence, affirming their readiness to assist U.S. forces in any capacity. They closed their letter with strong expressions of patriotism and loyalty to both the United States and President Donald Trump, writing, "Long live Donald J. Trump and long live United States of America." Barrister, do you agree with Avid that the U.S. should establish a command in Nigeria to protect Christians in Port Harcourt?
If that will bring peace, why not? You called for it. Yes?
Well, why not establish the base in the north? Why Port Harcourt?
That is where the
Christians are not being killed in South and in
No,
South,
it's to protect. You cannot be far from the person you want to protect.
Okay, so we don't have to wait until it comes to the killings in the South.
Yes, their presence here will deter these people. Because the intention is to overrun Nigeria, Mr. Okoro. The intention is to overrun Nigeria. And you can see it happening. They are all over the country. They have surrounded the whole country, Mr. Okoro. Or are you not aware of it? Are you going to wait until the head is off before you start crying wolf? Their intention is very, very ominous. And so when you have identified this thing, what are you waiting for? If this presence of a military base were to establish in the south, which is almost southeast, in fact, is the Biafran enclave. If you look at the map, all of those South people, Efion was the second in command to Ojukwu. So originally we are east central Nigeria, originally before they now balkanize us. So that place is part of the southeast. If they can establish that, it will help. It will help so that by the time they are encroaching, they will know that the big brother is watching over us. That's the truth.
No, Barrister, it's one thing to make a request, it's another to oblige that request. And the federal government has to agree. You remember when they wanted to set up AFRICOM, in Nigeria, Yar'Adua said no. And up till this moment, as we speak, the African Command of the US, is still based in Stuttgart, Germany, where they operate from, not in Africa. So do you think that the federal government of Nigeria will agree, to the establishment of a US military base in Nigeria, much less in Port Harcourt?
You see, whenever an occasion, as at the time Yar'Adua was alive and refused this request, Nigeria was not like this.
Okay.
That's the truth. Things have changed. And I'm telling you, if such a proposition...
Barrister, Nigeria was not like this, but Boko Haram had made on the scene and they had started killing people in the north.
No, it wasn't this bad now.
Mind you, the AFRICOM, to base it in Nigeria, is not only for Nigeria, US African Command.
Yeah, the whole of Africa.
The whole of Africa.
Good, but where it is worse, as at that time, nobody was occupying Benue and Plateau villages. As at that time, it's on record. It's under...
Barrister, there has always been killings in Benue Plateau.
Said it has
right from the time of Babangida. You remember the history of Jos North and Jos South.
Look,
how it was split into two local governments to accommodate the interest of the Northerners, the Fulanis in Jos.
But you can see
this problem has always been. So if Yar'Adua rejected that time, what gives you the impression that Tinubu will agree to a U.S. military base in Nigeria?
If they refuse to agree, then the U.S. had to do what they had to do.
Which is?
To come in and strike.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think Nigeria will resist that. Nigeria cannot stop US if they want to strike these terrorists. On what ground are you going to stop US? Since they are coming in is for a target. Did you hear that they want to carry out a regime change? They are looking at the culprits, the people that are killing Nigerians. Hit them hard. Then the federal government can now help by, routing out their remnants. That's what they're supposed to do.
Barrister, there's a word you mentioned here which just spiked my interest, which is regime change. It was this kind of situation that led to a regime change in 2015, where Jonathan himself has said it in the open. Barack Obama was against me. He worked against me, and I was out of government. Do you think that Trump might be thinking about regime change in 2023? In 2027?
No, Trump cannot go through that because it is against the U.S. Constitution, against the U.S. stand, that they cannot overthrow a foreign government. That is not the mission.
But when you overthrow, did they overthrow Jonathan?
They did not.
Okay, but they made it happen.
The campaign, Obama campaign against Jonathan.
You don't think that Trump could be doing something in that regard?
No, we have not heard him say anything about.
Did Obama say anything
about politics?
Did Obama say anything that time?
He said.
What did he say? What in particular did he say? Can you remember?
He told Nigerians that they should go for a change, a regime. That's the way he put it in that campaign.
Barrister, the only thing I remember is that John Kerry, his Secretary of State at that time, made some visits to Nigeria before the 2015 election.
I heard what Obama said. He said it about changing the government.
I didn't hear that.
No, he said it, please. He said
I'm not saying he didn't say, but I'm just telling you that I didn't hear that.
That means you are not correct.
Barrister, in 2015, I was an editor, and I didn't hear Obama make an explicit comment about regime change.
Please, my viewers and fans, please reply him. Obama said something. I want to put the word exactly how he put it.
Okay, Barrister. Okay, if you can't put it, just paraphrase it.
Paraphrase it. Yes.
What did he say? That pointed to a regime change.
It is time Nigerian people make a change.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that amounted to regime change.
What does that mean? When you are telling Nigerian people it's time they make a change.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Okay. So you think that Obama can't say anything like that?
You say what?
You think Obama Trump wouldn't say anything in that regard?
If he would have said it now. It's not after.
2027 is like 2 years away from now. I'm just asking. I'm not asking him to say.
No.
I'm just asking you as an analyst. Do you think that he might be thinking in that direction?
He cannot, because that is not the target. The regime change cannot change the situation.
Okay.
It is by taking out the terrorists.
Okay.
And now look at how they have done it again. They have passed a bill whereby all their businesses and assets will equally follow. Is that not a very big assault on their resources?
Okay.
So,
Barrister, before we end this conversation, you think that what Trump has done is going to help Nigeria in fighting insecurity?
100%, because
I mean, even if it doesn't come in, guns are blazing.
No, just the statement he made, everybody is jittery.
Everybody is sitting up.
So by the time their warship will start, coming close to the Mediterranean, where they will have a striking distance, don't you think that Tinubu may be thinking of coming back to Lagos until things cool down?
So would that amount to regime change?
How can it be a regime change? You can be operating from Bodilon now.
Okay.
I did not tell her that you can operate from anywhere.
Okay. You think he can also operate from outside?
Yes.
Can he also operate from outside?
Why not? Is that not where he was when Bayologa told us that he can operate from anywhere?
Okay.
So he can come back here for safe
preservation.
But to say that Nigeria will challenge Donald Trump, that means you are looking for trouble. I'm not joking. The man is very, very.
Okay, now, Barrister Darlington, before we're out of time, Justice James Omotosho will on November 20 deliver judgment on the terrorism trial of Nnamdi Kanu. Barrister, how does this terrorism trial of a man who is seeking self-determination reflect on the texture of justice in a country where known terrorists are pardoned, rehabilitated, and reintegrated to society?
These are part of the anomaly in a Nigerian setting. Because up to tomorrow, nobody has answered that question. Why is Nnamdi Kanu being persecuted and not prosecuted? I don't see any reasonable person that will say Nnamdi Kanu have done something that nobody has done in Nigeria. The worst crime and all that. Nobody can accuse him of that because we have seen terrorists being pampered by the government. I'm talking of people who have sacked an entire village, killed them, confiscate them and their property. and they're collecting ransom, running a parallel government, which IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu never did in the Southeast. So, on what ground are you persecuting him? When he was arrested, did you see one small penknife in his hand? Not to talk of gun. The first thing that identifies a terrorist is what? Gun. Instrument of force. That's the first thing. That's the weapon they carry, gun. To enforce and terrorize people. So, since we didn't find any within Nnamdi Kanu, where is the terrorism we are talking about? A spoken words. A spoken word that people have said more than. The one they told the Tinubu's wife, what happened to the man? If you are talking like that. The man that came out and threatened Tinubu's wife with death.
Okay, now Barrister, November 20th.
Why can't you prosecute him?
Barrister, November 20th is 10 days away from that. Before we leave, I'd like for you to wrap up with your concluding thought.
I am not going to speculate. The matter is left for Justice Omotosho.
Okay.
So his conscience will tell him what to do. Whether this young man is actually being prosecuted or persecuted. Nnamdi Kanu is already becoming, he's becoming so unsettled because of what is going on. But what I will not agree is that there is no terrorism act in Nigeria. From the time this is started, the federal government and the state National Assembly, they came out with a law, Terrorism Prevention Act.
Okay.
I think in 2010 or 2011, which was amended in 2022. So it's there.
Okay, so it's not been expunged from
how can that happen?
Okay.
With all these things that are going on. So which law are you using to try them?
Try him.
So there must be a law. I don't know why he sees that there is no...
all right then.
No
Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington.
There is such a thing. It's just that Nnamdi Kanu is saying he is not a terrorist.
Okay.
That is what she should be holding on to.
Nnamdi Kanu is saying he is not a terrorist.
He's not a terrorist,
and that is what he's holding on to. Now, this would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agbomo. I always appreciate your presence on Political Lens. Thanks for coming, and I hope that we can do this some other time within the week.
The ball is in your court.
All right, then, thank you very much. On behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, bass manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nnena Ndumdioto. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From PFN and Islamic Council clashing over Christian genocide claims, to post-election reactions trailing Anambra governorship poll. Also, Shehu Sani issues a warning to Nigerians with revoked U.S. visas, asking them to return home before it is too late. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has unequivocally stated that Christians in Nigeria are being subjected to genocide, warning that denying it would dishonor those killed. The PFN president, Bishop Wale Oke, pointed to mass attacks, church burnings, and kidnappings in regions such as Benue, Taraba, Southern Kaduna, Owo, and Plateau as evidence, saying that there's no other name to call it. On the other side, the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, NSCIA, has rejected the genocide narrative, arguing instead that the violence across the country is not based on religion, but is a broader security challenge rooted in poverty, criminality, and climate-induced displacement. NSCIA Secretary General Professor Ishaq Oloyede emphasized that framing the crisis as a Christian genocide risks endangering national unity and mischaracterizing the threat. Meanwhile, the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria has called for the immediate removal of the Independent National Electoral Commission's chairman, Professor Joash Amopito, citing his authorship of a 2020 legal brief that labeled the attacks on Christians as genocide. The brief, the council argues, undermines the neutrality required of the electoral body and inflames religious tensions rather than fostering reconciliation. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Nosike. Dr. Nosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us today or tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Joining us virtually is Ejiofor Egwatu. He is a former member, Anambra House of Assembly, a politician and commentator on national issues. He will join us during the show. Okay, let's start with you, Dr. Peter. I know we've talked about this genocide issues, we've talked about it on this table. But of course, this is coming up. Do you agree, or what's your opinion first about this new development, the PFN coming out to say the genocide and then the Islamic Council is taking their own stance? What do you think about this?
Fact, that word, fact, is not concerned by how anybody feels. It's not concerned by what anybody thinks. Fact is in a word of its own. So fact is fact. And the fact is that Christians are being killed in Nigeria. And as Bishop Wande Oke called it, there's no other name to call that other than genocide. Because this is happening in mostly Christian-dominated areas. Southern Kaduna, Southern Borno, Taraba, Adamawa, Plateau, Benue. Understand? So even if they say that Muslims are also being killed, the question now is, who is doing this killing? Who is doing this killing? ISWAP, ISIS, Boko Haram. Are they Christian organizations? The answer is no. Understand me? Are there any Christian organization that is a terrorist organization? The answer is no. So Christians are being targeted in Nigeria. Christians are being murdered in Nigeria. And what is happening in Nigeria is an act of genocide. Whoever wants to say otherwise is living in denial. More Christians have been killed. More churches have been burnt in the country. So whatever anybody, and this is not the time for the division in the country. It's a time for unity. It is a time for the responsibility. We have to accept responsibility before we begin to look for solutions. When you don't accept responsibility, there's no way you want to look for solution. So the first step towards all this, instead of denying what is obvious, we should accept responsibility and now begin to think of the ways out of it. So for me, to the best of my knowledge, there's genocide against Christians in Nigeria.
Okay, like you said, it's your opinion, because some persons don't share this opinion. They actually feel that there's no genocide, and of course we see the Islamic Council.
So when you do a mass burial of 280 Christians, what do you call it?
Well, they're actually arguing as well that the Muslims have also had their own share of these attacks.
Who is killing those Muslims? Is Boko Haram a Christian organization?
We understand.
Is ISWAP a Christian organization? So, at the first question, who is doing this killing? Is it Christian organizations that is doing this killing? The answer is no.
Okay. Of course, we know that many religious leaders, or many Christian leaders, Christian pastors and all of that have come out to say genocide. But can this genocide, or can their statement be interpreted as hate speech or incitement under our law?
When you are seeing dead mass burial, what other thing is hate speech? Understand? What other thing? When you see in Benue, people are being killed in their numbers. In Benue, more than 1 million people are living in IDP camp. More than 1 million people. And instead of making effort to send them back to their various communities. Government is building a putting booths there. Understand? Government is now sinking boreholes there. Government are now thinking of building schools there, which means ID camp has now become their permanent homes. Why those who sacked them remain there?
Okay, is there a way that we can, as a country, manage religious narratives about these, without deepening sectarian divides? Because it's looking like everybody is now taking sides. Some persons are saying we stand for this, some persons are saying. So is there a way we can manage this without having, as in dividing our nation? We are heating up our polity as more than it is already.
For me, we need to first of all accept the truth. We need to first of all accept responsibility. Without that, we are not going anywhere. I believe that Muslims are being killed too. But who are killing them? Who are killing those Muslims? Is it Christian groups that is killing them? The answer is no. Because the terrorist organizations like ISWAP, all of them are not Christian organizations. Understand? So, and this happens when people, let me use that word, overborn. When you born the children that you cannot take care of, a lot of them will become nuisance. Do you understand it? So for me, we need to first of all accept the truth. Accept the truth that there's genocide in Nigeria. That will now help us to begin to look for the ways out of it. So this is time to unite as a country, as a people, and now begin to look for a way out of it.
Okay, talking about looking for a way out of it, like you said this is the time for Nigerians to unite. But like you also mentioned, you said there's a need for us to look at how we can get out of this. How would you say?
Before we can start looking, we have to accept responsibility that there's genocide in Nigeria.
So, okay, you feel like if there's no acceptance of this, but the fact that even if it's not accepted, the fact that killings are being made cannot be denied. So if the federal government does not accept that there's genocide, do you think that they will not have the willpower to do the right thing?
You can, once you don't accept responsibility, you cannot start looking for the way out.
But they could accept.
It should be contradicting yourself. This is not happening. Understand? They say if it's not broken, there's no need to mend. Understand me? So when you don't accept responsibility, it means that all is well. So they have to first of all admit that there's genocide in the country and now begin to look for the way out of it. So the first step is accepting responsibility.
But the fact that they don't accept that there's genocide doesn't mean that they're not admitting that we have a
no, you cannot accept responsibility. You must admit that something is wrong. If you don't admit that something is wrong, there's no need looking for the way out.
Okay. Let's move on. Still on this. One of the things that I read during while I was reading the brief narrative or whatever, the brief narration on what we're talking about. We talked about the Amopiton, the brief that was said to have come out, and he made this brief 5 years ago. That was in 2020. And of course, the government is kind of silent about it. First of all, what do you think? Do you think that Amopiton, should he be judged as a result of something that he had written many years ago, which he hasn't even come out all as well to say his stance right now? Do you think his stance would have changed? And on the other hand, do you think he should be judged by what he has written before now?
If it is a brief, understand that he wrote, that a lawyer has every right to do that. Understand? Maybe he wants to go to represent somebody or a person in the court of law. He should prepare his brief. Understand? And the brief will be in favor of the person that he is going to represent. Understand? Truly, I've not read what he wrote, but he is from Kogi. Understand? And what is happening in Benue is also affecting Kogi because Kogi is part of Benue. Understand me? So you cannot separate it. So, and it doesn't, and there's no way Tinubu is going to sack him because of what that's a brief he wrote 5 years ago. It's just like I'm a lawyer and I represented that's a kidnapper or an armed robber. And then few years that after I'm given an appointment. You say this man once represented an armed robber in the court or represented a kidnapper in the court. It doesn't hold water.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll come back to you, but for now we have our guest join us. Our guest is Ejiofor Egwuatu. Welcome. Welcome to the issues tonight. Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me? Good evening and welcome to the show tonight. Please unmute your device, please.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. A very warm welcome to you. So you joined us while we're already into our discussions. Our first discussion for today is of course, the statement by PFN saying there's genocide, while the Islamic Council are on the other hand saying, or is on the other hand saying, that there is no genocide against Christians. They just said it's a security threat that is not targeted at Christians. So for you, what do you think? What's your opinion about the stance of these two religious bodies?
I don't think anybody talking about genocide is being very sincere, or anybody fighting the word genocide is being very sincere about the situation in the country. Churches are being burned. People are dying. And there is nothing that shows that the government has done so much to prevent some of these things. Some of these carnages were earlier reported to security agencies. Evidence is there. To anybody contesting that there is no genocide, it's not being fair to the dead. Let me tell you, no citizen of this country is worthy to die in this kind of mess. Everybody should die at the time that God has arranged for such a person to die, not in this kind of situation. So it is a pity that people are contesting whether there is a genocide or not. It means they don't have respect for the dead. Christians are being killed. Who are killing those Christians? Who are those people responsible for the killings? The answer is very clear. So how can you not say that when such things happen, it becomes, the word genocide has a definition. The definition is clear. Why are we going around the bush? The security agencies have evidence have shown that security agencies have been complicit in this situation. So why are we not being what we are supposed to be? Defender. The fundamental principles of the Constitution says security of the people, security and welfare of the people is the fundamental principles of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why can't we, the federal government, who has everything, armed forces under its control, defend the people? Lives are being lost in thousands, even in countries where there are wars. People are not dying like this. People are not saying it is not a genocide. Are we being sincere to ourselves? How can headers go into a village and kill people because they want to occupy that place? I live in Anambra State. I live in Onitsha. If you come to this place, if you want a land, we'll tell you how much it is and we can decide not to sell to you. You can't force it on us. You can't force us to reside in this place. It is not possible. So why are we allowing these kind of things to trend? It's a disgrace. It is a shame. I believe that the president of Nigeria is capable. He has everything, experience, he has knowledge, he has everything it takes to stand firm and declare and say and state emphatically and begin to work towards making sure that no citizen's life is lost in this regard. Please, I don't want us to begin to discuss whether anybody said there is no genocide. Nobody, in all sincerity, would anybody who tries to say this will see the person as somebody who is indirectly supporting the killings that is going on in Nigeria. Look at Benue, look at Plateau, look at Taraba. Oh, what a shame! What a shame! We can't continue this kind of mess as a nation. No, we cannot. Thank you.
Okay, okay, thank you for your passionate response to that. Okay, one of the things that have come out is the alleged brief or the alleged legal brief by the INEC chairman, Amopito. Of course, he did that in 2020, that's 5 years ago. And in that brief, he said there is a genocide against the Christians. And he mentioned, he actually made some very, very strong statements asking about the federal government and all of that. And then today, it has come out, and people are saying, oh, well, not people, actually, the Sharia Council of Nigeria is calling for his resignation or asking the president to remove him. Do you think that anyone should be judged? You know, should something that you have done, a past legal brief or personal opinion, disqualify you from holding a public office? Are you with me?
I do not think so. I do not think so. First of all, the man, there are legal requirements for being an INEC chair. One of the legal requirements, it's not personal opinion. So, assuming without conceding that the man made a personal opinion sometime in whatever circumstances, let me tell you, the circumstances at which you make a personal opinion, it cannot be the same at all times. There are prevalent factors that determine the kind of opinion you have in such circumstances at every point in time. So, it is not a criteria to disqualify an INEC chairman. The law is clear on who qualifies to be an INEC chairman. Why should we bother on irrelevancies? Why should we take so much time? Look at the Anambra election that was held on Saturday. INEC performed creditably well. The astonishment was great. People were surprised at the speed, the alacrity, the response, the professionalism exhibited by INEC in such a tense atmosphere, such an intense election, and they delivered nearly 100%. Why should we be talking about an opinion expressed a long time ago in certain circumstances that we cannot even determine? You see, these irrelevancies should not determine what we do, how we do it, and when we do it. What should be our focus is on the principles, on the law, on the standard practices that are prevalent in all other societies. This is what we are supposed to be talking about, and not whether also want to express opinion. So many people who are in government today have expressed even more awkward opinions in times past, but they will say served in Buhari government, they are serving in this government, and nothing has happened to them. So why not this man? For me, it is not an issue.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you. Let's come back to the studios. Dr. Peter, the government has refused to say anything for now. And do you think that the government's silence on Amopito's alleged brief, do you think, does it suggest negligence, or is it just a way of exercising restraint for the moment?
It is not every dog that barks that you should respond to. Understand? Government shouldn't be talking about this. Look, before you are given an appointment, DSS will do their screening. Understand? They will turn your word inside out. Understand? And get all your dossier. Understand? Before you go to the is against you. Do you understand that? So, and I believe that before he was appointed, due diligence was made. And if that brief, which to me doesn't hold water, amounts to anything, they will have let or the president know. In 2020, this guy wrote this kind of a thing. Understand? So for me, it is not important. Some people just want to show that they are the owners of this country. Understand me? That is what, but I know that Tinubu cannot succumb to this. Some people just want to show, imagine a Sharia in a country where on that. So for me, they just want to show that they are the owners of this country, but that he did this brief for somebody and 5 years ago, that just like me, maybe I defended a kidnapper 5 years ago as a lawyer. Then I get an appointment. They say this guy defended that's a kidnapper. It is my profession. It is my as I defended a kidnapper today, tomorrow I can defend a priest. It's part of my profession. So they are just trying to show that the owners of the country, of this country, but it is not going to work.
What do you mean that they are trying to show that they are the owners of this country? How do you mean? Have there been cases where they've shown that they've acted like
they have been showing it? They have been showing it. Understand me? They have been showing that Nigeria belongs to them. That when they cough or sneeze, the other part of the country must catch a cold. But it should stop. No people is more Nigerian than the other.
Okay, nobody or no person or no group is more Nigerian than the other. Okay, that is from Dr. Peter. Let's move on away from that, away from our previous story. In the wake of the Anambra State governorship election, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has launched a fierce condemnation of the process, describing it as a mockery of democracy. The party accused the exercise of being heavily monetized with public exchange of large bundles of naira notes and alleged inaction on the part of security agencies and electoral officials. Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress, APC's gubernatorial candidate Nicholas Ukachukwu, stated that he will consult widely with his party and supporters before deciding on any next move following the election result. He denied any involvement in vote buying and emphasized that his party was active on the ground despite the outcome. At the same time, the People's Democratic Party's candidate, Jude Izenwafo, signaled willingness to work with the re-elected governor, Chukwuma Soludo of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, in the interest of state development. He emphasized cooperation across party lines to promote inclusivity and governance rather than rancor. Let's start with you, Ejiofor. Of course, you are from Anambra State, and then I'm sure you went to vote. You went to exercise your right as a Nigerian. I'm sure you already talked a bit about what you think about the Anambra elections, but I still want to hear a more detailed response from you. How would you rate the Anambra elections? Would you tell me it has been free and fair?
The election is one of the freest and most credible elections I've seen. Let me tell you something. ADC is a poor loser. They are beginning to play politics with the lives of people. I interacted with a man who came to the polling unit to vote, and he said his wife gave birth through cesarean operation in a government hospital, and he didn't pay 1 naira. That there is nothing that will stop him from mobilizing people to vote for ABGA, to vote for Soludo. The man was so passionate about it. I had to buy him yogurt. Yogurt is sold at 500 naira to appreciate him. Let me tell you, people are passionate about ABGA, about the developmental strategies of the governor Professor Charles Soludo. People are doing everything to say thank you to this man for being so innovative. So the vote represents the minds of the people of Anambra. It is not about vote buying. Let me ask you, ADC, where do they have agents in all the polling units? The answer is no. There is a problem between Labour Party, ADC. Labour Party is non-existent. ADC, they don't know where they belong to. Some of them are shuttling between ADC and Labour Party. Where can this kind of thing win an election? It's not possible. It is the PDP, the defunct PDP, the dying PDP that gave birth to Labour Party and the ADC. Now they are scattered into three parties: PDP, Labour Party, ADC. So they don't even have the base in Anambra State. How can they contest election? Look at their results. It is an obvious statement that the people of Anambra State are happy. They so much appreciate the innovative governance the Professor Charles Soludo has brought in, and they believe that that election was the only time to say, let's pay him back. Not just because of his person, but because of the ideologies of the party ABGA. So anybody that says the election was mad with that would be attacking the sensibilities of very intelligent and well-educated Anambra.
But let me come in there. You know, of course, the vote buying that we alleged, we're seeing. We saw persons sharing gala. We saw persons giving out money. These were captured on camera. And you're saying that there was no atom of vote buying during the election. And you're saying that this election is free and fair.
I told you I bought gala. I bought yogurt for somebody to appreciate him. See, if people are resolved to vote and they decide to have fun in any way they want, people can view it as vote buying. See, vote buying means when somebody comes to the polling unit to cast his vote, he is convinced to take a different decision based on the money given to him. That is vote buying. It is not just,
but we can't even judge if somebody was being cajoled by or whatever. It might not really be cajoled, but made to change his or her mind as a result of the money given, because we don't even know what the person had in mind, and we don't know what the person eventually voted, or whoever party the person eventually voted for.
If somebody came to the polling unit to vote for ABGA, and the person goes ahead to vote for ABGA, and you see some people gather and you take a video, you take questions from them to know what they were doing and whatever thing that will result to you concluding that it was vote buying. What is vote buying? When you buy something, it means somebody is ready to sell. The person wasn't ready to sell his vote. He came to vote for ABGA. Some people voted for APC. APC had votes. Some people voted for PDP. PDP had votes. Some people voted for ADC, YPP. These other little parties, I don't want to call them mushroom parties. These other little parties have votes. So the people who came to vote for them, who bought them? Who bought them? Who bought them? That means everybody was buying now. Okay. It's not possible.
I will come back to you. Let me speak to Dr. Peter here in the studio.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm sure you have a lot to say.
We should face facts.
Okay.
Understand me? We should face facts. The result of the election is not a surprise to anybody. Understand me? Even a month before this election, I was saying that it's going to be a one-horse race. Understand me? That Soludo has nobody that understand that it's only Soludo that is in the race, and that what we will be seeing on November 8th is a confirmation of his second term. Because one, what Soludo did in 3 years, Obiano did not do it in 8 years with regard to development. I was there in Lagos at the hall where Soludo did his 3 years town hall meeting. Understand? And one thing that he said that struck me was that he had not borrowed a kobo since the 3 years that he had been in office. And we see the number of roads. understand, that he built. He built far more number of roads in 3 years than Obiano built in 8 years. So the result is not is not a surprise that Sondudo was re-elected. But as of the election, there was, we were here watching vote buying going on. And 2 Abga people were arrested for vote buying. And I was here on that day saying vote buying or no vote buying, Sondudo will win. Understand me? But as of that thing was pure vote buying, but it is not widespread. Understand? And there's no way it can affect the outcome of the election, because this is what INEC judges. Can this thing affect the outcome of the election, which is known? But as of vote buying, we were here watching that on TV. VOP has somebody in Oka, understand, who was giving us report. 2 Abga people were arrested for vote buying. So nobody can tell us that there was no vote buying. There was, understand. But even without it, Sondudo merited his second term.
But you know, while you were speaking, you said something that, because one of the questions I was going to ask you was if we have existing penalties against vote buying. One of the things you said while you were speaking was that if it does not affect the generality or the generality of the election,
no, it is
that
not
INEC
it is not widespread.
That INEC will not do anything about the vote buying. So are you saying that these people who practice vote buying or who
no,
got involved will just be left to go scot-free?
The people that were arrested are going to face the prosecution. Understand me? The 2 people that were arrested are going to face a prosecution. Understand? And so the issue is this: whether vote buying or no vote buying, nothing will have stopped Sondudo from getting second term, because he got it on merit.
But if nothing would have stopped him from winning, why indulge in vote buying?
No.
Why would the party members indulge in vote buying?
One, we saw vote buying, but you cannot even say whether that people are for APC, for ADC, for PDP, or for ABGA. Understand me? There's no thing to know who is doing what.
I'm actually asking this question based on the fact that you said 2 Abga people were arrested.
Were arrested. So there, where that vote buying was going on, we don't really know which party. And for me, what I said is that to know the party that is doing that vote buying, the vote in the polling unit should be checked, because all of them are going to vote for one particular party. So if APC has the most of the votes there, then it is APC that did the vote buying. If it's ABGA, it is ABGA that did the vote buying. So anybody just trying to say that there was no vote buying in Anambra election, there was vote buying. But we did not know which party, understand, that was buying the vote.
Okay, before I move back to Ejiofor, let me ask you this. What, aside from the vote buying, are there other specific, because of course, ADC has come out to say that this is a sham, and as in, not the exact words, but what they've said. So what are there specific irregularities that marred this particular election, aside from the vote buying?
A councillor was shot dead, understand, which is an act of violence. So, but the issue is this: I am a member of an election observer team, RMG, Right Monitoring Group. What INEC takes is the effect. No election in the world is hitch-free, even in America, even in UK. Understand? But is it widespread? Do you understand it? Is it widespread? You cannot cancel an election or term an election bad because of what happened in one polling booth or two. Do you understand that? So there were elements of violence, but it is not enough to write off the election. There was vote buying. As I said, we don't know the political party that was doing that. So it's good being fair in all. Understand me?
Okay, let's come back to you, Ejiofor. Would you say, how would you rate voter turnout compared to other previous Anambra elections?
Well, you can see that this election proved that Anambrarians can really come out en masse to vote if they have confidence in what the government is delivering as evidence of democracy. Professor Charles Soludo was elected in 2021 with, I think, about 100 and something thousand votes. And today, he was re-elected with a massive 400 and above 400,000 votes. No Anambra governor had ever received such. So the massive turnout is a testament of the confidence that is being restored by the government to the people. The people are now beginning to have more confidence in the governance of Professor Charles Soludo and government in general. That's why they all came out at this level to vote. In an offshoot election, you remember this is an offshoot election. It is not part of the normal Nigerian elections. This is an offshoot election, and people came out in this large quantity. What it means is that if these developmental strategies are continuously implemented and improved upon, more people will have confidence, and in a short while we'll begin to have 600, 800, 1 million people coming out to vote in an election in Anambra State. Now, I want to say something about this vote buying again. If who assert proves, when people say there is a vote buying, you need to show us who was buying for who. It can't just be anyhow there is a vote buying. Who was buying for who? Now, if people gather there are 5,000, above 5,700 polling units in Anambra State, and one small thing happens in a small locality, one out of the above 5,700, and it is termed no. Statistics will tell us that such is not right to make a valid conclusion. So the election was free, fair, credible. Now, the issue of people coming out to vote is a matter that if the governor, having been re-elected, sustains his developmental strategies and begins to do more, to add more confidence to the people, in the next coming elections, people will come out more to cast their votes for that particular political party, for that particular candidate that they believe will sustain these legacies of development and progress.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. You know, while you were talking about the turnout, you said there was massive turnout. But data shows that what we have is 20.84%. So approximately 20.85% or 20.8% turnout. That is that of registered voters. Would you call that a massive turnout?
Yes, I will. Why will I call it that? In the past elections, the total number of votes scored by Professor Charles Soludo today represented the total number of votes for all, that is, total number of votes cast in other elections. Soludo scored 100 and something thousand to become governor in 2021. And today he's getting 329,000 votes more. It's a massive turnout now. Because you need to look at the past. A look at the past makes us understand the present and plan for the future. So you will agree with me that if there is a 300 and something thousand people increase, or 300 and something thousand voters increase, the number of people that came out to vote, that means there was a massive turnout. Massive does not mean percentage. It cannot mean percentage. Massive will mean a look at what has happened in the past. How did it go in the past? And then you look at what has happened now. You see that there was a massive response. And this massive response will continue to increase. Now, when you do a percentage turnout, you can now begin to say 20%, 10%, 15%. Yes, I agree with you. But that 20% is a big mark compared to what has happened in the past. So,
it's just actually like 10% away from what happened in the past.
Wow.
And you're
so
saying...
you think 10% in just 3 years, is it small?
Or you're saying it's because of your of how well Professor Soludo has performed. You're saying that's the reason for, in your own words, the massive turnout.
The massive turnout is a reflection of what the governor has done. It is not a matter of whether they trusted Nigerian election or not. No, they believe it is their time to come out and say thank you to this governor.
Okay.
The governor that employed teachers and put in very rural areas, sustained health centers in very rural areas, renovated health centers, put in general hospitals, began very massive reconstruction in rural areas and opening up everywhere. And you can see what is happening. Look at youth being empowered, trained. If there is a Unity Business School, after going through the 1U2 scale, you go through the Unity Business School, paid by government. People from all walks of life go to Unity Business School to pay millions of naira. So this is a reflection of the investment the government has made in the lives of the people.
Okay, I would come back to you, but first let me come back to the studios. I'm sure you have a lot to say.
A lot of our viewers are abroad, and they need to understand what really is going on in this country, in Nigeria. Many of them are from the southeast. Understand? There's nowhere in the world that less than 30% is massive. 2.8 million voters. People understand, 2.8 million, understand? And the people that turned out to vote is not up to 30%. We can say that there's an increase from the previous years, 2021, understand? And not that it's a massive turnout, understand? When you begin to talk about massive, it should be from 50%, 51% upwards.
Okay.
Understand me? We can say that more people turned out in this election more than the other one. Understand? But if I'm running for the president of the country and in a state, I see people having less than 30% turnout. My conclusion will be that those people don't vote. Do you understand me? That we don't get high votes there, which means I will spend less money there. That's how this business is done. I will spend less money there because they don't vote.
Okay.
Because this is what campaign DGs look at. Percentage of turnout of voters. So we can say that more people turned out and not that it's a massive turnout. No,
okay, well, everyone is entitled to. They're hoping I understand you because I actually had to ask him 20.8%, but he's saying compared to what we had or what they had in 2021. Okay, so you know one of the things that you have said in time past, Dr. Peter, is that this election will be a litmus test for Professor Amopito.
I never said that. I never said that.
Okay, you never. Okay, you never said that. Okay, but some persons have said that.
I said it's not going to be competitive.
No. I said for Professor Amopito, that's the INEC chairman.
Excuse me. Now, if Real Madrid is meeting Enugu Rangers, understand? You say it's going to be competitive or is it must test?
You don't get my question.
Listen to me.
Okay.
I said it's going to be a one-horse race, which means it's not going to be competitive. And if something is not competitive, there's nothing much to test the integrity
of the election.
Of the umpire.
Okay. Well, you've answered your question. Let's move to you before we leave, Professor. Sorry, Ejiofor. Let's move to you. Okay, so your governor, the incumbent governor, is a member of ABGA, which I'm sure you are a member of ABGA as well. And then with this win, some persons have said they had the backing of course, the ruling party, because the ruling party did not support their own candidate. Do you think that your governor is likely to defect? In just one sentence or 1 minute, just respond to that.
Well, thank you very much. My take is this. When you say there are 2 million voters in Anambra, remember, INEC has not done a review. When there is a review, that voter, just like in my polling unit, let me take my polling unit for example. We have 800 and something voters. When we did a call to every voter, we realized that so many people had changed location. So many people are non-existent again. So
but because of time, because of time, we are running out of time. So sorry, I'm cutting you.
Now, what I'm saying is that the governor shifting to another political party is not something I know about. It's not into the consideration. What is in consideration is the welfare of the people. What I think the governor is focused on, what I know the governor is focused on, is on the welfare of the people. It's not about political parties.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I want to take that as your concluding thought as well. Please, your concluding thought before, just in one sentence.
I want to say no polling unit can have above 500 registered voters. No polling unit. I'm a member of an election observer group. No polling unit can have more than 500 registered voters. But that's what is known as satellite polling units. Maybe in a school where you can have about 2-3 polling units. There you can have about 1,500. But no polling unit can have 800 registered voters. Something is wrong there. So, Soludo or defecting, there's every likelihood because it's already in bed with Tinubu and APC.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's where we draw the curtains on today's edition of The Issues. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being a part of this tonight. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, electoral governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward.